as LTA South.
D Smoke děkuji za 4. ranní sub, děkuji za 72 měsíců, blázne. To je kurva dlouho. Prečo máš 720 na Twitchi? Já mám 720 na Twitchi.
What is the big thing you think that people should
Jenom 720 na Twitchi?
when they talk about your team, like particular strategies, particular players they should watch for? Because I think some of the LTA guys.
Už možná vím, já jsem si změnil tu. Já mám 1080. Aha, kurva.
Yeah, hopefully they don't need to look out for any Nasuses this time around. Like I hope, that champion is long gone for now.
Tak to nevím, Laco.
But I genuinely think we have really good like mix of experience / rookie players.
Já to můžu fixnout, když to restartuju ten stream, ale dělat to nebudu teďka.
Playing exceptionally well, and my mid laner has been like kind of the star of the team with like how aggressive he's been playing. While the jungler, it does feel like he's been.
Vole, snapy má zbuďoval, však mu podle mě to bude streamovat dneska.
He knows what to do on the map and he tries to make as many aggressive.
Pustíš i YouTube, YouTube jede.
I really hope he can showcase it too with me. During our first game against Team Secret.
YouTube jede.
Yeah, Team Secret.
Už máš 1080. Petr je vidíš, Štěpule tady reportí, že Petr je vzhůru. Takže za chvilku zapíná streameček.
I remember you were taking dance classes. When do we get the you versus Taki dance off? What do we need to do to make that happen?
He did tweet at me that.
Ale to je dobrý, jsem nevěděl, že Trimby tam je.
If he wants to, I'll be very down. I think he made an interview yesterday or 2 days ago that he's been training his hips in order to have better dance moves. Like I don't know about that. I haven't been training.
Nějaké technické problémy ještě poje. Míša zaspal.
Like dance classes before coming here, and yeah, the Brazilian dance classes are quite.
Štěpule, vydrž, já ti něco udělám.
Yeah, so I am somewhat ready for that battle, but as of now, I would like to win it on Summoner's Rift, that's for sure.
Jsem tady musel zrušit jednoho malýho Brixyho.
So there's a lot on the line in today's matchup, to say the very least, and it's great to see Trimby because.
Tyhle, možná tenhle zápas nebude špatný, protože to je tým, který porazil GAM, Sport, a je tam Trimby v tom druhém týmu.
That was supposed to be the trajectory that
Míša je teď nejvíc odpovědný, Míša je frajer.
The growth that they've been able to demonstrate, the experience they've gotten playing against LTA North, and now representing your second seed from the LTA.
Yeah, and a lot of it, as you can see, that big lovely head of Miru. Miru, like you already heard from Trimby, like a star player. If there was a split-wide MVP, he would be that MVP.
Čauko, zdravím všechny, co stali ráno.
Exceptional as Azir, like I think he's really well-rounded, and Trimby and Desamis are really good at being able to set him up. So like, this is a team you cannot sleep on. 100 Thieves tried to sleep on them. They got beat up for it.
Yeah, that makes them favorite, I guess, today in this matchup, and Swiss stage is.
Co říkáš na 9. kapitána se streamer Clashi Kamiliuse? Dostane na piču, vole. Týpeček znova dal.
见北极五星，状若宫阙。北辰居天之中，群星拱卫。
Víš, a i tady tenhle cinematik mě zajímá víc než Kamilius.
紫薇，明代帝王取法天象，防紫薇之治，起殿宇皇城，后称紫禁。在古代，龙座之上，受命于天。到如今，星辰其间，永恒著传奇。
Kdy budou ty pandy? Já jsem se učil tleskat, teď tam budou pandy.
只寰宇一瞬，于敬者却毕生所系。
Já jsem připravený.
星汉灿烂，
Jestli
争
budou
者
prcat,
若
okamžitě
出
tleskám.
其里。此刻争流，是与传奇同义。
当我回顾这15年的全球总决赛，我脑海中有很多我们赛区的画面。我印象里最深的一把比赛就是我们打 KD 的第3把，对我来说的话就是印象比较深刻。
Tam nebudou pandy.
제 마지막 월드라고 생각하니 참 묘한 기분인데요. 제 마지막 월드 우승으로 마무리하고 싶습니다.
We've just witnessed the most incredible story in history. Going to win the season 150.
When I think about EU at Worlds, I always feel like there is the potential to do something great.
Gods can bleed. Where were you when the West rose up?
我知道大家都不看好我们，但我们会颠覆你们的想象。
The underdogs reign supreme. Illinois, 5 minutes into the game. Brazil scored the biggest goal. Cloud9 in the top 4.
Jediný problém je, že kam nejsou nahoru. GG.
I knew I wanted to become one of them.
Tady ten týpek je strašně dobrý Eddie Carey. Tady ten týpeček. To je takový double lift of NA, novej.
The expectations of our past disrupt us from building our future.
새로운 팀에서 하는 첫 월드라서 더 설레이는 것 같습니다. 새로운 전설을 써내려 가겠습니다.
我们仰望的星光，来自遥远的过去，而我们的传奇正在此刻铸就。
Speed now, here we go. Big step right, left, no tippy toe. Real chef, big flex, my recipe. Big dog, come check my pedigree.
Last Worlds, I don't think we came ready, but this time around, something's gonna change.
Não tem ninguém mais apaixonado do que a gente. Chegou a hora do mundo ouvir os guerreiros.
저희의 시간입니다. AL 已经准备好了，你们准备好了吗？
At Worlds, that's where the adrenaline is, that's where excitement is, that's where you get to earn your legacy.
Last World was definitely quite tough for us.
QT1 fans nasraný, že kapsy zase ve videu.
I want to bring Europe back to finals. Back to where we belong.
저희는 저희가 얼마나 강해질 수 있는지 깨달았기 때문에 상대팀들도 긴장해야 될 겁니다. 후회 없는 모습을 보여드리도록 하겠습니다.
这次来到北京就是以前自己比赛过的地方，就是非常开心。然后这一次我们想让大家刮目相看。
Năm 2017, GAM đã để lại ấn tượng mạnh mẽ cho bạn bè quốc tế. Năm nay tới lượt tụi mình sẽ làm tốt hơn ở GAM tại thời điểm đó.
(17년도) 월드 우승을 한 지 정말 너무 오래돼서 그때 당연히 좋았던 감정들이 생각이 나는 건 있지만 정말 많이 잊은 것도 많거든요. 그래서 그 기억들을 다시 되살리고 싶은 생각이 많아서 이번 월드를 꼭 우승하고 싶습니다. 다시 한번 T1의 왕조를 무너뜨리겠습니다.
Kick back and watch this.
Už je tam Elder Drag znova. Dobré.
最高的山，最长的河。LPL 的宿敌，不死的魔王 Faker， 沧海无垠，岁月为证。风铃绝顶，
Oni se fakt bojí ti Číňani, to je neuvěřitelný.
저희는 필요합니다.
但是心如砥柱，定将凌云攀霄。至坚必可为。
DAY1，我们的复仇才是天命。
Ale po piči videjko. Mega po piči videjko.
That's right, ladies and gentlemen. Legacies have to be earned at this World's 2025 Championship as we kick off day one of Swiss in good fashion.
To je hodně dobrý videjko. Cinema. Ale jako jednoznačně Číňani se fakt bojí T1 prostě a Fakera, no. Protože ten týpek, pamatujete si ty Worlds, kdy prostě byly 4 čínský týmy a T1 vyhráli, že prostě se prosekali skrz všechny ty čínský týmy. Číňany, oni nemohli ani scrimovat T1, protože ty čínský týmy refuzovali s něma a scrimovali jenom mezi jakoby sebou.
Both have made big statements to get here, beating PSG as well as the GAM, by the way, in the previous statement here for TSW, but for VKS beating 100 Thieves. NA has got some explaining to do when what people said was going to be the second seed couldn't get past the best Brazil has to offer. And this will be a fun matchup. I wish it was a series tag, but in a best of one,
Let's go G2,
playstyles kind of tend to lean itself to testing the limits.
Hrozně důležitý dneska ty zápasy a potom slosování bude hrozně důležitý. To je Trimby, jo.
Trimby roaming everywhere to make sure he can set up his team for success, but that is a very similar story to what Team Secret Wales do. They like to play through Histo and Taki. Taki, the member on this roster that has been to the world stage previously, and he's been the veteran that is guiding these newer players now to see if they can take on the second seed from the LTA.
And he's got mechanical players on his side. If you don't know Histo, the jungler, I'm very passionate about because the mechanics that come through from this rookie, from this baby whale previously, has been out of this world. Silas jungle, if you didn't see the grand finals versus CFO,
ty setupy těch lidí mě docela baví sledovat. Že dívej, jak má ten monitor twisted, ne? Úplně doprava. Proč fanatik nejsou favoriti ten první zápas? Protože CFO jsou fakt dobří, kámo. Jako CFO.
Yeah, and that's why I think we're getting Hero in for the start of this. He is much more of the carry top laner when we look towards the between himself and Pun. So definitely wanting to go toe-to-toe with Boal on that top side of the map. And honestly, I think this is going to be explosive. Team Secret Wales love to fight. They will not let up, even in that final.
Podle mě tyhle dva týmy, jak říkají oni, budou perma fightit a budou strašně agresivní, takže to bude zábavný jak svině sledovat.
And it's no doubt that they'll be bringing it here against VKS as well.
Again, it was already an achievement just to get to the grand finals, but the fact that they did put up a bit of a fight.
Ladies and gentlemen, máme tady prvního kumra dne, Mikey.cz, kámo na to, že jsem říkal, že Číňanky nejsou moc pěkné, tak tam už do. Here we go, to byl docela slabý kumr. Čekám na nějaký silnější kumr. Jak tam nikdo není, ne? Protože to je ten první zápas, který prostě není jakoby, ty týmy nejsou známý. Čekaj, tam dám čam select. Tak, LeBlanc Nico. LeBlanc očekávám, že bude... Caitlyn očekávám, že bude hodně hraná na tyhle... Laco, díky za 5 gift. Garden 5 gifty, děkuju, chápe. LeBlanc Nico. Caitlyn čekám, že bude hrozně contested pick, zatím byla jenom piknutá jednou. LeBlanc dostala buff exvině. Oriana dostala nerf, Azir je open zatím. Azir dostal změnu a byl permaban včera. Přesně takto před rokem jsme to sledovali, zaslouží si pár sobou. Děkuju, Laco, děkuju za podporu. Krása. Azir je open, hoši. Aurora first pick, OK. Aurora je taky šíleně silná, no. Ten damage je úplně šíleně nechutný. Ale není to jednoduchý jump na zahrání. Svítá už? Ještě nesvítá. Kde je brácha? Šel teďka do nemocnice pracovat. Azir Open, co tam je dal Open?
He's a big fan of that pick. Might be something that they rotate
Jarvan.
as well as the Jarvan gets locked in first.
Yeah, and Disarm's had some great performances in playoffs on this pick.
Kdo líp analyzuje kompity nebo snapy, ať vím podle toho sázet, nevím. Absolutně nevím. Ale zatím klasicky trackujeme Worlds Predictions. Minulý Worlds Predictions v základní části jsem měl nějak 20 zápasů z 25 správně. Nebo z 24. Včera jsem tipnul přesně výsledek série, před sérií, takže uvidíme. Jarvan Rakan je klasika, Poppy Ban, to mělo být telling. Hej, zatím tyhle, to bude hodně agresivní hra, zatím mi přijde. I když je to první BO1, jako ty picky říkají, že to bude agresivní hra. Vi Aurora proti Jarvan Rakan, level 6 permafighty. Rakan je nejlepší support s Alistarem, no. Kajsa ještě v tomu týmu, jako. Ale to je dobrá, Kajsa je dobrá do Rakana, je to dobrý answer. Zaya Rakan. Jako Zaya Rakan by byla dobrá, Ryze je open. Ryze je vlastně nejvíc broken midas teďka po Orianne nerfu. Azir úplně ignorovaný, což je zajímavý, protože včera byl permabannutý. Ryze je šíleně silný. Bro, Ryze je momentálně v situaci, kdy ten champion má 5000 HP se štítem a má damage 30krát větší než kdokoliv ve hře. Úplně šíleně broken ten champion.
The bans are in question because we have no mid lane potentially. I mean, that Aurora could also go mid, but with the Ryze already picked up, maybe that option's off the table. Support's getting taken away. Dagda, maybe to get the prior.
Měli by bannout Zayu, protože Zaya je dobrá do vibe.
A bit more of an edge in lane. What do you think?
Yeah, I think it's just also Nautilus Kai'Sa is such a strong duo for a long time. The ultimate enables the Kai'Sa to work so well. So I think it'll be, you know, get rid of the Nautilus, maybe get rid of something like an Alistar that can follow through or a Rel, and then set up for removing some of that follow-up engagement, as you said, for the dive. But overall, Team Secret Wells, like, it's draft one. There are a ton of picks that can facilitate this dive, like Leona, Alistar, Rel, that are all still up and available. It's just going to take your pick of the litter. So on Team Secret Wells side, their option is to go for, hey, what are the self-healing AD carries? Let's get rid of the Zaya. Could be an Ezreal here to follow as well, and just make
Ezreal je špatný, do Kai'Sy je hodně špatný. To bylo takový, jako můžou to piknout, ale je to whatever. Co bannou? Alistar na Tulus ban, okay.
On my lolly sports pick'ems. I did because yesterday I felt pretty good about it, I will say. The best of ones, let's see if that same priority's there. As you said, Ezreal could be next as we did get another dive.
Sivir.
Dagda's on it, this is why.
A jako Sivir je okay, I guess. Ale dostal velký nerf. Dobrá s Jarvanem.
Now, let's go forward. AD carry, important, you talked about it. What's left in the pool? That Ezreal was a good mention. Is there anything else you want to throw in?
Dobré ráno i dva, moší, co jste přišli teďka si hlavně třeba. Triky taky. No, zatím oba drafty jsou lepší, trošičku více mi líbí TSV. Aurora Kai'Sa Vi je prostě Yunara Rakan, Jarvan Ryze, taky dobrý, no, taky dobrý. I oni potřebují engage supporta teďka, což bude asi real, protože Nautilus Alistar jsou v banu. A k tomu potřebují nějakýho buď midaře nebo topaře, podle toho, co si zvolí, protože Aurora může být na topu a na midu. Renekton? Ty piču, tak to bude hodně agresivní hra. Jako tady proti tomu kompu midgame nechceš fightit. Blind pick Renekton, hele, je tam Sion furt, takže nevím. Renekton blind je takovej... Xante, Sion... Jack se vemou, to bych čuměl. Tady bych klidně vzal Siona úplně bez problému. Gnar, old school counter pick do Renektona. Ne, hej, jako Gnar není dobrý do Vi, do Kajsi, do Aurory. Vzal bych prostě Siona, měl bych v piči. No, Xanteho místo toho, ok. Ale zase jako Renekton je dobrý pick do Xanteho, no. Ale Xante je broken. Dobrý Xante bude even proti Renektonovi. Jako TSV komp se mi fakt líbí. Je to hrozně agresivní team komp. V midgameu proti tomu absolutně nemůžeš vyhrát. Mají tam dobrý engage skrz Vi, Rel, Kajsa follow-up a Renekton TP flank, Aurora follow-up. Xante, Jarvan, Ryze, Yunara, Rakan. Jarvan, Rakan je jakoby... Je to hodně broken, je to hodně dobrý kombo. Ryze hodně dobrý pick. Yunara mi tam moc nesedí proti té Vi, Aurora, Kajsa. Linka bude v pohodě, ale tady si myslím, že TSV má lepší komp. Neznám ty týmy, takže nevím, kdo vyhraje, kdo bude lepší. Ale čekal bych, že tady, pokud TSV budou hrát agresivně a budou iniciovat fighty, tak mají zaručený win.
Finding these moments where they go, actually, we can take these fights even though it doesn't look like we can. And I think this is where for Team Secret Wales, they're going to have to find these ways to try and shut that pressure down and play towards their own strengths, which are this brutal, we're going to fight, we're going to find these picks, we're going to constantly keep this pressure up. And we'll have to see if VKS can try and thwart that.
Well, up to them because, again, they've shown patience and vigilance getting towards the first ever and the last ever LTA finals. Team Secret Wales, they fought the odds to get to their own finals in the LCP as well. Welcome to Worlds 2025. It's a pleasure to be beside you as myself and Dagda start off your day one of Swiss. I think today
že za mě upřímně TSV bych čekal, že vyhrál, no.
In IG T1 yesterday. But from a wide dynamic of teams, we get to see all 16 teams today, Dagda. It's a huge day to kick us off.
Yeah, I think as well it's
ta Vi tady jako ale byla docela sus position. Tak já přepnu scénu. Tak na YouTube dejte mi vědět, jak to jede na YouTube, je vás tam 50. Jinak ptal jsem se na Steraka na ten plugin. Level 1. Flash okamžitý. Pozor. Ty pičo, to je fakt bloody game. Flash engage. Yo! Flash, boom! To je všichni mrtví, Jarvan mrtvý taky. Kámo, týpci si pohlídali invade level 1. Pohlídali. Sakijeve, to bude dobrá hra. I když takhle, možná to bude Stomp kvůli tomuhle, ale jako bude to bloody game, určitě. Level 1 si pohlídali, čekali, že tam invade, měli dobrý scouting.
Doesn't get knocked up, level 2 acquired, but Miru's on the way in. A Vault Breaker to be blocked away, and he's going to get Trimby. In the end, Trimby finds this easily, the order from Miru. There's something back and a blue buff for Rise. So it's not all bad news.
Yeah, massive pick up there for Miru in this.
Už teď je to lepší jak Lecka, běž vole, Lecka týmy by byly Residence Leader. Ale to jsem chtěl říct, ne, předtím než dali level 1 invade, tak napsal jsem Sterakovi ohledně toho pluginu, co má, že spojí ty diváky na Twitchu a na YouTube a říkal, že mu to naprogramoval jeho divák. Custom. Takže GG. A to byl dobrý scouting tohle, hodně dobrý scouting od prostě TSV, Team Wales, Secret Wales prostě věděli, že tohle udělají. Počkali si na to. A tyjo, prostě první BO1 hnedka level 1 fight. Saký jebe.
He just gets focused down, a great flash from Taki, and they set it up as Trimby taken very low on the bottom side.
Yeah, there's a lot of danger coming from this rel. As you said, so far it's been really good. Die, meanwhile, though, a little bit low.
Vod!
That blue buff is
Solo kill.
Miru making it happen in the mid lane. This was the big pickup that we saw for the VKS side that made all the difference. Every team that Miru's come into has looked spectacular, and one of the main reasons why they're able to get
Chat z Twitche a z YouTube je v pohodě. O tom nemluvím, to mám taky.
One of the best LTA mid laners, that goes a stretch, but hey, performing as a 2-0 rise here in the early game, he's really recovered that early game fumble from VKS. His two you can see as well, even in CS with the Jarvan.
2-0 Rajzíček, Co mu programovali, aby, jak Sterak má na kameře, Twitch ikonku plus YouTube ikonku rovná se počet diváků, víš? Tak tomu naprogramovali. Rise bude problém, no. To bude problémek.
Trimby now going to start to make his way in towards the mid lane, and again you can see both these squads trying desperately to get any sort of control over this early stages, but despite the early fumble, VKS have done a good job of bringing it back with Miru in this mid lane.
Does make sense with a quick lane swap mention here that Eddie is going solo here into Boal, and Boa did teleport down, but
tak, Kajsa level 3, Santa level 5. Tam lane swapnuli.
Eddie definitely feeling a little bit worse for wear after that one.
Maybe I take it back. Yeah.
And Ortez now going to have Trimby up on this top side, which makes it like if Renekton can close the distance onto this Yunara, or even honestly onto Trimby, you can kill, but
like that. Enhanced Rain of Anger sent down. The damage is good. Morteus in trouble as well. Healed up.
To je nepříjemné, no. Jak jsou silní. Mají level advantage a jsou všeobecně prostě silnější. Takže ty lane swapy zatím jako moc nefungujou.
But I think that's where you could maybe look for a dive as Team Secret well. So I'm curious exactly what the pathing is going to be from his toe. Does he just do his wolves here into Gromp and then into an immediate topside play?
Damage down at the very least. Let's look at top. As you said, Hero is close to level 6. Shattering Strike just out of range. And that pathing is taking Disarmus down towards the bottom. There are pings going down saying that, hey, look, this Jarvan is towards the bottom of the map right now. It's a little bit early, but
Ale na to jak level 1, jak to bylo level 1 jako Doom, tak zase klasický comeback, protože Vi to naintila s tím invadem, že dala Ryzeovi blue buff a Ryze pak solo killnul Auroru. Tak potom si budu muset rychle udělat snídaní.
This dragon again would be a lot more respite in the early game as his toe is going to peek his way in. Hero sees Rakan. Trimby just sits in the bush, can't do too much. Wave it a bit of a standstill for now as even Boal comes to help out. His toe still thinking about it, but it does feel like this dragon.
První dráček padá, 6. minuta, ten lane swap se zatím absolutně nepovedl, jo. Protože VK se forcnuli lane swap. Forcnuli lane swap do situace, kdy prostě, jako jo, mají z toho draka.
Are doing well when it comes towards like having that pressure on the bottom side and understanding when they can go for these timing windows.
Ale Renekton je úplně v čilíku, hard vyhrává na CSK.
You look towards that top side where they're looking, hey, we've got good damage onto Morteus, can we look for a dive? But it's kind of
Junara celkem i v problémku byla proti tomu Renektonovi. Když budou muset, ale zase gruby tam budou za minutu, takže oni nechají swap na topu. Teďka to mačnou. Secret Wells to mačnou teďka a budou chtít fightit, protože Renekton je level 7.
Maintain the CS advantage, even in that small lane swap. And note too that Hero, because of that roam up from Taki, because of that pairing, it seems with pushing out the
borci, když joinete tým, píše vám to tam ty dropsy, že World Drops? Ukáže se to tam, nebo ne? Jako ty dropy fungujou, ale jenom potřebuji vědět, jestli to tam ukazuje. Jak moc mám žebrat osoby? OK, tak to bude super, Fejlíke. Tak, teďka budou ty grubíci. Grubíci, Renekton, proti Renektonovi level 7 nechceš fightit grubíky. To je nepříjemný. Jako level 6 Renekton dřív a všeobecně to funguje tím stylem, že level 6 Renekton je nejsilnější champion ve hře. Kvůli ultimátce. A ty to nemůžeš fightit, toho Renektona prostě. Takže tady by si Secret Ways měli odnést bez problémů. Grubíky. Jarvan se bude snažit stealnout aspoň jednoho. Musel smajtovat histo, takže jednoho si odnesou Jarvan. To neměl smajtovat vůbec. A, ne, tři si odnesou. OK. Tak to je win. Kterým by dostal cancel. Žestka mnou děkuji za tier 1 2 měsíce, děkuju. Užívej vorocyknutí. No, ten Renekton je zatím problém. Uvidíme, ale Renekton dostane strašně rychle outskill od Xanteho. Jarvan tu je. Boom. Boom. A Choose Rise má 3-0. Ne, Jarvan.
DeSamus is on the board. Nice job by DeSamus, managing to get in behind there and make sure there was no way that he could escape. And now, Ortez on this top side as well. You see Taki is trying to match on the top end, but...
Flash engage, boom.
Jumping in, Trimby doesn't get the stun. The flash away now burned as Trimby's just out of the play. Morteas has to burn his own.
Kámo, ani nepotřebuje tu real, aby dal 1v2 málem.
That's double summoner, make it triple.
Kajsa je tu? Ježíš, mysla dvojitý večko, to je na Intio. A ten Renekton je hrozně silnej. Ale zatím to hraje fakt dobře. Jako bál jsem se toho, že nebude hrát agresivně toho Renektona, ale hraje ho. Ty piče, ten Xante je Xante, no. Xante a Vi tu celou dobu není, takže jsou všichni dead. Aurora neměla TP, no. A Xante měl TP. Rice týpnul. Xante týpne na bot, nemysle nic. Jako tohle zahráli mnohem líp s těma teleportama. Mnohem líp. VKS.
And turn it back around.
Oh, wow, that was just insane. I mean, the timing, I thought he was going to be inting in the 1v3, but he had that all-out backup and available. And again, there's been to and fro, especially with how the game started. We had a bit of consistency as this Cassante doing work. Dire just space it out, not in too much trouble with a good mana bar, I should say. Dire, as he just walks back and might base it out. I'm sure he's going to get some deep vision. Top might be the next play.
No ta hra je komplet even, jo? Ono to bude furt even a bude se permafight, jsem říkal, že to bude bloody game. A může vyhrát kdokoliv, no. Jako Team Secret Wales mají lepší team comp na ty mid-game fighty, který mid-game za chvíli začne, takže budou silnější. Ale tady Rice týpne, Xante tu je a Aurora prostě nemá TP, že nemá TP, dostala nějak prostě gapnuto, že nemá TP v tuhle situaci. A Xante je z Xante, no, prostě to je sračka broken. Neuvěřitelně broken ten champ.
I feel like teams that want to play slow, but you know, they just play the other side of the map, really fail against Team Secret Wales. But for VKS, who've had such an insane run this year, and had an insane run versus 100 Thieves, I'm sorry, NA fans, I don't care. 100 Thieves got beaten by this team, and it was actually quite solid. The production team are looking at me very unfavorably. I have to get off to the stage at some point. But when Miru came in, what life and what blood added into this roster. With this guy, I remember casting it to Mia Masters, the talent is there, and in this game, it's no exception. He's been set up for success. But now the rest of VKS are empowered somehow. All out, speaking of
no, ty vole, trošku bojím, že ten Xante za chvíli outscale do Renektona.
Hero just walks out.
Still though, you can see Boal is feeling himself in this game, and he has played spectacularly. Like, he's had a great showing here against the Aurora when he's been in the 1v1.
Je hustý, jak ten Renekton má base attack speed strašně vysoký. A movement speed. Dívej, to je vůbec, co to je.
Boal ends up finishing off this Iceborne Gauntlet. This matchup becomes very, very difficult for him to play, so it kind of feels like that ticking time is starting to slip in favor of the VKS top laner.
I mean, again, like I said before, it does feel like teams that can't be patient or like play to the game of Team Secret Wales. But this time it does feel like, again, matching their pace, matching the plays. It has been a really,
no, teďka to bude zajímavý, co bude teda tak Vajka Sara Real dělat. 0, čauko.
Trimby's already gone out, set up all those boards, and is now resetting to come back out onto the map again. So you're kind of playing at a disadvantage when it comes to
dobrý counter jungle.
You are, as Histo, starting to get some control when it comes to nice timing here for the invade. Looking at a potential play towards bottom top side, but I just don't think you can really go for any
To je face speed, jo, ale jakože bez toho, bez face speedu je strašně rychlej. Renekton má base movement speed, jeden z nejrychlejších, co jsou.
It's not like outside of DAY there's really much AP damage, and I don't look at Aurora Dagger and say, oh man, that's a lot of consistent DPS. Like, I would see even Enhanced Rise or Victor or an Orianna even. That is slow, that is burst. And even with the Leandries there, I think we'll see too much going towards Boal. So, I'm excited, Dagger, because it does look like game is still relatively even despite there being some enhanced members.
Rakan Jarvan, boom. Dobrý flash jak svině, dobrý flash.
Histo, a bit of a whoopsie there, and VKS starting to get good on the punishes.
So this is what I was talking about with Trimby's board setup. That's what he was looking for, these quick resets, set up the vision, and that means that VKS have full information of when they can look for these picks, when they can try and play off towards these side lanes. Yep. And it's going to be on towards Team Secret Wales and Taki as he starts to come back into the map to clear out this vision.
Herald za 25.
A little bit more difficult for VKS.
Well, Taki.
A teďka začnou ty first itemy z Power Spiky by měly být hodně dobrý pro... Kámo, jako Xante buff Xante, legit.
With your Reign of Anger past 50%, the healing is much nicer when there's a minion wave and a champion present. Remember, they combine, they stack, they build up, and it's one of Renekton's main ways.
Ale teďka začínáme mít ty první itemy. A na prvních itemech začnou být hodně silní, nebo měli by být hodně silní.
Sends out some damage, and VKS, they got their eyes on the prize. They're going top side, and
Heraldos. Budou crossmapovat, vemou ty jedničku botlane, nebo budou fightit? Podle mě by měli fightit. Snaží se fightit, ale rally minus, půl HP. Nejsou synknutí vůbec, Renek to tam není. Vaj to smitla, Renek to tam fightí. Engage na Jarvana, one shot, krásný engage. Trimby jde taky. Wow, ty pičo, ti říkám, ty midfighty, ty jsou, vole, ty jsou. Ale Xante, halo, Xante tam prostě 1v3 zabíjí AD Gary, XD. Ježiš, on to dojebal. Díky bohu, že je tak boosted. Pěkně Dyer, pěkně se tapnul tu Vaj, jo, třítí se Gold Swing okamžitej. Ti říkám, no, Kajsa Vaj, insta engage Jarvan, tam bylo ale strašně důležitý, že engageli toho Jarvana a ne Ryzeho. Tady musíš engagenout Jarvana, to je mega důležitý, protože je squishy, víš, je level 9. Tady kdyby engagenuli Ryzeho, tak prohrajou fight. Zabijou okamžitě Rakana a Jarvana a pak je to 3v5. A tady tyhle Xante, kdyby díky bohu, že to nenaintil, protože kdyby to naintil, tak tam zabije podle mě ještě 2. Víš, že tady, kdyby dal správně to, tak by možná zabil i tu Vaj. Vaj hraje dobře, no, Vaj hraje dobře. To není evropská Vaj, hoší, to není jak Vaj. Ale tohle byl dobrý swing, no, to byl dobrý swing, protože tam dělali všechno správně. Měli first item power spike, takže ten jejich komp spikeware a hlavně fokus měli strašně dobrý na toho Jarvana. No a teďka by měli hard vyhrávat do dlouho. Mají lepší tým komp prostě. Ale bylo to velice close, no, jako trošku jsem se bál, že to nevyhrajou. Nebo jako ne, že nevyhrajou ten fight, ale že vlastně nebudou hrát dobře ten jejich tým komp. Láciku, čauko. Je dnes program Worlds. Včera jsem se díval na Mega Bonk, jak hrál Herdin a oni tryhardí metu úplně VZV. Do kolika streamů? Do 4 odpoledne.
draw VKS into these fights.
Přibližně.
They will need in 4.5 minutes to contest for the potential.
Do 3 je v Rhodes podle mě a do 4 budu hrát soloky. Včera jsem nešel ani do gymu, jak jsem vypínal stream pozdě. Takže dneska to musím vypnout dřív. No ale teďka mají pedal prostě, mají všechno k tomu, aby dali full plyn, takzvaně. Stačí jenom fightit pro Team Secret Wales a měli by vyhrávat každý fight. Drift, dobrá ručka, dobrý drift. Ještě nechat zabít toho Heralda, ať nemají to. A tady chyba, že nechali to, že toho Heralda nenechali umřít. A on si neveme expy. Tohle je chodících 400 expů. To je...
Yeah, I think he was a little worried about how many members of Team Secret Wales might be around if he didn't reset, but this is what you want for Team Secret Wales. Like, they're playing well, they're setting up around objectives to take the fight and have their dive composition work out. They're coming in from multiple angles.
Jenom Vi ultit, on cooldown, Kajsa ultit, on cooldown. A snowballovat ten jejich lead, mají teďka na 3,5 tisíce na 5 tisíc goldů, vzít ty jedničku top lane. Nebýt Ryze, tak je to 100, no ten Ryze hraje mega dobře. Určitě tam solo killnul týpka i. No ale Vi prostě zase může fightit tady. Rakan level 7, chudák. Ho chce one-shotnout. Jo, bro. To co je za damage. Chudák level 7 prostě. Dává solo XP ADčku, aby ADčka nebyly komplet vodoven, takže level 7 a dostává komplet one shot. Nezávidím těm supportům tu kompetitivní věc, no. Že prostě dávají XP ADčku. Je pak těžký hrát ty supporty, když jsi level 7. Tam jsou 3 kitky, vem ty kitky, bro. On nebere kitky.
Team Secret Wales holding their vision and topside where they could. They've still got some of the deep wards you mentioned, but a lot are being cleared out, which is nice. That Vivo Kid Stars can actually move amongst top a little bit more freely, especially when Atakan's up here. We have seen so many games, even yesterday.
Can you prcají na ty kitky ty hráči v ZF?
Right? Because it is an objective that saps
Dobré, už Ryze vzal 3 kitky teďka. Kitky dávají AD nebo AP podle toho, co máš víc, plus XP. Ale Team Secret Wales byl měli jako forcenout nějaký fight. Měli by to začít forsovat. Nešlápli na ten plyn tak jako na podlahu. Neflorujou to takzvaně. Teďka to začínají Atakana. Atakana musí trošičku změnit, aby to nebylo tak jednoduchý solo killnout za AD carry. OK, engage, našli engage. Ryze engage, ale to nevím, jestli stačí, kámo, Ryze je tank. Dobrý, stačilo to. OK, kámo, ale man to nestačilo, že neměli damage. Ale dobrý engage. Dobrý engage, ta Vi s tou hrajou dobře. Dobrý. Trošku jsem se bál, že nebudou šlapat na ten plyn, že nebudou forsovat ty fighty, když jsou tak silní. Rel tady měla úplně výborný flank. To bylo jako boom, ult. Všechno na Ryzeho, ale já jsem se tady trošku bál, že nebudou mít damage, protože dívej, oni prostě dali všechno, co mohli a ten Ryze neumírá. Ale Aurora pak damage má, no.
Just can't do the DPS he needs to.
As much of the mosh pit as he tried to get, Trimpy's rubbing his eyes. I mean, this is a really hard game when they've got all the layering there, but it doesn't matter. Eddie, insane reactions to get out. Now 10,000 gold lead.
Ale krásně snowballujou, krásně.
Almost weren't really expected to be here. You heard the analyst test talk about it. This was the squad that was kind of the upset, the upstarts on taking down GAM. and now they're seen as the new generation coming through from Vietnam to overtake people like Levi, to show that they belong.
No, zatím jsem, pokud Team Secret Ways vyhrál, tak jsem zatím 2 ze 2 prediction správně.
In day 1, it will be huge for the LCP and for those Vietnamese fans.
It does feel like, again, you're putting faith in the fact that Team Secret Wales, not only would it be big towards LTA when there's only one done split.
No a potomhle CFO proti Fnatic.
It does feel like, again, the LCP, a region that is trying to define that they are better than
asi rychle skočím udělat snídaní.
Would give them a lot of hope for the rest of the tournament.
Kavčo.
Now, let's not be day 1 Andes, let's just be
A
game 1
začneme.
Andes, our only game. Not these two versing each other. And the game right now is telling me that this game seems near impossible. Dagger's 9.5k gold lead, Infernal Soul coming up. That's 4.5 minutes. Baron's up in a minute 30. Viva Keatstars need a couple of insane picks fights where they scale into it.
Yeah, I think the issue is the way VKS have won games has almost been the Trimby special. Like we saw when he was on Rogue, we saw when he was on Fnatic, it was we overload a side lane and we're going to make this quick success through that. But when you're in this situation, it's very difficult to find moments to get into sides, to find picks. You essentially have to start dropping waves and hoping that Team Secret Wales don't punish you as you try and make that overload side.
Oni hrajou proti komu 100 Proti Číňanům? Nebo proti CFO? Ne, CFO hraje Fnatic. Čau Kosolby. Billy Gaming nemají šanci vyhrát. 100 nemají šanci. Přes OBS-ko Kozle normálně streamují na obě platformy. Programuješ to, jo, už teďka Kozlíků. Normálně jenom přes OBS-ko multistream. Stream Elements Multistreaming se to jmenuje.
Goodbye,
70 lidí na YouTube, zdravím na YouTube, klasicky na YouTube, jestli no nic, 10k goldy, 40 goldy, počkej, Rajzík, Rajzík tam je jedinej mega silný champion. A klasicky zdravím YouTube, jestli jste na YouTube, jestli můžete dát like na ten YouTube livestream, nic to nestojí, zviditelní to ten livestream, takže pak víc lidí ví, že streamu na YouTube. Děkuju. Lightbringere, děkuji za 4 měsíce, ty rybníčky na Twitche, děkuju. YouTube stream lol. Jako, hele, Twitch teďka, já streamu na YouTube, protože lidi říkali, že v práci mají zabanovaný YouTube, teda Twitch. Ale Twitch teďka docela jako se zlepšil skrz to live přetáčení. Plus klasicky samozřejmě máš tady odměny za suby na Twitchi.
Team Secret Wales start to take the Ether Tower that's down in bot side, then it's going to be inhibitor turrets, and although you do have like decent wave clear, it's not fantastic against the potential push here from Team Secret Wales.
He's trying to bait it. Eddie does take the bait into mirror there. They were lying in wait. It finally pays off. The Summons with a shutdown. We go from 11 to 10.
That's
a really nice pick from VKS, because now you can see the push was trying to come through from here in this mid lane, but not really able to threaten any of these towers. You can't spread out that anymore. And with only 2 minutes left on us, it looks like
a ten poslední kapitán vám rozsračkuje oči. Bude to banger.
Game ain't over till the Nexus falls. I come from Europe. This is something we know well. I'm sure the North Americans know that as well. Anyone who's probably not LCK or LPL. That's been true.
Já vím, jen jsem chtěl, abys to líknul, ty zřejmě.
Very, very true. And LCK's had their fair share as well. We could go and mention teams like DK.
Čet, kdo si myslíte, že bude poslední 10. streamer Clash kapitán? Jinak klidně na YouTube se nemusíte bát psát, buď si můžete zapnout Twitch chat, anebo já vidím YouTube chat, když něco napíšete na YouTube. Takže klidně můžete komentovat.
Yeah, we kind of cast a curse to Red Bull Baron power play, because you can see in the top left, it is not looking as hot.
When you actually pick it up, isn't it? All right. With this turret, it will go back up. but still, it is a very minimal Baron that is not even breaking into the base, as you'd expect when you're like 12,000 gold up.
Yeah, like, it's just been little mistakes from Team Secret Wales. Like, now, they will still get stolen. They are still in a very strong spot. But again, we were kind of saying, like, 3 items coming through from Morteus is that sweet spot.
Okay, Fire Soulička. Stačí jeden jediný fightíček, který forcnou Team Secret Wales a je to tam.
For VKS, you are still very much in the lead. It is still an 11k gold lead. They should be fine, but it's just little hiccups.
Byl nějaký zajímavý opening, byl level 1 fight do level 1 invadeu, nebo level 1 invade do level 1 fightu do level 2 fightu, takže to bylo docela zajímavý.
In-hip turret mid stays standing quite strongly, and there is an Elder flip coming up in 5 minutes 30. Okay, now you might say we're coping, but stranger things happen in League.
Well, I think it's either Baron or Elder, because realistically, like Kai'Sa,
Team Secret Wales by měli jako forcenout ten fight, no. Čekat na Eldera je píčovina. Jako Baron 2,5 minuty čekat na to taky je taky píčovina. Tady by měli forcenout fightíček. Někde.
VKS seen on a ward here while they try to death rush. Team Secret Wales matching it. 3 members move up with Eddie in tow as well. The Kai'Sa that shreds someone, rips them apart. Hero by the wayside as well. And as Eddie reaches towards this mid-wave, 2 minutes 20, we wait for the Baron. I mean, it doesn't... It's a 12,000 gold lead with Infernal Soul. You know, it should be done.
Čekají na toho Barona.
It just feels like you see a lot of these games and you're like... Yeah, it should just be ended. And Team Secret Wales are so good at advancing a lead, but sometimes their confidence can also be the death. I've seen enough of their games, and that is how I feel.
Yeah, sometimes it can be a little bit of these hiccups as they start to move forward. Like, they are very good at team fighting and finding ways to get advantages, but when it comes towards macro and these
Mám YouTube Premium, díky Tomáši, díky chlapi. Ono by to mělo být, no, že když máš YouTube Premium, tak já z toho mám víc cashu na YouTube. Za koukání.
Close out that game against a team that really understands how to move around the map, and for Team Secret Wales, it means they're now stuck here for a minute and a half until this Baron comes up. But once they have that reason to force a fight, I think that's where we'll see them pop off as far as, I don't know if you want to be here.
Isto is by himself, but he does have a GA. He can buy time for Taki to join in, and remember, Eddie can just fly. Also has a Seekers himself, and that'll be his Zhonya's soon. VKS are grouping up as 2, 3, 5 behind actually in total. Trimby gets tagged away. Eddie will not ulti in this time. Bolt breaker, maybe trying to prove me wrong.
Je fakt budou čekat prostě vole na toho Barona v týfi.
Eddie gets a chance to step up.
It's just, it's so hard with the relatively short range composition to actually clear out the inhibitor turrets. So now, 45 seconds for Baron. It's more about Team Secret Wales keeping VKS.
Nejlepší, ale jako VKS chcou fight na Elderovi. Oni prostě Barona budou ignorovat, podle mě. A měli by fightit toho Eldera, protože když se jim povede smajtnout Eldera a stealnout Eldera, tak to ještě můžou vyhrát.
Seconds on Baron. Control here. Dire burst Trimby down to half HP. He's got time to get back. So does Samus as well. Dire jumps back in.
Zkouší to.
The poke doesn't connect from Eddie in the meantime. A flag for Vision. A control ward to help out Team Secret Wales.
Jako hledaj, ale nemůžou najít. Nebo se bojí, že to, protože také to jednou pointila.
The jungle is dark and full of whales. And with 5 seconds now, the Baron's going to spawn, and these mammals are going to kick it off.
Jak dobrý bylo Game of Thrones, udělal Game of Thrones referenci, ty pičo, co ti jebe, co to je za damage.
Yeah, I thought Jarvan could maybe face check it, but that's
ne, ale oni by ani neměli kontestit a stealovat toho Barona, oni by si to měli nechat... Měli by jít prostě na toho Eldera, no. Za 2 minuty bude Elder a Jarvan to musí stealnout toho Eldera, a když to stealne, tak to můžou vyhrát, by the way. To by bylo... jestli to stealne Jarvan a vyhrál ten fight, tak je to...
So now this one has to do some work. 14k gold lead. Dagda, it would be...
Tomáši, tohle je BO1 na YouTube, tohle je BO1, takže ten fearless v té BO1 moc nefunguje. BO3 budou potom, když seš o vypadnutí nebo o postoupení ze Swiss stage.
Show us how it's done. Teleport going to be burned. Team Secret Wales are going to start their siege on bot. Mid already taken care of by Hero. Samus just trying to get his own jungle, but even that.
Tady musí cleanout všechny vizi, vědět přesně Team Secret Wales, kde náhodou mají vardičky. Synknout vlny.
And also,
a dát toho Eldra, no.
minute 20 until that Elder Dragon, having the Baron buff that they can continuously shove in and then fall back to Elder is going to make it really difficult for VKS. I don't see a world where they're able to hold on to these towers, and then it's a Nexus defense against an Elder Dragon.
Flashing Gate na Ryze ho. Teď nečeká, oni tohle nečekali. Manshot. Oni si mysleli, že půjdou Eldra a instantní engage. To bylo nečekané. Actually tohle bylo smart. Protože i já jsem byl ty piče, ten tým nic nedělá, ty kokoni budou hrát Elder Draka a najednou boom. The unseen blade. Říká se. A tady to fakt sedělo, protože ty vole, oni mě prostě unudili k smrti a já na to čumím a říkám, ty vole, ty dementi ze spodu Eldra a bude to Elder fight. A pak najednou to úplně. Takže dobré. Tak jo, já si běžím udělat rychle snídaní.
We got a dive comp in their BO1.
Yeah, showing exactly what they were known for in the region, showing
rychle si běžím udělat snídaní. A za chvilku je CFO proti Fnatic, budem jako CFO jsou favoriti proti Fnatic.
I feel like as well, you know, Trumby really hard in that game. VKS had an opportune moment, at least in the early to mid game, but that was kind of taken away. His first win of Swiss stage. It's a big thing. Getting 1 and 0 on the board takes away a lot of nerves. Gives you that head start, and in the best of ones, you need that. All it takes again is one game. That's the beauty of them. All you need is one good draft, one good moment, one good game.
And heartbreak going to be for a lot of the VKS fans. Again, this was kind of their main hope. It felt like this could be the squad to take it down, or to get it done. And unfortunately, not today against the VCS.
No, not today, but as we're headed for a break, Trimby will be joining us on the other side to break down that game and help us introduce Game 2 between Fnatic and CFO. Thank you very much, Trimby, and stay tuned. Vault Breaker in, looking for their engage. Eddie repositions in the back of the fight, and Disarmus is down first. Trimby went in, but just to die. While the Renekton was juicy meat, but you can't eat Crocodile today. Instead, try and eat Eddie, who flashes away. Set up from Boal, the all-out, the true damage, waiting for that to come in, because Kazante, no! He goes up, Boal went up, and Eddie went south. Miru sets up and flash away from Darius. History re-engages. Not only did he steal the Herald, but he just stole away LTA South.
An update is required. Financial system updating. System updated.
We will dance to get.
The future of money is here. Feels good.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Ty parchance.
welcome back to the
got a sneak peek already.
Yeah, we're getting spoiled here already as Trimby is joining us after this first game of Swiss Stage. Trimby, I'm so sorry, but I'm so happy that you're joining us here. It's really nice to see you back at Worlds.
Hello, yeah, we just got demolished.
Oh my God, no!
But yeah, it's really nice to be here. Yeah, seeing familiar faces is really wonderful, and yeah, I thought this was one of the better draws we could have had, so I hope the next draw is going to be even better. That's all I can say.
Like, were you expecting this from Team Secret Wales?
Yeah, I did expect, because, right, of course, we saw, like, from their POV that they were very happy, right? Of course, I mean, we're from, it's a Brazilian team, LTA South, very underestimated for reasons unknown, but I do think LCP is underestimated on this tournament. And when I watched their games, even versus CFO, when they, of course, they got 3-0'd, they were just fighting so well, right? And I knew this would happen today. And I knew that for myself, we are a team that sometimes struggle to find proper fights. So you could clearly see it during this game.
What was your experience so far? Just like, of course, coming into Beijing, like boot camping a little bit, just like practicing, scrimming a little bit. So what has been your experience so far?
We had very little time here because of some difficulties with the plane, sadly. But no, it's not really like from Riot side problems. Basically, airline just canceled our flight. So we came here way later than we were supposed to. And then, of course, like since we were coming from Brazil to China, it's like quite big of a time difference. Yeah. It's like 11 hours. So yeah, the jet lag did hit, but that's just excuses. You know, at the end of the day, we should have shown better. And I do think, yeah, if we're going to play like this, it's not going to be a long tournament for us. I
know you've always been a perfectionist, Trimby, and you're going to be looking at improving here. Of course, the early game was so chaotic, like it started right off the bat. What made it difficult for you guys?
I think the problem is that I think we realized properly that we actually can fight level 1. The problem was that our target selection was just off completely, so their carries were hitting all the time, while basically we were hitting Vi, who was like the most useless level 1 like character from an enemy team. So that's why I think the fight was as sketchy as it looked. I still think we came back a little bit, but just the way they fought like so many times, which we knew they will, because they like to fight every single objective they can. It was just superior, you know, to us.
Yeah, I mean, it felt like Miru had kind of stabilized the game, because the Rise getting a solo kill in mid lane as well. But really, it just felt that around that Herald, the game just broke at that point.
It was just hard because they had control all the time, and then even though we knew where they could have potentially be, right, on the Atakan, on a different fights in the jungle, it just felt impossible, right? They just made their fights proper, like they got a certain angles, and they knew how to execute them, so it was just tough.
Yeah, that was the thing too, because usually game 1s, especially for a Worlds event, you expect a little nerves, playing slower for a lot of teams. But then the Otacon pull, I felt like was like, oh, okay, they're willing to do it. They're pulling Renekton up. They're just willing to take the fight. So the confidence from a team like this is something that I personally didn't expect.
No, it was really not, like, by them, of course. Like, for us, was not nice at all. They started that objective. We were hoping we could get, like, 2 items on our champs. But, they really just pulled it out. We even knew where they were, but it was just hard to fight. I think we trolled, of course, our positioning a little bit. Yeah. And I think we could have contested it from different angles. But yeah, actually, they just played really good.
Something we've been talking about the fact that you're returning to that international stage, and you tasted Swiss stage before. You know how difficult it can be. Any guidance that you've been able to provide your teammates to make sure that even this game, it's not going to matter. You guys are going to come back.
I mean, I tried to make them realize that even though, right, like the team we just played, it just felt like it's like a good chance for us to win. It's still, they're at Worlds, right? There's a reason they're here, and they're playing in League with the big guys, you know, the CFO, then with the PSG, the GAM before, and they, of course, screamed other teams. Like, we are behind as a region, of course, so we need to understand that and make sure that we are, like, ready for anything that can happen, but that's, of course, hard.
Yeah, I mean, 100 Thieves in North America definitely recognize that too. You guys definitely like are a team that will build up very quickly. So,
okay, I'll be honest, they are worse than us. I'll be honest.
Oh my God!
I'm sorry, but
it is what it is. I'm trying to cope.
No, you should. I really hope. I really hope they'll show today well. But I also hope they lose, so we can play them.
Oh my God, I'm ready for it. All right, I'm ready for it.
That's gonna be a banger. That's what
yes,
it's gonna be a banger.
it's LCS versus CB LOL. That's what it really is all about. Okay.
I love this. You're humbling him. That's what he needs.
We got your honesty, but we need to get your honesty on the next matchup too. Because surely you can give the EU boys some hope, right? Right, Trimby?
Tell it to him straight.
And your former brothers.
Okay, so this game looked really bad, right? Of course. But I actually believe in my team, and I actually think I can do quite a bit, like with this team. And EU did today. I actually think they can do well. I saw.
That's what I want to hear.
I looked at first at the match. I was like, oh shit. Okay, but then I rethought about it, and I actually think the matches are not as bad as people think. I think G2 can actually win, and I do think even FlyQuest can win. Like, it's not the end. I actually think they could be like the ones getting on top.
What about Fnatic?
What about Fnatic? Like, have you screamed?
What was that?
No.
Whoa,
the thing
whoa.
is, think about it from this perspective.
Yes.
We just played.
Yes.
And CFO is much better. Like, much better, okay?
That's true.
And I'll be honest, I played Fnatic in scrims.
Yeah.
They're not much
Zkus
better.
resetnout Alerty, pak by počítadlo mělo fungovat. Alerts,
no, but
refresh.
I believe, of course, I'm a person who played in Fnatic.
Yeah.
I hope they win. I hope they win.
If there was one matchup you wanted to look at for
Refreshnul jsem
Fnatic,
to.
what would it be? Something you want to keep an eye on.
Wow, I think the mid lane matchup is gonna be really crazy. I think enemy mid laner is actually the MVP of the league, for sure.
Oh yeah.
And then it's like Poby who just came freshly, right?
Mě zajímá AD matchup a mid matchup, no.
You picked the right matchup.
I was about to say, that's what we want to have an eye on.
We completely agree with you that Hongq is kind of the guy from the LCP. It feels like that, especially, we've gotten to see him at every international this year, and he's only gotten better. It feels like it. The ramp up from this man is incredible, whereas Poby only came in this summer split, but the dynamic change that he brought to Fnatic, it felt like it was very much needed. And I mean, you've had, I guess, both the positives and negatives of playing in that Fnatic environment, and sometimes a change is something that you just need to make happen, and that's what he's brought to this team.
Yeah, exactly. The same for us with Icon with Noah, right? And for the summer, it just changed everything, the dynamic, and it felt like we could have even won the whole thing, right? Of course we didn't, but we were doing solid, and even until Worlds, right? I think we lost to Weibo.
Jsem nějak moc frajer, že já jsem šel spát 10 večer a zbudil se 6 ráno po pohodě.
They played T1 later, like, it wasn't that bad. Like, we actually played well. I was really happy with that.
Go ahead.
Something that surprised me with Poby is like, you're just listening on the comms when I'm just watching as, of course, as a viewer. And he's like actively communicating and like setting up for plays for the team. So that's something that I didn't expect with Poby coming in with the rookie, like that rookie aspect. But he's been, I feel like, a really blessing for that team.
Absolutely. Yeah, that's going to be one of the most interesting matchups we have in this upcoming game. Trimby, sadly, we have to let you go. It's been great having you on the desk. Do you have any closing thoughts, either on you, anything, the fans, anything you want to have? The floor is yours.
Guys, we're not that bad, okay? Please. Like, please. It was just first game. I can have a lot of excuses. I don't want to put them, but I really hope EU is going to do well. Same for NA. I actually hope Western teams can actually do well, because this is a day that, even though might look a bit cooked from matchups perspective, I actually think it's way closer than people think.
All right. Well, I love the hope or the cope or whatever it is. It's amazing having you back on the international.
Thank you. I appreciate everything.
Thank you so much. Send him some love. And we're going to keep on talking about this matchup, of course, because, well, scrims might look bad, but Fnatic made it here. In the end, how did that happen, Phineas? You were there. You saw that in 4K with me in Madrid.
Yes. I mean, Fnatic, they've had a very interesting year. Like, starting off at the beginning of the year, we actually had high expectations because we looked at that roster on paper and we thought, with the addition of Upset and Mickey, it's looking pretty damn good. But then they needed to make changes happen because
to byl nejlepší entry od Razorka, co kdy někdo dal.
The changes needed to come, and they came at just the right time. Entering into summer, we saw the evolution start to come, the confidence return, and we saw a kind of difference in Razork. It felt like that Poby brought a new dynamic to the team, and it's so far worked very well for them, especially given that they had a masterclass performance against KC.
And of course you would turn to him. Some roads lead to him, the greatest of some times, and it feels like when it comes to Fnatic, like sometimes it's all the time. This is an organization that has been to Worlds constantly. The last time they couldn't make it was like 2016, and of course, like, people didn't expect it in this case. But I mean, personally, I'll just talk about myself. I didn't expect Fnatic to be able to make it here. I was thinking about K-Corp, the first TAM representative, but no, I felt as though Razork and Poby were great. Upset and Mickey X were stars to me. So like, it's fun to be able to see this team, and yeah, I'm looking forward to them.
Yeah, and it's going to be interesting because as Trimby was saying,
CFO,
another beast. Not a team that you want to outcount. They made all 3 internationals this year, and I feel like they keep on getting better every time.
And I really want to emphasize for any just international watchers, if you're only tuning into Worlds, CFO is the team you really can't afford to underestimate. And like as Trimby just said, when we think about what we just saw on stage, CFO is a tier up. And that is exactly what Fnatic is going to be going up against. So it definitely feels like an uphill battle for Fnatic here in their debut game.
100%. I mean, Honkyu, we already sung his praises and how he's developed throughout the year. He's like player of the year, rookie of the year. He's part of the team of the year for the team. Like everybody looked towards Honkyu and the development that he had, and it stemmed from MSI. So please, you're only watching Worlds. What are you doing? I feel like MSI is so fun too.
I hope so. I hope so.
Yeah. A minute away here from these casters. They're actually ready to take on the stage. It is CFO versus Fnatic, and it starts right now.
Oh boy, as a European caster, I am scared. I am scared. CFO, it wasn't just at MSI, to quote Rise, it was also at First Stand, where they beat Top Esports, and they almost got into a big bout with KC. Luckily, KC got through, but man, Rob, this team is one of the best developed this year, and they're the top in LCP. It's not even close.
Yeah, it's not even a contest. They've won all 3 splits in the LCP. They're the only team in the world that has been to every international event of this year.
Wow.
And they only lost a single series over the entire year, which was right the way back in season kickoff versus Team Secret Wales. This is a team that has been on a run for such a long time. And now we got to see if Fnatic can find that spark that they found in Madrid
Musím ho dát, abych stihl komentovat. Tady je tolik dotazů na mě, já nemůžu odpovídat.
Seafood versus a bunch of Fanatics and one GOAT. Now, or Ghost, I should say. Dagda, this team is highly conditional. Earlier in the year, 8-1 in winter. Fnatic had a really good start. It fell down a little bit, and then in summer, if you weren't watching the LEC, it should have been KC who was here. Everyone was saying it. KC, MKOI, G2. But then here comes Fnatic out of nowhere and beats them into the dirt. And I think a big part of it is the mentality in the team is so much higher now. The vibes are good, and it's kind of what Poby brings. He's got stability, and they lean on that, and it's working.
Yeah, I think it's the fact that Poby has managed to now really integrate himself well with the team. He's a massive voice on the roster as to what they want to do, how they should be operating in games, and they're starting to figure out how they want to use him in these early stages to find that success, particularly around the bottom side of the map. Although, as we say that, in the last
Typky nezajímá nějaký CFO, vole,
where they managed to take down KC.
Fnatic, ty tam čekají na
It was
D1.
Oscar Rinnan who stepped up massively to take down Kana, to find a bunch of these solo kills against what was considered the best top laner in the LEC, and just turn this entire story around.
Storylinky poslední turnaj hráče Andreje, hele, T1 klasicky sledovat.
So today our only question is, how much
DAY
does
je to
he
hodně
love the
na
game
Borovce.
right now when he's
Tady
going up against
CFO, tak jejich midař a AD carry jsou mega goats. Jsou z minor regionu, ale poráží major regiony na internationalech, jako je čínský region, v pohodě zničili minule.
High expectations for a reason. How much damage will they do at this international?
Takže tady to bude jako CFO jsou favoriti proti Fnatic, jo, jenom
Drivers wanting to play range tops. He can play more dynamic tops. Rest has been banned from range top laners, so that means Driver can pull out the works here. Oscar's going to be on his game.
Yeah, Oscar are going to have to try and step up, but I think across the board, like Junja has been exceptional for this roster. Kaiwing and Junja have been such a focal point in the early stages.
Nějaký inside info z Krymu nemám. A čistě hypoteticky, když je někdo milionář, může financovat takový low turnaj. Funky, jestli jsi milionář, můžeš financovat mě a já takový low turnaj můžu udělat. Musíš být fakt jako multi-billionaire, aby si mohl udělat podobný turnaj jako je Worlds, a to je v Saudské Arábii. Oil Money udělali ten jejich turnaj. Orianna, Ambessa, Kai'Sa, Ryze je open zase. Ryze je hrozně OP, Aurora je silná, ale za mě Ryze je nejsilnější pick teďka. Tak uvidíme, jestli piknou Ryze. Piknou Ryze, klasika.
seems to be the premier mid laner. And then the question is, do you still go back towards the Jarvan? Do you prefer the Wukong? Though Wukong did get nerfed just a little bit, but
Honk poběne, uvidíme. Jako pobě mega good, Honk je mega good, takže podle mě spíš Honk než pobě, ale jak
this has kind of been the go-to for Fnatic in a lot of situations. It's, hey, we want Poby on
Talia Vi,
something
OK, ale Ryze si myslím, že je mega silný. Jako Ryze je dobrý do Talia Vi, protože je tanky. Ty ho nevanshotneš s těma dvoma.
Not his best champion this year for Razork, but I digress. Still something that can press the button. A good synergy.
Razork je jediný, kdo umí hrát Vi. Eloy a Razork ví, jak hrát Vi v Evropě, jinak nikdo jiný neumí.
Good jaws.
Zinza okamžitě lock-in, OK, podička. Zinza Ryze, za mě velice silný. Sion, nevím, proč nikdo nepikoval Siona minulou hru, ale tady to prostě insta pikneš. Že CFO ví, kámo, zatím mega dobrý komplej. Tady Talia Vi bude mít problém zabíjet jak Zina, jak Ryzeho, tak Siona. A Kai'Sa je v banu, takže oni jako tady mají docela dobře přečtený Fnatic.
But I think Kai'Sa going to be the last pick here for Fnatic because that's what they've traditionally gone for. But actually, with the Kai'Sa gone, it's going to be the Ezreal.
Yeah, Ezreal looks like the best option here.
Jak poznáš, že umí hrát Vi na rozdíl od ostatních Marků strašně moc her. Sledoval jsem Evropu a věděl jsem, jak to umí hrát tam. A když jsem se tomu kompetitivně věnoval profesionálně 12 let a trénoval jsem League of Legends, tak vím. Fnatic nemají damage. No jako zatím ne, no. Jako nemají low damage comp, ale nemají high damage comp do těch, do Zina, do Siona, do Ryzeho. Musíš pochopit, že Sion a Ryze jsou prostě mega tanci. Uvidíme 4-5, jako hele, jenom je to trošičku favoritovaný CFO. Není to nějak extrémně favoritovaný. Ale uvidíme.
As Corki goes as well, that's a bit of mobility and addition taken away, but that Zyra is still open for CFO.
I'm curious though if they banned the Gwen, because that was what Oscar Ridden had a really good showing on in playoffs.
Kamo, ten Grabs má mega zajímavou tu vrásku na tom čele.
Opening up that opportunity for Oscar Ridden to be a bit of a carry. Rek'Sai also something we've seen him go towards and actually going to be banned away there by CFO.
Marku má dobrý engage, ta Vi neumírá. Ale Razork problém je, Razorkova Vi je dobrá do levelu 16. Na levelu 16 je to automaticky insane bad. Typek začne mít Vipo syndrom.
So top lane match here, counterpick support. That's what we're thinking right
now. Tak, Sivir ban, okay.
I think you go with the
Shoga top lane.
So an old counterpick that we got to see a little bit in the LEC, but
Santa,
obviously I think you can go for the Gwen.
Ale zase Oscar Xante je good.
To just get your needlework to follow through, but it's going to be the K'Sante instead. Another pick that he's been very strong on, and in this position, if I'm CFO, I go for the Xayah because self-peel from the Vi, good matchup, good way
Rakan by to bylo insane, no.
All the things that you want to.
No, a kolistu nebylo. Ty pičo, to ne, vole. To není dobrý do Talie. Talia Vi to není good.
Maybe they just try and match and I mean we're going to have some
ne. MF? Caitlyn, let's go! Kámo, tohle jsem čekal, že všichni budou pikovat. Caitlynko, insane. Insane. Ale Xayah Rakan by byla taky hodně popiči, upřímně. Xayah Rakan by bylo popiči, ale Caitlynko je dobrý. Já jsem čekal, že Caitlyn bude first pickovaná na Worlds prostě. A zatím není, ale možná bude, možná začne.
Can enable and trying to deter Razork.
Jako tady je CFO draft komplet gap, ti říkám. Tady je to 70-30 třeba. Jako Ezreal now to lose.
I think Mickey, although he can end on picks like this with hard engage, the Alistar, the Norn, he also has some of his best moments on it as well. While we asked what form is Oscar in coming into today,
já si loknu typáč a začnu prostě sázet. Ne, nedělejte to, kurva, nedělejte. Já jsem idiot, co jsem to řekl, vole. Neslezej, do not gamble. Chat, jestli sázíte, raději pošlete do mě, je to stejný. Přijdete o peníze, já z toho budu mít radost. Aspoň já z toho budu mít radost.
Kamol
tutovka.
This team destroyed them in the finals.
Ale Kate Nico se mi hodně líbí, no.
CFO are the best the region has to offer, and it's not even close. And this is the most impressive team I have seen out of the
dneska
region
G2 musí porazit TES. A můžou. Podle mě G2 TES bude vyrovnaný zápas.
It is a very, very tough opponent to come up against. And honestly, I think it's incredible to see that CFO have risen into that position, right? Like they hold that legacy in the region of teams like Flash Wolves and that. But LCP as a whole, having them just constantly at the top has been an insane run for them as we get the MKOI fans.
One game!
Kolik hrál G2? Wall Sports. Mám pocit, že to je druhý zápas od konci. Ve 12? Ve 12 mám pocit. Nebo v 1? Komu by víc pomohlo BO3, Fnatic nebo CFO? Za mě CFO jsou favoriti. A když je někdo favorit, tak BO3 všeobecně pomáhá víc. Jo, oni tady se snaží získat level 1 vizi, aby věděli, jestli bude lane swap nebo nebude. Že Ezreal Nautilus chce swapnout proti Kate Nico. Holtrož, děkuju za 50 korun. Děkuju. Saď mi to na CFO, dík. Dal bys tam pade Holtrož, jo, teďka na to. Ale upřímně jediný sázení, co já dokážu jako říct, že to je v pohodě, ale zároveň není, je, že prostě když se díváš na nějakou hru a chceš si ji víc užít a dáš tam třeba kilečko, že si sadíš jenom stovečku, aby si to víc užil, víš co. Ale to je pro každýho, to číslo je jiný. Jsem měl kámoše, co takhle sázal na fotbal a prostě si sadil 2 kila na fotbal a pak tomu týmu fandil 40krát víc. Ale pro každýho je to jiný číslo. A navíc, když začneš takhle sázet málo, tak potom tě to vstáhne do toho, aby si sázel víc. Takže GG, takže to na hovno anyway. To nevím, hook level 1 není good. Proč oni změnili tu Nico na tom spectatu, že to nepoznáš? Kámo, nevím, Kate Nico, tohle bude šílený. Lantern, děkuju za gifta, děkuju, užij si MS Vorot z ikonky. Že co všechno vám to dá, když dáte tier 1 suba, anebo gifta. To Kate Nico do Ezreal Nautilus, to je unplayable pro Ezreal Nautilus, legit. Víš, že ona prostě blokne, Nico dokáže bloknout, hook, vždycky. Jako Mickey to dobře zvládnul tady. Jako blind hooknul Nico, ale hej, stejně prohrávají. Se divím, že fakt nehrajou Caitlyn ty Voros ADčka. Měl jít Barda, upřímně no. Opravil jsem Pedro Alert, může to někdo vyzkoušet. Je tady Zafal Rage. Jako můžu říct, že od té doby, co není Pedro Alert, tak mi přišlo tak 4krát mi donatů za poslední 2 měsíce. Poslední 2 měsíce jsou velice slabý donatově. Jako nejslabší celý rok. Kate Nico, ale tohle to budou hrát kolem botu a když Junji asi pohlídá botlane, což zatím vypadá, že si hlídá, tak tady nic moc nemůžou. Jako Fnatic mají odhoven draft, no. Troval to rozbil, já vím, že to rozbil Troval, no. Kámo, upset musí zuřit. On úplně nesnáší, když hraje prohrávající linky botlane. Daj víček. To bylo ale dobře zahrál. Zahrál strašně dobře. Mickey je insane, by the way. To bylo insane, jak flashnul a... Mickey zachránil upseta. Viděli jste to? Ale Junja to dojebal. kdyby Junja nešel in a nechal Nautiluse takhle jako flash auto technout Niko. Bro, Sion prostě.
It has not been looking good for Oscar in the top side. Manages to take a ton of damage in the early stages, and now a solo kill on so much of this CS. Going to go to the tower, will be able to TP back in, but still, look at that CS
nemá winning bot lane, ale já musím říct, Mickey zachránil bot lane. Já to nemůžu říct, jak důležitý, já nevím, jestli to chápete, jak důležitý bylo to, co udělal Mickey. Tam byl free double kill, pro Junjiu a Doga.
Upset still behind in CS because they have to try and outplay.
Kefe, díky za ty jedničku, uživej ikonky.
Razork is a level up. Room Prison starts us off. Smite comes down. Junja's behind.
Dobrý dodge.
Connects the tangle bar point. Matic as Junja is in so much more trouble. Razork, the damage is beautiful as he flashes away the kill, and the deed is done. Honku now in trouble himself. He gets Phaedra. He runs out. Wants to re-engage with Driver now jumping in, but he doesn't have an ulti. A siphon shove yet again. Poby 2 for 2 in the play.
Ale Poby už je chytá. Kámo, kdyby ten dive na botu měl projít i přes to, co udělal Mickey, ale Mickey to zahrál tak dobře, že to neprošlo. On zaultí pryč a vyzolní ho.
And Oscar gets a bit of revenge for the previous play.
I was hoping, even though he wouldn't get the kill, that he could just deny Driver all the CS on the top side and try and prevent him hitting level 6 himself. But Mickey,
Fighting shot doesn't connect this time. Honku steps into it. Beautifully done from the CFO mid laner. Both Mickey and Poby will fail to
Ale
land.
Phase Rush je tak strašně broken. Čau, díky za zábavu v angličtině, nemáš zač, Megíku. Ty vole, ale ještě jednou, jo, ten botlane dive, co ten Mickey tam, kdyby tam Junja zahrál dobře a viděl, co dělá Mickey, že tam flashuje na Niko, aby jakoby cancelnul ten dive, tak by si Zinzal počkal s tím divem a dali by double kill taky. To bylo all or nothing. To bylo all or nothing, ten dive, jakoby ten play od Mickeyho.
I feel like this is bigger than that. People calling him baby faker, you know, because
ale Driver hrál Siona, i když Sion nebyl OP, že? Si pamatuju, to bylo First End nebo MSI?
Who knows the kind of damage he'll do at this international, let alone the ones to come.
And especially when in finals he's going up
Neuroši musíš dát černou suba, aby to ukázalo suba. Když dáš F5 a máš tam takový to šernou suba, tak to zobrazí toho suba, jenom. Pokud to neuděláš, tak to nezobrazí suba. Takže děkuji za 4 měsíce, Neuroš. Já jsem takhle sneaknul 100 subů u Vojty, že mám 100 měsíců suba u Vojty.
Actually, using that realm warp to the top side, looks like they want to go for a bit of a swap and get Honku into a side lane.
Tvoje mater do piči, jo, hele, Worlds bude ještě příští měsíc, takže by to mělo ještě být. Ale jestli si to chceš pojistit, tak můžeš dát jednoho giftíka, no. 15 CS na botu, Kate Niko. Quartermaster, děkuji za 23 měsíců, děkuji chlapi. To je 600 goldů Sion, 300 goldů Caitlyn. To je nepříjemný, no. Ale mají tam... Ale mají ten damage, tohle jsem se bál, že prostě oni nemají damage, protože vole Rice je broken do Talia. To jsem říkal přesně v tom draftu, pamatujete? Říkám, kámo, Rice je dobrý.
No to mě pomrdej.
Honky to nentil. Jsem furt nějak sick, jak jsem měl ten...
The plays around Fnatic's Poby are picking up pace here as Mickey now doesn't actually get to get away. Driver doesn't really have the damage, I think, to change
Driver se snaží najít Mickeyho.
Mickey has the flash stretch lines, Riptide's out. It was also that Razork could get a grub. 2 now available.
Jeden grabík pro Fnatic, to je dobrý, tohle vine, svině. Šmejdíku, suby na telefonu jsou mega drahý, no. Hlavně z toho máš 60 korun jako streamer. Ale tady jsem říkal ty vole Rice, že prostě neumře do té Talia Vi. Ale proč jde zpátky tady jako úplně to najímký. Plus to by ho nezabilo.
And these flicks have been perfect. And again, the fact that he ends up getting the stone toss through first means he's set up, and you can see there, Fnatic squad looking happy.
Yeah, it is not a bad start. As you said, you know, Poby's been involved in both plays, and so has
tak hraje even. Caitlyn je ahead, Sion je ahead, to jsou problémky. Talia Vi jsou ahead. Což je nepříjemný pro Caitlyn Nico, ale pro Zina Raizeho a Sion je to v pohodě. Že je Talia ahead.
Lack of including Poby in these early plays and getting him around the map, and now there's a heavy focus on actually playing towards him, and it's working out well.
In summer, they improved on that. This feels like an even better step in the right direction.
No.
Like Poby was kind of played around a little
Ale
bit
čumím,
more.
že všechny ty Caitlyn staví attack speedboty jako první.
We talked about it a bit earlier on. Doggo in his lane, he got a bit of a CS lead, but this Caitlyn hasn't really skyrocketed out. I think there was a bit of plating taken, but
jako je to safe, nemůžeš umřít s tou Caitlyn, ale nemáš damage. Je to mám špatný ten overlay, pardon. Jurko, děkuji za ty jedničku.
Like CFO are doing good things, right? Because you've got the early dragon for themselves. They do have a lead for Doggo that they can look to play through, even using the barrier there to prevent his reset from being interrupted. And now he can start to put pressure on towards other lanes. Like you can see, turret plates are gone, and oh, hang on.
All out's going to come through. True damage is nice. Driver running for his life. There was a solo kill before, but now there's help from Joe. Flip comes out. He dashes away, and there's a bit of space created with a decimating smash. Oscar's gone too far. The shield out. It's Cassante, and Oscar in it manages to save the day.
Máš chybu v titlu, šéfe, jak to?
Now, which for if you have a dragon fight upcoming, or even those next Rift Trial, hang on, here we go.
Rumlock does come out. Poby sets out the rocks in place.
Sendují to in.
Turret aggro not there, and the
Ten damage taky nemají, nikdo nemá damage.
Razork also shows his face. True Shot Barrage flies near, and Driver also TPs in.
This is what I was going to say. CFO, even though they aren't leading in the gold lead, they are still a team that is very good at keeping this pressure up, even if they don't have that tempo advantage, and making plays on both sides of the map, managing to not really get much there, but at least you're burning like a flash on towards the Cassante and keeping this bottom lane turret in check and not letting Poby continue to get more gold.
Poby sitting at a lost chapter for now. More gold will equal that first item a little bit earlier as well. As gold is dead even. Dragons up in 45 seconds. First one went to CFO, and this upset just kites away from Kaiwing's pressure. Mickey's found at the same time. I feel like the second dragon would be a really nice start for CFO again to keep leveraging their pressure we're talking about.
Yeah, and I think that's where it is going to be difficult for Fnatic, as Kaiwing looking for upset, but
upset knows.
He's counted.
A little bit obvious, yeah.
But here's the thing, right? Like, you have Doggo who's controlling this push on
jako ta Caitlyn bude štípat, ta bude
starting
štípat.
to get some chip damage on the turret. They can also use that pressure to go for Dragon. This Sion is huge. This Sion is already becoming a bit of a problem, and you talked about it in the Champ Select. You don't really have anyone that can kill us.
Oh my god, broken Sion, ale vysvětli mi to.
Driver does it again, both his kills, and now solo bolos.
Point in case, Driver is a problem, and he's driving it home as he manages to pick up the kill on the bottom side. Right as Dragon spawns, you don't have Poby available. CFO want to look for a play. Pop Blossom nearly available for
Kamo! Vole, už 5 měsíců to má dostat nerv.
Ale nemáš citistiváku a nějaký skurvenej vole balans, kterého Diago má rád, takže buffuje si ho na kombo.
Mám takový nervy na ten balance team, takový nervy, vole. Představ si, ty můžeš blind picknout Siona, který nemá counterpick, neprohrává proti ničemu, je to full tank a dává ti one shot. Má flash ult, kterou na to nejde zareagovat na flash ult v teamfightu.
But Poby had already started walking top. He knew that he wasn't needed for the play, so they managed to hold on to the summer spell and that ultimate on the Talia, while also forcing CFO.
A má to, vole, on má v 13. minutě 600 HP jenom z pasivky. Prostě co to je, bro, co to je za hovno? Co to je za hovno? Vysvětli mi to, kdo si může myslet, že tohle je balance.
Doing the dying part fairly well.
We talked a little bit in draft about problem killing Sion. Sion has 2 kills.
No a kdo kurva zabije Siona, vole? Ten ale driver je fakt dobrý topař. Ona i na tom MSI hrál strašně dobře. Kastři jsou nahlas, tak vydrž, já to slomem. To mi musíte říct tady tyhle ty věci, já to neslyším.
But at some point, you're going to have to try and deal with what is going to be a fairly beefy squad. I think that's where Fnatic are going to struggle. And the fact that you aren't winning out on the sideline against the Sion with either the Talia or the Cassandra is definitely an issue.
Já se musím dívat, jak hraje tu Caitlyn, ten Dogo, protože ten Dogo je mladý super talent, vole. Driver je OTP Sion, no on hrál toho Siona i když ten Sion nebyl bufflej, no. On to hrál, však on to hrál, ty vole, rok zpátky bez tak na first standu, no. Už má 800 nebo 700 HP z pasivky XDD. Pav top. Pav top lane, guys. Weak roll.
Mickey's been good with the angle of hooks, but sidestepping has been clutch. I mean, CFO showing why there.
Fight. Razor straight up 1v1 prohrává. Niko, OK. Wow, flash ult Sion. To, co jsem říkal. Na to nejde zareagovat. Dívej. Na to nejde zareagovat. On prostě ult flashne a dá knock-up. To nejde zareagovat. To můžeš být, vole, přefetovaný na line of cocaine a nemůžeš nic. Nemůžeš na to zareagovat.
And Junja just saying, I'm going into the pit. I can 1v1 Razork easily. Now you get the objective, you get the fight, you're getting towers. CFO might have just blown open this game.
That was so easy for them as well. I mean, Dagda, maybe the proof's in the pudding, proof's in the comp.
Prostě draft div, ne, tam je draft div a player div. Kámo, ten topař je komplet gapuje, komplet 1v9, komplet 1v9 a Dogo gapuje upset jak blázen, protože mají lepší botlane pick. Bro, Ezreal Nautilus. Týpek měl vzít Barda aspoň.
Has already got a 1.6k goldie, so any sort of like Caitlyn in a trough does not exist, and even that's a bit overrated at this stage. So I think it's just going to be a follow through.
Dívej. A tady zahraje strašně Junja dobře, nastakuje si kvéčko, flash engage nerazorka, boom, one shot nemu hlavu a teď sleduj. Niko ultne jenom 2 lidi, neflashuje in a dívej, Sion flash ult. Bro, ale já chci vidět Sion flash ult, boom.
And it's easy for CFO to play the front to back when they've already caught key members of Fnatic.
Fnatic draft nemá damage, no já jsem to říkal v tom draftu, že to Fnatic je... Hele, zatím jsem, kolik mám predictions correct? 3 ze 3. 3 ze 3 correct predictions.
1.3k gold lead for him. Also, side note, Doggo just chilling away, farming 1.6k with the global gold that he's also partaken in. And for CFO, next objective is 40 seconds away. It's that third dragon. The Fnatic have to think, well, is it really worth it to fight them at the moment?
Už mám 900 HP z pasivky.
There's an item all along the board, but don't we need 2 of them, Dagda?
But the thing is, why do you try and play as Fnatic? They're going to make an attempt at this top.
Já jsem včera typoval 3-1 T1 před sérií a oni fakt vyhráli 3-1, no. To byl můj tip.
Can pop that down and try and keep himself safe, but looks like doesn't want any part of it. So Fnatic just going to look for the top trade instead as CFO like, cool, we'll just handshake the mid tower instead.
No pozor, ty fane, ještě, ty vole, ještě podle mě já začnu mít... Já nebudu mít všechno tak korektně, uvidíme. Kozle, nedávejte titly týmu do toho, nebo do titlu nedávej názvy týmu. O, počkej. Obě TP, ale Junja je low, double TP, to je double TP, ale to asi moc neudělá. To asi nic moc neudělá. Dogo musí respektit. Nemají moc damage, no. Prostě nemají absolutně damage. Nulovej damage komp. To je jak MF Lulu z Ezreal Nautilus. Nebo MF Lulu je horší než Ezreal Nautilus, to by fair. Ty pičo, Dogo, ej. Dogo, bro. Dogo tady chce pofarmit klipy. Steelix si děkuji za 28 měsíců. Jak to vypadá pro Evropu? No, jsme věděli, že Fnatic prohraje. Sulčíku děkuji za 19. Proč ne titly názvu týmu? Protože to vždycky musí někdo přepsat, každou hodinu to musí někdo přepisovat. Protože to vždycky někdo z těch moderátorů dojebe a napíše to špatně, nebo tam nenechá ten hashtag. To je druhá věc. A třetí věc je, nevlezou se tam všechny týmy do toho titlu. FlyQuest můžou vyhrát dneska, upřímně. FlyQuest můžou vyhrát dneska. Můžou. Kamal, ani oni nemůžou zabít level 8 Niko, jako halo. Čet, o kolik je horší MF Lulu než Ezreal Nautilus? Upřímně. O kolik si myslíte, že je horší MF Lulu? Vipo není na bench, ne. 4,5 tisíce goldů. Fanatic Bingo a Takan. Tady snaží zabít Siona, jako jsou tu v 5, ale Sion ví.
It's just Fnatic trying to see if they can get anything. If maybe CFO split up wrong as they try to come in to contest the objective and you can find something.
Ale s tou Caitlyn bych upřímně fakt čekal, že Caitlyn prostě začnou first pickovat. Víš, že prostě pikneš 1, 2, 3 Caitlyn. Ne, že budeš jako blue side first pickovat Caitlyn, jako můžeš, ale myslím si, že 1, 2, 3 budeš pickovat Caitlyn na Worlds. A přijde mi brutálně weird, že to ty týmy neví, když prostě tohle se stalo už 2krát, takže když buffnou Caitlyn, tak ji pak first pickuješ, protože tam není counterpick do Caitlyn.
When are we there? I don't even know if it matters, man. I mean, it's the problem with Sion, right? You need something that is a good tank killer and
Ezreal do Siona, XBD. Boom flash ult, ale misnutá. Kdo zabije Siona? No, jako ten Ezreal mohl lechtá, vole. Ono healuje těma kvečkama. Typek one-shotuje a Xanteho s tím Sionem. Halo? Nechci, že dál takový damage. Jo, zabijem Siona, XDD, použijem všechno, co... Teď si na něj použijou celý kombo, nic, vole, 0 damage. Ryze, full combo na Ryze, taky ty vole přežívá, protože prostě týci piknou Talia Vi a CFO pikne Sion Ryze Zin, vole. To je potom zlý. Zabili ho, ale hej. Driver on the backline gets Fnatic nice and busy, but under the turret he cares not, as that's the best result for the third seed of the LEC, but it still looks a bit too hard.
HonkQ got the reset to teleport in, so
Ezreal nemá manu, Poby nemá, no jako Talia má manu a piču to Dogo jak dává Ečku backwards. Měl celou dobu atakovat ataka na Dogo, jediný co udělal trošku hůř.
See what Fnatic can do. Oscar Rinnan at full HP. Again, the Realm Warp comes out after the Atacant, but no one takes it. The main thing is CFO got the Atacant.
To je DRX Caitlyn tohle, nebo co to je za skin? Easy joke.
CFO looking very commanding here. Oscar Rinnan just going to try and be an annoyance, but it's not going to matter. The reset's going to come through, and look at the items that were starting to come through after this fight.
Někdo zabili toho Siona. To ale je crazy, že oni prostě hooknou Ryzeho a nevanshotnou ho, když na něj použijou celý kombo. 3 lidi použijou full kombo na Ryzeho a on neumře. To je tak broken, ten champion. Ryze nemůže mít tak velký damage. Víš, že Ryze nemůže mít tak velký damage a být tak unkillable, to prostě není fair.
Arnold has a quote saying, Arnold Schwarzenegger has a quote saying, if it bleeds, we can kill it. Now, I don't know how that applies with Driver. They did actually kill it. But it took the whole team in the end. Optimism, I don't know. Right now, I feel like CFO, we have to
To není fair? Tak hele, objektivně, vem si to objektivně, jo. Ten Ryze má 2krát větší damage než AD carry, než Caitlyn a má 2krát víc HP. Vysvětli mi, jak je to fair. Proč když mid itemy byly kompletně v pohodě a snapy brečel na mid itemy, že mid itemy jsou na hovno, tak všichni jste byli za snapy. A když já říkám, že AD carry jsou komplet odhoven a AD reálně jsou komplet odhoven, objektivně a vůbec nejsem subjektivní v tomhletom, legit, tak nikdo tomu nevěří a nikdo to nevidí. Potřebuji vysvětlit. Ležíc si pamatuju, jak Snappy říkal, že mid itemy jsou komplet odhovem a bylo to úplně v pohodě. Protože ty berečíš často. Real. Rage bait? Vy mě rage baitíte jenom? Protože to říkáš každý rok, už třeba 10 let, to není pravda. Říkal jsem to v Varus Jin metě, to bylo 5 let zpátky a to bylo fakt odhoven. A říkám to teďka potom co removnuli crit. Moc brečíš. True. Vidíš, že tě do gymu chodím. Protože to říkáš poslední rok, už je to annoying. Bro, ale rok a půl nebo 2 roky v kuse je AD carry minion. Teď jsem koukal na Snappyho tak 5 dní zpět a strašně roustil AD carry, že to není balance a že to jsou topaři a jungle životovém. Kámo, já vyzývám Snappyho, ať jde na týden hrát AD carry. Dám každý den hrát 10 her solo queue AD carry. Říkám ti, po týdnu Snappy řekne, že to je nejvíc useless role ever. Garantuju to, já to garantuju, sadil bych na to celý své mění. Okay, on se snaží najít Honka. Honka ale má movement speed. Našli ho. Nemá Zoniu, což je překvapivý. Now to vzal ten shutdown. Sion možná musí ultit, musí, dobrý catch. Proč nemá Zoniu vlastně ten Rice proti Vi? To mě překvapuje trošičku. Aspoň tu základní Zoniu. Pozor, oni to comebackli, já tady nadávám. Já tady japuju.
But I don't think they have enough. I think if they end up in that pit, they end up getting shredded by CFO. So just be a pick, back away and hope for a bit more gold.
Was a bit committed there as Doggo sends his ulti out, but it's a good block. And I will say, if Fnatic find isolation, I think you talked about it before, Dagda, there is still a way. And we discounted this game just because of how CFO have been playing with the seismic shove around mid lane. You see CFO disrespect with the dredge line coming in as well. There's danger.
Kámo, ale zatím... Last Whisper potřebuje Caitlyn. Trošičku to začne intit CFO.
With them having control over Baron Vision. Yeah, it may have looked a bit funky from CFO, but it's a good call to keep this mid turret alive.
That is true.
Using those ultimates, you know the Fnatic don't think they're strong enough to actually go for the Baron, and they invested their own ultimates in that play. So for CFO, yes, it's a pick that went across, but it's not anything that's really game-changing for Fnatic right now.
You know what it is? When we get towards that soul in 2 minutes, I know it's only
Rapid Fire hraje, jo, s tou Caitlyn. Já nevím, já jsem zkoušel ten Rapid Fire a přišlo mi to mega weak oproti třeba Phantom Danceru.
It's only the start of Worlds, and it's good. It's getting me giddy dagged up with the Rune Prison as well, and with Mickey maybe getting caught out. Speak of the devil, he can't get the Mega Blast Cone, and Junja punishes
snaží se engagenout, tohle poprvé, co CFO něco dělají za dlouhou dobu a ult, boom, one-shot. Razor chyce nej, tohle je Baron asi, to je asi Baron hoši. Ještě si securnou redko, ať mají ten lifesteal z Red Cats týmově a mají Barona. Razor měl flash, ale proč neflashoval?
So he ends up having to leap out, and Razork dies for his sins, and now CFO started the Baron.
Free Baron teda.
This is a miracle if Fnatic hope that they can steal this.
Obi's going to come in, decimating smash block, but midway, Oscar gets bopped up anyway. The seismic shove onto Driver. It's getting more.
Jako mlátí to Siona, ten damage tam jako trošku je, ale není, reálně. Nico Rice zaultil Nico in, to bylo clean, to bylo cute. Engage. Junja Driver! Pičo, Driver! Přes ručku to tam zatočil, vole. Poby musel okamžitě flashovat. Dobré.
There is nothing that Fnatic can do. They're getting chased down. They are putting everything they can into this Sion, and he will not fall. CFO.
Razork, he flashy break Q onto Doggo, but there's a decimating smash behind him. Razork thinks wrong. All out comes in. Doggo's in a bit of trouble. Okay, let's not forget, this guy's become a bit squishy, and Junja likes that 2v1. Pack gear bags as Junja puts another one in the basket.
And that's going to be Chemtech Soul for CFO on the back of it. And you thought it was difficult taking down CFO before this. It has just become so much harder. CFO making a statement here in game number 1 for themselves at the World's Championship.
Junja's going to pick up the Soul any second now, as Fnatic's chance of an upset has been thrown by the wayside once again. This game looked done. There are a couple of picks, and then we just return to the scene of the crime. Thank you, Muscat, for your priceless moment, as now it's only an Elder flip or a potential Baron that gives Fnatic hope.
And honestly, it's kind of just been strong play coming through from Junja.
Proč jde Zin močko a nesterák? To taky upřímně nevím, WTF. To TP s tím Nikem, to je dobrý. To když udělají, ideálně kdyby to udělali na 5 lidí, nebo na třeba 2 nebo 3 lidi, tak by to bylo broken. Ale teďka nemají Summoner spely, jo? Že Ezreal s Pobim nemají Summoner spely teďka, takže teďka to můžou udělat s tím Nikem. Že i Ryze sende in. Ryze by ideálně měl sendnout prostě Zinza a Niko na Taliu a vyhrál, protože Talia nemá zonu. Ale něco mi říká, že to budou hrát safe, protože mají... Že to slowly prostě mají Caitlyn a vemou turety, protože range. Že to nebudou takhle sendovat, ale rád bych to viděl, ten send.
Junja now just moving into position as well. Inner turret under fire and Fnatic struggling to clear the wave. It's Poby who's doing the most work right now as Upset's just trying to deal with mid.
Exactly, Hongq pushing in this mid lane, going to make it very difficult. Oscar in trying to play around that trap.
He sat on one, headshot, oh my god!
That's the tank!
He's such a good boy, and Junja is too. Everyone's getting praise on this CFO roster.
Niko. Dívej, sendu ho. Bum! Jo, bum!
Ace in the hole hits Upset.
Bum!
Pop Blossom hits 2 for the final moment. Poby about to drop the greatest of some time.
Dobré, ale CFO se mi strašně líbí, jak hrajou agresivně. Týpci se fakt nebojí. A ten topas je crazy, jako nemůžeš nechat driverovi Siona, nemůžeš. Legit, to je nulovej scouting od Fnatic. Na piču draft ale ono, hele, upřímně, ty vole CFO mají lepší hráče než hrajou líp prostě než Fnatic. Junja je mega good, Driver je mega good, Honk je mega good, Dogo je mega good, to je, ty jsou najetí jak blázen a mají ještě k tomu lepší draft.
Driver getting kills against Poby, getting kills against Oscar Ridden, Junja and Hongq looking fantastic in the 2v2. And then Doggo was just massive. Like the Caitlyn and the Nico look so oppressive for Upset and Mickey to try and play into.
Man, they kept trying to find picks, but every single time it's like, oh no, wait, there's a sign in the way. Yeah, the Nico just cloned, oh, that's not a real engage. It's such a hard game for Fnatic to play, but to be
strašně dobrý draft měli, no, CFO. Ale překvapil mě ten topař hrál. Jako midaře a AD od CFO jsem čekal, že budou hrát dobře. Ale ty píč, jako... Ten topař, to jsem nečekal.
And from first seed, from second seed, LCP 2-0 desk. That's what I'm saying. That was my region once.
I mean, they've been surprising everyone all year. Honestly, amazing showing here for the first game of CFO here at Worlds.
Fnatic jim dali 3 jejich OTP picky. No jako hele, nechat Ryze open je velká první chyba, protože Ryze je nejsilnější mid na tomhle patchu. Není, jako by legit není tam silnější pick na mid, protože Orianu nerfli. Vzít do toho Talia Vi, jakoby Ryze se pikuje do Talia Vi, protože je tanky a víš co, oni ho nezabijou. Talia Vi dá full combo do Ryze a Ryze odběhne. To je další chyba. Potom tam nechají Siona open driverovi, když mají, jako whatever, to bych nebral jako chybu, ale je to chyba. A do toho Siona vemou Ezreala, ty kokos. A vemou Ezreal Nautilus botlane, což je dog shit combo. Raději měli vzít Ezreal Bard. Ezreal Bard by byl mnohem lepší.
I saw that solo kill on Oscar, and I looked directly at you. It's like a sign to come. Driver on Sion is a different kind of beast, because I just talked about the solo kill that he had versus Oscar, but the solo kill bot lane versus Poby was insane. He just had like a lethal when the Talia was like 100% HP.
Stack set 20, jak to, že 958, jo, on má 118 stacků above average.
I'm not going to call him a one trick. He can play other champions, but he's pretty cracked on Sion. Honestly, what was the idea? He's named after Sion. How did they think they could handle this?
Kámo, ale jak crazy je Fnatic scouting, že on prostě ten týpek je Sion one trick a oni mu nechají Siona a nemají do toho nic připravený.
Like one of their most successful drafts from, well, I would say the year is like this Vi, Kai'Sa, and Bessa traditionally. No,
a piknou to nejvíc obvious pick Talia Vi prostě, co pikou celý rok.
And like not being able to get your hands on the Kai'Sa, it felt like that they then kind of had two different ideas of what they wanted to do, and it became very difficult for them to execute. Still a strong showing from Poby overall on his debut. I will give him credit there, but CFO, the way they approached the fight, their discipline around the map, I mean,
Hasu, děkuji za 20 měsíců. Ahoj. Jinak dneska po celém Swiss stageu bude losování skupin a bude důležitý. Hlavně musíme vidět G2, jestli vyhrajou proti TES a potom slosování těch dalších skupin. Každý den se losujou zápasy. No, the LCP is a strong region that you must respect. And so I was very shocked with it. I will say for the HyperX Reflex replay, it was Kaiwing on his Nico ulti that was a big shock to me, because like it was just like, yes, they're great within the lane. They're dominating there, but then also the team fight there, being able to push out Razork out of the pit and then see and separate the rest of the team with an amazing Nico ultimate. They're a great team fighting team. Čekali, kdo zabije Siena, když máš Talia Ezreal. Ale MF Lulu, řeknu jediný, co musím říct, MF Lulu. Fnatic potřebují nabrat nějakého draft coache, co bude draftit, nebo já nevím.
And again, I think that we saw that the way they approach their team fights is clinical, well executed, and when you also factor in the kind of coordination issues that Fnatic are demonstrating, it was just easy pickings for CFO.
And it's just a little bit of swagger as well. Like, of course, Driver coming in with a Sion Q emote afterwards. Doggo, anytime you miss an ability on him, he's just spamming emotes. Like, this is a team that has fun on stage. It's day one, game one, and they're already just chilling.
I mean, that's the thing. They show up strong here. I'm gonna be honest with you guys. I'm not worried
yet.
As an LEC fan, but Vidius, you talked about discipline, cohesion. Back to the drawing board for Fnatic. What are the first things you're looking at?
That Vi damage right there. You see that Vi damage? Razork, we need back in action. I think this draft I didn't love. I like the idea of Talia Vi.
Hodně štěstí, Ferry, ať ti to vyjde.
If they want to play dive, I think they should stick to dive.
Ať ti to vyjde, ať to zvládneš.
I think they should stick to team fight, and I feel like that Fnatic need to lower the barriers to entry of their composition, take a page out of CFO's book, and kind of simplify their approach, because right now they are definitely not one of the favorites in this tournament. They are very far down in terms of the power rankings, and I think simplifying their game plan is their best approach moving forward.
Yeah, and I mean, just some of the notes that I took about this team, and I'm looking at you guys just to confirm, is that they're an unpredictable team. Fnatic is, because like, yes, they looked poor in this game, they can easily just look completely different. Oscar in this game, so it's like, that's the main note I took. I bolded it. It was very clear to me. So like, even though, you know, you look at them in this game, you're expecting just poor play throughout the tournament. No, that shouldn't be the expectation. So we'll see what it looks like. But at least for CFO side, they stamped their way with a 1 win on day one, and they're a team to watch out for. I don't want to, because we're going to win this next. That's why.
It's fine. Yeah, we got another EU team coming up right next. We're also going to have an interview in just a little bit, but for now, that's all for us here. Driver emoting on us, GG, well played. You get this one for now. We'll be back in just a few minutes for KT versus MKOI.
Jak se ti líbí ranní stream, je zatím super. Ale neměl jsem absolutně problém, šel jsem spát v 10 večer, bál jsem se, že neusnu, usnul jsem během 10 minut. A protože mám dobrou, jako, já mám dobrou night rutinu, kterou dělám každý den a já se pak unavím tím, protože to tělo je prostě zvyklý. A usnul jsem v 10 večer, úplně v pohodě. A vstal jsem v 6 ráno úplně v pohodě, takže hej, za mě úplně pohodička. No Šmejde, ty seš jiný different breed, vole, ty prostě... Šmejdíku, víš, ale jako teenageři mají, teenageři potřebují spát víc než dospělí lidi a je to nejdůležitější fáze jejich života a vývinu a když ty nebudeš spát kvalitních 9 hodin jako teenager, tak budeš prostě low IQ opice. Jenom to tam jako, senduju to tam, jo? Já bych řekl, ty vole, že prostě nedostatkový spánkový režim v teenage věku může za to, že lidi volí SPD a komouše. Tak, here we go. Sendnul jsem to tam. Tak to jsem cooked, spal jsem 5 let, 3 až 5 hodin, to je blbý, no. To je hodně blbý. Tentokrát bude na streamu Clashi 10 kapitánů. Jo, líkl jsem to, ale šlíkeš. Bude ještě 10. kapitán a ten 10. kapitán vám vytře zrak. Koho jsem volil? Já jsem volil Piráty. Ale Loki jsem to chtěl, měl jsem to hodit generaci, upřímně, anyway. Měl jsem se na to vysrát a hodit to generaci. Já jsem si naivně myslel, že když budu volit Piráty, že Babiš nevyhraje. Nebo jako upřímně věděl jsem, že Babiš vyhraje. Do poslední chvíle jsem to chtěl hodit generaci. A pak jsem se rozhodoval mezi Spolu a Piráti. Já dal generaci, ze záku neboj. Za 4 roky sendu to tam generaci. Generace má můj vote. Je mi to jedno. Můj přítel spí denně max 3 hodiny a já mu říkám, že se mu to jednou vrátí. Hele, existuje 2% lidské populace, kdy oni mají gen, který se jmenuje short sleep gen a můžeš spát jenom 4 hodiny. Že jim stačí 4 hodiny, že mají tak efektivní spánek, že jim stačí 4 hodiny. Ale něco vám řeknu. Jestli si myslíte, že ten gen máte, tak ho nemáte. Tak klasicky řeknu tady ten fakt řeknu a lidi, no to jsem já můžu spát jenom 4 hodiny a je to v pohodě. Ne. U nás bylo z 18 000 lidí asi jen 30, co volili generaci. Kde myslíš? Jakože u tebe na okrsku ze záku. Ozi, děkuju za tier 1 giftíka pro... Ty vole, ze záka. Ježíš, ze zák má suba. No way. No way. Pluhy na čem to máš? Tu skóre spánku, to je Aura nebo Whoop? Impy, přesně proto jsem jako generaci nedal hlas teď tentokrát, no, že tam je prostě, jsou tam 2 týpci a nemají zkušenosti. Takže Katie Koi. Tak ty vole. Katie je jenom BDD, že jo, tak to máme šanci vyhrát. Koi má upřímně, hele, já bych... Katie je vodhoven, upřímně. Ale jako jsou favoriti, čekal bych, že vyhrál Katie. Hodně bych čekal, že vyhrál Katie. Dal bych Koi tak 20% na výhru. 30%. Mezi 20 a 30% na výhru. Ale nemusí být špatný Koi vůbec, upřímně. Jen porazili Genji v BO5. To byla náhoda.
I love it, but you want to get that mental edge on the side of MKoi here, of course. No, but that's going to be interesting actually, because we know that scrims usually don't reflect so much what happens on stage. So I'm wondering how did these scrims go? And what's going to be the level of confidence from both teams here?
Yeah, I mean, I already talked about in the previous game how it's, you know,
Ty ikonky už jsi se s někým bavil, ne?
Jak
říkám, v době 7 TV jako nejlepší věci subů nebo výhody té jedničky jsou, že nejsou reklamy, že se dá přetáčet stream živě, že máš záznamy, ale emotinkonky moc jako netahají lidi dneska už. To je první tým, co má doslova stejnou myš a stejnou klávesnici, to čumím.
They brought Jojo in at the beginning of this year, and to be honest, Raz, he was mid. He was mid. But spring and summer, my goodness, the glow up of that man in the mid lane. It's been an absolute joy to watch. I think it's pretty undisputed. He's considered the best laner in the league right now with the amount of development that he
Ligy z 94, děkuji za Prime. MS začalo sebe budou. Teď nevím, za Prime není ikonka, že? Já mám pocit, že za Prime není ikonka do LoLka, nebo od LoLka, od Riotu. Havrané, děkuji za 12 měsíců, děkuji za podporu.
I think that they put a lot of weight on their own shoulders to perform here at this year's World Championship.
I mean, that makes a lot of sense. I think handshakes just because we're allied in this adventure and also with your...
We are. Yes.
What's happening here? There's a shirt underneath that, isn't there?
No, there's not.
There is absolutely a shirt underneath that. Show it. Show what you're hiding here. What are
má Katie shirt, Naya.
Katie!
Jaj.
You don't know what's gonna happen. Okay, you know what? You know what?
You said you were Law. Should I call you Law or should I call you Cadril? Like, what is this?
L.
The only thing I know is that I'm the only one who's gonna be a winner at the end of the day. You guys...
No. Keep sitting on the hedge on that bush. No.
Fakt včera jsem nakoupil tunu věcí na Actinu a nedal jsem kódík. Hele, Havran, jestli jsi to kupoval přes odkaz, tak mě to stejně podpoří. Tam stačí, oni říkali, že stačí v odkaz. Přes odkaz.
I didn't flip-flop just yet, all right? I'm clean. You have bloody hands on you.
Let's talk about KT at the very least, okay?
Yeah.
Because, okay.
BDD, 3 letters. That's what I'm looking at here.
Já jsem zvědavý na BDD, všichni básní, jak moc dobrý je. Já jsem jako často jeho hry neviděl, takže jako dobrý je, ale...
But my goodness, I mean, you talked about BDD. That mid-jungle combo absolutely popped off.
Zoe Ziggs Nocturne.
Surprising to me, not surprising with how BDD was performing the regular split, but to being able to see how Cuz was performing throughout that, and also Peter and Perfect, two of the players that I didn't expect to show up in the series versus Gen G, they showed up massively. So I was.
Havrane, to zas pozor, jo, cholesterol u chlapa je důležitý. Jako je blbý mít ho moc vysoko, ale je zase blbý ho mít moc nízko. Protože to je základní blok na testosteron. Když říkáš, že si koupil od Actinu cholesterol komplex a snížilo ti to. HDL up, LDL down, takže tak. Vypadá to, že se v tom trošičku vyznáš, takže hej.
And that's the thing, because I want to bring up the bracket, because it was an awesome upset against Gen G, but then reality struck once more. It was an immediate 3-0 in favor of HLE into another 3-0. I mean, our expectations suddenly rose. And
Komu fandíme? Komu fandíme? Tady někdo, kdo fandí Katie? I když je to evropský tým, nebo že hrajou proti evropskému týmu? Jinak klasicky zdravím YouTube, vysíláme na YouTube, pokud můžete na YouTube dát like na ten livestream, pomůže to objevit mnohem víc lidem ten livestream. Hodně lidí kouká na práci, protože mají zabanovaný Twitch v práci, takže zdravím. Zítra snad rozjedem s Kozlem ten plugin na to, aby bylo vidět, kolik je lidí na YouTube a na Twitchi dohromady, jak to má Sterak. Přes Sterak to má naprogramovaný od nějakého fanouška, tak to zkusíme naprogramovat taky.
Oh, we're getting the info.
He's the boy. He has become a pride of Europe, one could say. Okay, we have
Niko, zdravím.
accepted him warmly within the LEC.
Of course.
And again, we talk about his ending phase. You only have to go back to MSI. He was having fantastic performances against Knight of all people.
Hele, já faním Koi, jednoznačně faním Koi. Mě Koi je druhý nejvíc sympatický tým. Mám strašně rád Mirvina, mám strašně rád Jojo. Alvaro je goated. Jako teďka nemá dobrý rok Alvaro, ale všeobecně je to dobrý support.
Really comfortable.
Takže jsem na to jako těším se na to.
Even though you're looking at the stats and you're seeing negatives, no, he has been a real playmaker for the team, a real engine for the squad.
A někdo je na home office a má v píči firmní pravidla, okay.
BDD really take over the map. That's my eyes. And also, look, let's defend perfect if he's
Chceš dokopy ráťat či osobitně? Nerozumím. Jako máme to v Brně hodně Slováků, ale týhle větě jsem absolutně nerozuměl. Musíš to říct trošku jinak. Jak vidíš tenhle match, potřebuji tikety před zápasem a pak live. Lol, vy jste normálně twisted. Katie jsou favoriti, měli by být favoriti, ale já nevím, já jsem Katie moc neviděl hrát, takže nevím. Za mě Koi mají šanci vyhrát třeba 30%. Třeba. Jestli chceš rád ty diváky dokopy z YouTube a Twitch nebo samostatně, no chci mít add-on nebo plugin na OBSku, který udělá, že na mý webce bude Twitch ikonka plus YouTube ikonka rovná se diváci, kolik mám diváků? Protože víš co, teďka mám 100 na YouTube třeba, takže by tam bylo Twitch 664 plus YouTube 100. To není těžké udělat? No, já si myslím, že to není těžké udělat. Zkusíme to nějak udělat.
This team had an incredible series against Gen G that got them into that third place. Like for so long over in the LCK, people are kind of looking at them as
je možné, že EU vyhraje někdy v Worlds, jasný, jednoznačně. Mirvin, Jojo, goated. Kurzor mi ten addon napíše za 5 minutek. AI je broken.
One of the greatest laners, if not the best laner mid in Europe, and when we have Caps, that's such a statement, that's such an accolade. The way against Gen G, you know, a couple of those games bullying down, keeping Chovy in the ground.
Já si myslím, že G2 teďka tento rok budou hrát asi hodně dobře, upřímně.
He just ran over the game.
Game 5 as well.
It was so nice, even if he didn't get the perfect flank at the fight, he just had so much impact every time. And that's what you're going up against with BDD and Cuz. Outside of the allegations of KT, it's like, this team, when they're at a high note, can be so good, but that's the same of MKOI. It's just about the variance, which I think MKOI can share in, because Spring Champions into a team that didn't show up in summer.
But also I think it was somewhere I look at almost like as a split of growth.
AI je extrémně broken, reálně si myslím, že do 3-4 let nemám práci, budu muset switchnout na infra. Kámo, AI bude šílený, jo. Jako já vidím ty doom scénáře, kdy prostě 40% populace nebude mít práci, protože AI. Legit.
He's continued that strong performance, but the shift has been more towards, hey, we want to go towards Gallios, we want to go towards Talias, we want to go towards Rise.
A BDD FKT jak dlouho? Jako na těch Korejcích se mi líbí, že oni jsou strašně věrný těm týmům.
The team fighting that was already working for them. So my question mark for this series is, what style do we get from MKOI? Are we shifting back towards team fights, aggression with Elyoy and Alvaro syncing up early, or is it a continue of, we're going to go for Rise early, we're going to try and play for side lanes, and build on those things that we learned over the course of summer?
As we get our MKOI fan now wearing the exact right jersey for the right game. Good on you.
No Steelix je teďka jako lidi, co dělají rukama, jak se jim říká, elektrikáři, stolaři a tady tohle všechno, to je mega OP práce. Dřív se to bralo jakože useless práce, víš co, a teď je to nejžádanější práce. Řemeslníci, ano. Řemeslníci, teďka každý by měl být řemeslník, protože tyhle to jako je bombix. Na dobrýho řemeslníka čekáš, vole, x měsíců a musíš mu zaplatit 5krát tolik, aby vůbec přišel. Tak, jdeme na League of Legends, už jdeme na League of Legends. Ambessa, Vi, Kiana, to jsou hodně agresivní all-in picky. Katie udělali dobrý scouting. Ryze, Wukong, Azir. Ryze ban, líbí se mi to. Azir ban, OK. Orianna potom klasicky po Ryzeovi je Orianna furt good, i přesto, že dostala nerf. Yunara do toho, OK. Yunara nevím, na tomhle peču ta Yunara přijde mi fakt slabá. Fakt slabá. Jarvan je klasika, ale je tam Poppy. Kdyby náhodou chtěli hrát, tak můžou. KT týmy, nebo všeobecně LCK týmy umí hrát Poppy. Zinza Orianna, klasika, dobré. To je dobrý kombo. Zin i Flash Ned a Deliver Nebol. Why not Caitlyn? Upřímně nevím. Myslím si, že ta Caitlyn je underrated na Worlds a měli by ji pikovat častěji. Rumble, zapomněli lidi na Rumble. Rumblíka. Rumble je furt broken. Galio do toho, OK, insta piknutý. Ale zase Jarvan Galio je mega good taky. Tohle může být Galio top lane, ale může to být i Galio mid lane. Většinou se pikoval Galio do Oriany, Oriana ale stejně vyhrávala, takže... Rakan Poppy baníky, OK, Nikoban. Zatím KT mají dobrý teamfight komp jak svině. Mirwin Xante, takže Galio podsazený do Oriany. Xante na top lane, Mirwin hrál ty kokos mega... Pamatujete si ten 1v2 double kill? Caitlyn, klasika. Divím se. Zatím Caitlyn je mega broken. A ty týmy neví, že to je mega broken, takže to pikujou 4-5, ani to nebanují. Ti říkám, progression bude následující. Caitlyn se začne banovat 4-5, aby se nepikovala Caitlyn 4-5. V ten moment se Caitlyn začne pikovat 1, 2, 3. Jo. A v ten moment, kdy se Caitlyn bude pikovat 1, 2, 3, tak se Caitlyn začne first pikovat a potom se začne banovat. To je podle mě moje progressions na Worlds.
On MKOI's side apart from this Yunara, so finding ways to enable her is your best setup.
And you got your answer. We asked at the start of this, is MKOI going to play these side lanes heavy or are we going to
Yunara Lulu do Caitlyn Brown. Jako well-rounded team comp od KT. KT mají lepší team comp než Koi. Koi nemá špatný komp, ale nelíbí se mi tam ta Yunara. Lulu OK, whatever, Lulu je v pohodě, Lulu je docela dost dobrá, ale máš Galio, Xante, Jarvan. To není moc damageu. Do Zin Brown. Za mě 60-40 pro Katie. Mám draft. 60-40. Typoval bych podle draftu, bych typoval, že vyhraje Katie.
Jarvan and Lulu, not a crazy strong combo. Sure, when you get like access to level 6, you can cataclysm into wild growth for that double CC combo. It can be
Co dostala za buff Caitlyn teďka, že OP. Ironicky dvakrát ten stejný buff a dvakrát ten stejný nerf dostala. Vždycky jí buffnou 2 AD na levelu 1 a stane se z ní silný champ. Když jí nerfnou 2 AD, flat AD na levelu 1, stane se s ní slabý champ. Je to ironie, ale prostě je to tak. Prostě co ti udělá 2 flat AD na levelu 1. Damage máš na Xante. Jako true, ale Galio ten damage moc nemá, Jarvan má.
Got their just desserts with KT returning to the big stage, but now it's about if they can go further. Peter's going to start it off. There's a nice winter's bite, but fortunately Alvaro's near a heater. He cools off, or rather heats up.
To Benere, včera jsem koukal na Megabonk u Herdina, on prostě stál na místě a měl AOE a nic nedělal. A úplně to tam vypadalo úplně ADHD, já jsem nechápal, co se děje. Oni nějak hrozně abuzují a měl level 99 na všem. Oni abuzují metu nějak šíleně.
That front to back, how the lane's going to go is obviously everyone's biggest question.
Yeah, I think if I'm KT, what I'm going to try and do is operate off of this mid jungle support. As a like combo, this enables the Zinzao so incredibly well.
Jako výhoda je, že jediný tanci jsou Zinzao Braum, ale Zinzao Braum jsou dostatečně velcí tanci na to, aby Xante Galio nedával damage. A Braum je všeobecně strašně dobrý do Xanteho, do Galia a do Jarvana, do Melee Champů, takže tady to fakt pikli hodně dobře. Oni ty Orianě nerfnuli jenom laning fázi, ne? Ten damage early game laning fáze. Nebo co jí nerfnuli ty Orianě? Tady ten botlane matchup, na to jsem zvědavej. Jak to hraje?
Again, when you have the Braum and Caitlyn, you expect that there could be a potential dive on the horizon. You know, with Braum as well, very easy to lock in place with Trap on top. On the
Ghost na poke.
Just steps on up, but he does get heavily traded against.
Dal auto, Q auto. To bylo dobrý na trade, ale myslím si, že mu to jako level právě nezaručí. Stejně má Caitlyn Braum právě jak to je hustý, že Caitlyn má právě. Lulu je tak broken. S těma štítama. Prostě ty hraješ 1v2 linku. Jo, že Lulu ti dá štít speed up a Braum nic neudělá.
And this will also open up then as both junglers going down towards the bottom side, that you should have the Jarvan that can Elioya that should be able to get the Jojo.
Yeah, he leveled up, so he got a bit of health back, but
ta Oriana je furt tak silná. Já nechápu, že se pikoval ten Galio do té Oriany, protože to vždycky prohrávalo anyway. Wow, misnutý. To QW misnutý, to je velký problém. Jakmile takhle misneš QW, tak to stojí strašně moc money.
Opening up for Elioya, have a strong clear, should be able to get the crab and reset if he so pleases. But MKOI doing a decent job in bot lane, whereas mid lane, BDD making Jojo bleed.
Doesn't have much mana in the bar. That's the only saving grace. A Clockwork wind-up is doing work, though. Jojo's walking back in, shielded Rand. Taunt
no
is
nevím,
good for the
level up.
to get the level up and make sure that he can just TP back now.
Kámo, to je tak close, ty, jako kdykoliv, kdy prostě ten Galio hraje proti Orianě, tak prostě permalo. Kdyby jungler skipnul nějaký camp, tak je to jajaj.
But the wave instantly cleared out. It's a single wave. There's the flag. Now spotted out. Dokdam knows he's in trouble. Puts the traps down because Kaz is heading towards top deck.
Tohle je dobrý respekt od Caitlyn. Tady Braum aspoň pobere CSK. Tohle je hodně dobrý respekt. Takhle by se měli naučit lidi respekty toho. Vždycky ten AD carry zůstane pod turetou a umře. Tohle bylo clean. Ztratíš z toho jenom vlnu, což jakoby neznamená nic víceméně. Jo, Top Gunner, jako, jakmile dáme Megapong na závěr streamu potom po Worlds a půjdeme na Discord, ať mi to trošku naučíš. Ale mě baví ten Megapong v tom, že já prostě tu metu objevuju sám a nejdu na nějaký stránky a podívám se, jak se hraje ta meta, víš co. Tak Dokdam to tam freeznul tu linku, aby ztratila Junora nějaký CSK aspoň. Dobrý deny kanonu od Joja, to je pěkný. Už hráli T1 budou hrát ve 12, mám pocit.
Not only just over this split, but the development that has happened over this year. The fact that he's even against this range matchup, against BDD, when he's the star of KT by far, is showing you why we've been hyping up this guy and his arc from winter to now.
Yeah, especially if he can tick over to level 6, which he's very, very close to, he does kind of become a safety net for these side lanes. Because again, I think you can already half see it starting of this roam with the Braum to try and get some advantages and see if they can get control over River for KT. But if that does continue, they should be in a decent spot.
There again, just a quick reminder. They talked about it a little bit on desk as well. BDD obviously insane stats, but
even hrá drag contest možná, teďka 3v3 na botu možná. Braum Caitlyn Zinzao vyhraje. Jo, flash. Musí hnedka healovat, musí flashovat. Ale tady to bylo smart od Alvara a smart od Petra. Tady vyhraje Caitlyn Braum Zin, jednoznačně.
I think KT aware that that's not path in Alvaro would be taken if he didn't have a jungler nearby.
Pushing the wave out in the meantime. I don't think Elyoya was spotted out. A control ward is clearing all vision of the Pixel Brush. He does back away in the end, so no play used by MKOI. Again, the fact that the bottom lane survive and are just chilling out with this control on this Yunara is still a big win. Super still going to be holding a small CS lead. I am surprised actually. The only one who's down in
Ale Top Gunner doma nehroď to, jestli se nevrátí, ne, prostě pracuji a Megabonk nevím absolutně, kdy budu hrát právě.
Still though, KT using the fact that the unsealed spellbook advantage on Peter, now looking mids, Jojo able to get away from everything there. This will give them control over towards the Void Grubs though, and you can kind of see the reset now starting to come through for MKOI. But I think KT with the early swap going to be able to get this wave pushed in and should be first on towards the objective. And that should make things a little bit
Dneska to bude celý den, no, jo.
Get control over the Void Grubs.
Obviously no TPs available, so with that change, with that swap, we are going to be isolating our top laners, and Shield of Duran this time does connect again here for Jojo.
Jsem si hlavně nějak dojebal ty sluchátka, že jsem si je furt nějak jako si s nima furt roztahu, tato zvohýbám to, takže mě bolí hlava z těch sluchátek. A trošku mi to tam pokřupalo a nedrží to. FlyQuest dneska porazí T1, cítím to. Hej, pokud někdy chce americký tým nebo FlyQuest všeobecně, protože FlyQuest je mnohem lepší, porazit T1, tak je to teď, protože T1 se budou jen a jen zlepšovat na tom Worlds. A nehráli, jako hráli dobře, ale nehráli tak dobře včera, aby FlyQuest nemohli vyhrát. Jako jednoznačně jsou T1 favoriti, ale FlyQuest jsou, nepodceňujte FlyQuest. FlyQuest jsou na tom stejně dobře jak G2. Jsou mega dobrý. Galio Jarvan musí flashovat, nechat ho umřít.
From Jojo, Super runs into Doctam. Okay, he sends out the Arclight of Judgment.
Joj, flash, failnutý flash.
Another knockup, whittling away his
Jarvan
Doctam, running for his life, smited down barriers there. Super wants to be in range. Elyoya tanked it up. The Arclight was close to a kill. MKOI almost
no
at two,
way, bro.
Will survive the ace in the hole as MKOI hit first.
Tak to netrefil, tak to je crazy. Já měl pocit, že Elyoya nechává ten kill Supovi a že to Supa jakoby 100% trefí, protože nedal to kvéčko ten Jarvan.
KT, it is a meaningful win despite the kill. The flip back though, Mirwin's gonna all out. Perfect, that's a flash away. An ulti for a summoner here in the isolated 1v1.
I think Perfect was kind of lucky that Mirwin didn't get the full reach over the wall into the alcove, or that could have been a very different story, but for MKOI, still pressure on the map. Over pushing on that top side though does give KT the objective.
Flaga má větší cooldown takhle, early game. Když neměl flagu, ale kvéčko měl podle mě ten Jarvan.
Happy to at least answer for what was taken.
I guess they thought they were going to kill Doctam, and they thought with that, okay, no Caitlyn, and then we can get grubs, and you're right, that small inch of a health bar, plus the fact that Elyoya took 2 turret shots, really hurt them in the end, so Dagda, 3 grubs.
Čet, musím vám připomenout, sedněte si normálně do počítače nebo kdekoliv, kde sedíte. Kde teďka sedíte, schválně? Já mám Herman Miller židli za 35 000 a sedím v tom jako úplnej retard. A musím si furt připomínat, že si musím jako sednout normálně. Doma, čauko. Skrapi, čauko. Posteli. Autě. V autě tolik lidí, vy jste jak v Kalifornii, kámo, v Americe, v Kalifornii, týpci, víte jak to funguje, oni mají všichni spolubydlícího, protože ten nájem je tak drahý, že máš malej byt jak kokot a platíš prostě, bydlíš tam ve 3, ve 4 lidech a oni místo toho, aby byli doma, v těch 4 lidech, tak všichni sedí v autě a dělají všechno v autě. Telefonujou v autě, jsou na TikToku v autě, jsou prostě od rána do večera v autě, žerou v autě, je to úplně šílený. Ale chápu to, protože jako, proč ty bys si chtěl být doma, kde tam jsou další 4 lidi a nemáš tam soukromí a v tom autě jako máš soukromí.
You're just going to TP back into the lane because it has the ultimate to try and move around the map, but just wanted to try and get as much gold as he could before he goes for the reset.
Když už bych měl si vybrat, je lepší mít monitor, že koukám očima dolů nebo nahoru. Měl by si mít to vrchní v úrovni očí.
excuse me, sorry, keeping the pace of this game up is going to be very important.
Takže já to mám o něco níž než úrovni očí. Abych potřeboval bych lepší ten monitor stand.
Jojo survives, and that was a good time, D.
Yeah, well played on the Justice Punch to buffer. It means that Kuz even canceling the reset there.
Víš co, lidi tady nadávají na nájem v Česku, ale ty vole nájem vůči jako... nájem prostě není ještě tak drahý v Česku. Někde zahraniční. To přijde, hoši. Vrch obrazovky na úrovni očí, ano. To je tak bys to měl mít. Tak, velice pomalá gemaska, velice pomalá. Scaluje se, ale to vyhovuje Katie. Jo, jako Jarvan, Galio by tady měli permafightit early game a mid game, protože oni jsou mnohem silnější early mid game než Zinzao Orianna a Zinzao Orianna dá outscale, ale tady se snaží najít, ale nenašli BDDho.
Wave clear comes through eventually, but BDD still playing it safe, and I mean they bullied. I remember they bullied Chobi in that round 2 that got them into Worlds. They bullied him over and over. When Chobi was playing the Orianna, it feels like BDD taking a page out of his book, making sure that the opposite rather, he's just not caught out as Peter now moves to mid as well. No objectives up, Dagda, but just getting some deep vision here and trying to give Kuz that ability
není drahý, to je zas výrok.
You can see though MKOI are respecting the power of that trio that we're talking about with
říkám, bro, nájmy tady v Česku nejsou tak drahý vůči zahraničí. Jako člověk, který 10 let žil v zahraničí, tak si myslím, že to právo mám říct na takový výrok, ne? Piče, to je silný 1v1 jak hovado ta Junara, actually. Kraken prop. Víš co, já jsem v Kalifornii platil 100 000 českých korun měsíčně za nájem, ale nemám dovolený, za boha nemám dovolený říct, že v Česku není drahý nájem, protože vole... Z nějaký butthurt kokot, co nemá peníze na nájem, tak je hnedka butthurt, vole. Klasika.
And this Caitlyn ain't like the last game we saw.
And the coal hasn't even popped for him yet. That's going to be another burst of gold into
tak jasně, že nemáme takový platy. Bro, v Kalifornii dáváš jednoduše 70 až 80% za nájem a musíš mít 2 práce, abys měl na život. Zarobil si adekvátně k tomu. Vy vůbec nevíte, jaký jsem měl podmínky v 100 Thieves, jo? Vůbec nevíte.
And there's nothing DocDam can do.
Ty pičo, oni ho gankou znova, pozor. Ty pičo, tak dám, hele BDD, ale tilty vždycky, BDD úplně vždycky. Moje botlane 0-3. Vydělal jsi, v Americe jsem si nevydělal moc, reálně jsem si odnesl 10%, ušetřil jsem si 10% platu. A to jsem nežil nějak jako dobře. Tam fakt jako, tam je náklady na život byly hodně špatný, hodně vysoký. Ale i přesto, že jsem ty 2 roky v 100 Thieves si nic nevydělal, tak jsem rád za ty 2 roky v 100 Thieves, užil jsem si to.
DocDam is making his way in here, but I think still MKOI should just be able to brute force this, if not just move over towards the dragon as you see the pings going down. And
a živil jsem 2 lidi, to je pravda, no.
Peter's hovering around mid, so you know that DocDam's just isolated. You got full vision of him. Super's trying to deny the
jako kdybych tam byl sám, tak si ušetřím mnohem víc, no. Kamo, ale Koi, já tady, vole, Japul hovna, Koi 2200 goldů ahead. Supa 2400 goldů ahead, komplet AD gap. Komplet AD gap. S tou Junarou takhle one-shotnul tu Caitlyn, to úplně nechápu. Jako Kraken dává hrozně velký damage, no. Fight. Ale ne, Junara tu je. Koi by měli fightit o závod. O závod by měli fightit, protože mají prostě feedlow Junaru a mají Jarvan Galio teďka.
Jojo's just getting out of there, looking towards bot while DocDam doesn't want to join.
That's the thing, it's an empty threat from KT. They have the Caitlyn in the bottom side, it's a 4 versus 5. And they're still trying to contest onto this. You look at where this Galio is, just hovering with that ultimate available.
Jojo wants to jump in. If they find a fight, it's all for naught here from KT. They're soft advancing, but a flash on a Cataclysm.
Engage, flash engage, boom. Zin je mrtvej. A ještě super.
Perfect in trouble. Meanwhile, the side of the fight. Super picking up kills again. The superstar on the right.
A Caitlyn si jen tak farmí na botu. Kámo, 3000 goldů už začíná být jako game over.
KT were trying desperately to keep MKOI interested, seeing if they could buy time for Duckdown to get some gold on this bottom side, and he will get the tower, but you've lost so much on the top half of the map. 5-0 for MKOI.
Jako myslel jsem, že KT vyhrá, ale říkal, že Koi, jako nepodceníte Koiuši, nepodceníte Koi.
Really ask ourselves how much for KT is that going to be worth it. Good noticing there, Dagda, as Herald goes down.
Teď to hlavně nezahodit. Má někdo shutdowny? Nemá zatím někdo shutdowny. Ale tady je strašně důležitý, jako KT tady neměli vůbec co dělat, neměli fightit. Tady je strašně důležitý, že Koi se nebojí fightit. Kamo Caitlyn jde na botu a KT prostě stepujou forward. Víš, že se prostě jako nebojí a kontestí.
The engage from Elyoya is perfect as they set that one off.
We ask how KT are going to be coming into Worlds. Starting to get a bit of an answer here that in this early game, they're struggling to really to deal not only with the pressure that came through from bot, but also these fights and how easy they are to set up from MKOI, walking right into a trap.
And they had that huge upset against Gen.G, but as Vedi was saying on the desk, immediately 3-0'd by Hamwa, immediately then 3-0'd by
Gen.G.
Exactly, and MKOI kind of jumping on top of that and taking advantage of it here.
30 golďásků. Ataka na drak za 2,5 minuty.
MKOI with leads like this and they haven't been able to follow it through. Now, it's been on compositions that were very different, weren't built around Super, weren't trying to build around this team fighting. So we'll have to see if that version of MKOI has bounced back from winter and spring and they can settle into that nicely.
We heard Melzet on the whiteboard over the split put the word patience. It's been said. MKOI have to be patient against KT. No objectives are up. Elyoya is just trying to take away the blue buff.
KT jsou v prdeli v tom, že oni prostě nemůžou fightit teďka. Galio Jarvan na jednom a dvou itemech jsou mnohem silnější než Orianna Xin Zhao. Orianna Xin potřebují 3 itemy, aby začali vyhrávat. To nevím, ten Runance, jako tady zase Rumble je milíčko, Xin Zhao je milíčko, Braum je milíčko, takže tady s obě si myslím, že Runance je dobrý. Na tu. Na Yunaru.
Knockdown went up for this. Peter misses the ult. He super kites it back. He transcended time and space for a little bit and did he even Dagger is the biggest question.
Ale do jiného, PD je vždycky better, když nemají 3 milíčka, no.
And Knockdown gets forced back.
But this is now the opportunity that MKOI needed because you can now
ale ta Lulu je taky,
jsem
jsem překvapený, že to ono, že málo se hrajou enhanceři za mě, ale chápu to. Kamil, já nevím, já jsem říkal i v draftu, čekám, že KT vyhrajou, ale nechápu KT hype, ten tým je odhoven. Neviděl jsem jejich moc zápasů, jsem neviděl, ale ty zápasy, co jsem viděl, tak nechápu, proč všichni hypou KT. Jsem super hot fire, AD carry gap. Best AD carry EU. Best AD carry v World, nemůžeš nic proti tomu. Málem sundali Gen.G, ale Gen.G underperformovali v té době a sundali Gen.G. Ne? Nevyhráli? Ale Gen.G hrozně underperformovali tedy. Ale 3500 golďásků, 2200 na Junaře. Do 3 itemů budou vyhrávat, takže tady musí forsovat fighty. Forsnou toho 3. draka. Nejlepší na tom je, že jako Koi mají 2 draky, bro. Což znamená, a ten Peter to hrozně inký s tím Braumem. Hej, ale jako oni budou mít 3. draka teď a 4. drak je v 25. minutě, to ještě nebude mít Orianna 3 itemy ze Xin Zhao s Caitlinou. Tady Xin Zhao se musí obětovat a stealnout draka, aby prodloužil hru. Ten fight tady hard vyhrávají, to nemůžou fightit. KT tady legit by měl jenom smajtnout ten, flash smajtnout a stealnout. Ale oni by ho zabili a vzali by Atakana, takže nemůže actually.
Hemkoi are looking to collapse with the Winds of War perfect zoned out. Peter as well, but there's no true damage yet as Hemkoi try to find a way in.
There's Rift Herald on the bottom side, creating pressure. Is Jojo going to move across
Jako ta
that?
botlane to hrozně
And
choukuje,
Hemkoi
no.
are constantly threatening this Atacon
Hlavně
as well.
Caitlyn dostala solo kill od Yunary.
Super's got Renan's, he can clear this wave in an instant, so there's the play, done and dusted. KT are going to A-ram a bit, while the Herald is NPCing a structure bot.
Hemkoi are just playing the map better. Again, it's keeping pressure on towards the bot
Tak, za 4 minuty bude soula. Nebudou mít 3 itemy, jak říkám. Oriana Caitlyn nebudou mít 3 itemy, Zinzao taky ne. Tady jako ten fight bude na 2 itemech a na 2 itemech bude silnější Koi team comp. Jak tady prostě tyho nevzali ani jednoho draka, to je šílený. Kate Brown a nevzali draka jednoho. Kate Brown Zin by... A jak od 6 zase Lulu dobrý pick určitě. Lulu Jarvan Yunara to od 6 vyhrává, no. Ten to hodně sendnul. Oni začali toho Atakana, to nevím. Jako jsou tedy mega silný, takže by mohli začít Atakana, ale bojím se toho, protože Atakan prostě napoukuje ti strašně armor Magic Resist a máš potom... Dívej, Lulu je půl HP, tady už to je to blbý. A nemá je Redemption. Máš názor na Kate build? Kolektor je dobrý na Caitlyn.
We're going to move back towards mid lane and try and keep up the pressure on towards that mid lane turret. KT may just start up the Atacon to try and draw Hemkoi in here.
Já mám radši, do tanku mám radši... Pozor. Xante bude mít flank, ani ho nemají marknutýho, tam není Varda v tribušu, oni nebudou vědět. Tohle je mega bet od KT, že začínají Atakana. Mirvin tady bude mít monster flank. Monster flank! Ježíš, to je disaster! Já to vidím! Já vidím ten disaster! Pane bože! Freeman šokuje ale! BDD! To byl bait! BDD! Kam oni tam neviděli tu Oriana Ball, dostali Freeman ult! No to snad ne! Big Dick Daniel Staha, a ti to říkám, kámo, jak tam ten Zinzao neumřel, za A a za B, to mělo být disaster, jak Mirvin měl monster flank. Kámo, to tam, Koi to tam úplně dojebali do hoven, ne, to není možný, já chci vidět replay. Oh!
Looking to go in at Atacon, 15.
Steal.
Almost 14 flashes. They're in comes steal. The king of the jungle from Madrid, baby. That's him. The Spanish secret agent Hemkoi gets in to steal away the Atacon
no tak
and
to
get a kill back.
Co ti jebe?
Back out onto the map first as well.
Co ti jebe? Co ti jebe? Ty kokot.
Small silver lining though,
Co
because
ti
that was a near
jebe?
4K gold lead that has come back to 500 as we
OK, replay. Mirvin, proč tady neultí Mirvin? Jo, on zaultil moc. Ty je Freeman shockwave. Kdo zachránil toho Zinza? Ten měl být mrtvej. Kdo ho zachránil? Někdo ho zachránil, ne? Dal flash na Xanteho, Mirvin ho zachránil, protože zaultil. Ježiš, Mirvin. On to flame a on to misnul a pak to... A dívej, on dá EQ ult a dá to damage. Ta ult dá damage na Atakana a on tě díky tomu smajtne. Ojojoj, ale problém je, oni začínají scalovat. 30, kamo, teď musí dát soulu. Koi, pome, musíme dát soulu. Musíme dát soulu.
A bit of Thanosing as KT hover around mid lane. Remember, Super still big.
Okay. To je moc deep, to je moc deep. Ne. Zinzao one-shotuje. Kamo, Zinzao one-shotnul.
But then the win becomes lightning once more. Mewin's over the wall. He gets out, but KT have some life in them yet.
The patience that
Kamo,
MKOI have
co
demonstrated
udělal Zinzao
all game
Junaře?
long has
Halo?
dissipated, and KT are punishing them so incredibly well. MKOI over force.
Kamo, Zinzao one-shotnul Junaru 1v2, když Junara má Lulu.
Can't deal when Cuz can land on him. Press that ulti.
No to snad ne.
Soon to follow. KT on the Baron now as well. They've stopped the soul push and they're going to get this Baron uncontested. Elyoy is coming out of base for the Hex Gate. It's not even going to get him there anywhere close. He knows he's going towards the bot side. He's going to clear his camp. And KT lands on 2.5.
Máme tady ten alert na donatu, no. To je jungle, ne hypercarry, vole. Ukaž to znova. Elyoy jde moc deep, no, moc deep. Forcuje flashe. Před tím, no, před. A Caitlyn trapa, no. Ajajajajaj. A teď Junara mi vysvětlit, co, jako... Byla ten silný one-shotnul. Halo? Tam ani nebyla Rumble ultimátka. Tam ani nebyla Rumble ultimátka.
Docdown, an ace in the hole maybe, but he knows it wouldn't really hit. Alvaro's in front, but that opens up mid-turret. And even though he didn't get ahead early, it doesn't matter. That
to si ze mě děláš prdel, kámo. No fakt si ze mě děláš prdel. No to ne. Dívej, tenhle ten build se mi líbí víc, že prostě skipuješ Zeal item, protože Zeal itemy jsou komplet vodohoven. A vemeš to LDR třetí a máš damage. Já ti říkám, Caitlyn bude first pickovaná eventuálně. Ta evoluce Caitlyn bude to, že Caitlyn teďka není banovaná 4-5 a pikují to týmy 4-5. Pak se začne banovat 4-5 Caitlyn. V ten moment, kdy se začne banovat 4-5 Caitlyn, začne se pikovat Caitlyn 1, 2, 3. V ten moment se začne Caitlyn first pikovat. A v ten moment se Caitlyn začne banovat. To je evoluce prostě. I ty týmy neví, že Caitlyn je broken. A překvapuje mě to, že neví, že Caitlyn je broken. Kámo, to mi chceš říct, že prostě jeden vyjebanej Freeman Shockwave jako prostě comebacknul hru, jo? Že BDD je majitel. Takže ADC je broken najednou. Ne, AD carry, Caitlyn je jediný AD carry, co je reálný AD carry a dává to damage. Tak, jak dává Caitlyn damage, tak by mělo každý AD carry dávat damage, aby ta role byla normálně v pohodě.
But I just don't know if he's strong enough to compete with everyone, especially if a couple of those wayward headshots from Doctam.
Proto ti říkám, že Caitlyn bude banovaná a bude pikovaná. First pikovaná a bude banovaná. Afe dává actually damage taky, no. Ale a problém s Afíkem je, že víš co, Caitlyn, když porovnáš Caitlyn a Apheliose, tak Caitlyn dává stejný damage jako Aphelios, ale má mobilitu. Má escape. A má větší range. To je ten problém, proč je Caitlyn OP.
He needs to get a powerful cataclysm, lay it up perfectly.
But who do you try and go for? BDD now has that Sonya's Hourglass completed, even though he doesn't have flash up. Doctam still has his flash. Everyone, apart from Peter, has their flash. So your targets.
Ale dostali jsme outscale, no, ty 3 itemy, jak jsem říkal. Prostě 3 itemy a my dostaneme outscale kvůli tomu, že Orion dá Freeman Shockwave. Bro. Tam ta nepohlídaná Shockwave u toho ataka otočila hru.
They were a foregone conclusion, at least when they were up. And because of that, Jojo doesn't get the push he wants. Inna still stays standing. I mean, it is nice macro for MKOI when they are so far behind now. But it does feel like, again, you know, maybe a pick that set up, maybe a fight on their terms, a minute till the
to taky, to kvéčko, jak buffli Caitlyn, ty kvéčko, jak si pamatujete, já jsem říkal, že Caitlyn, aby byla OP champ, tak jí musí buffnout kvéčko, aby kvéčko one-shotovalo vlnu. A oni to buffli a pak jsem mega hrál Caitlyn, protože Caitlyn, v momentě, kdy Caitlyn prostě dá kvéčko na vlnu a zabije to range miniony, tak je ten clear je broken.
control that he offers with Duckdam's free to play up here because he has the speed ups with BDD.
Rapid Fire postavil, jo. Rapid Fire tu je dobrý do Yunary, no. Problém s Yunarou je, že ona, když dostane outrange, tak je useless champ.
I think if it's MKOI, they just have to try and bypass them and go for this split push once more.
Ale jestli tu Koi prohraje, tak nám to nevadí, nevadí nám to. My potřebujeme, aby G2 vyhrálo proti Číňanům dneska, proti Top Esport. Pro dobro Evropy. Na kdy jdu se snapem komentovat, až bude nějaká BL3. To je prostě outskilled. To nevím. To nevím, jestli to je jako tam spíš.
There was a bit used from KT, but Jojo now with nothing up.
Yeah, MKOI kind of a fake contest there, looking to see if they can just take these turrets on the sidelines and again be a nuisance, but Jojo...
Kamil, počkej si na G2, prosím, ty tady zase japuješ, že EU je cooked. Vydrž.
KT again, Dragon taken. They're looking so strong in this one.
Maybe it's something... Maybe in the end, the fact that Jojo got out...
Mají Yunaru, Lulu, Xantek, dali outscale. Mají Jarvana, který dostane outscale od Zinza. Mají Galio, co dostane outscale od Oriany. A mají Caitlyn, co dá outscale Yunaře. To, že mají Lulu, je irrelevant. Lulu by, kdyby tam měli lepší AD carry, tak je ta Lulu důležitá, no. Plus Rumble dá outscale Xantovi jak blázen. Tam jako, tam všichni dávají outscale. A Braum je docela dobrý do toho Xantova Jarvana. Grillik, Zinzao, hypercarry běží. Zinzao, hypercarry. Myslel to.
And with that chunk, it feels like Baron might come with it.
Jojo in behind them though. MKOI gonna look for the flank and see if they can all in on this. It looks like.
Prečo v tom zápase pikli Yunaru místo Zery. Flank, mají flank na Caitlyn, ale nemají damage. Nemají damage. Zery by tu nebyla, Zery je stejná jak Yunara. Problém s Caitlyn je outrange, no. Počkej, jako Xante tam má být na V4 za
There was just not enough in the tank for MKOI and KT.
Tutoriál pro KT, no moc tutoriál to nebyl upřímně. Kámo, ty late gamey jsou problém. Mid-late game problém pro EU tým, no. Tak strašně ahead jsme byli, měli jsme i jako setupnutou soulu a zahodíme to a takhle. U jednoho vyjebaného fightu dostaneme Freeman Shockwave, protože to neumíme flashnout. KT vypadají na straně, ale nedivím se jim, protože jako ta early game byla hrozná. A Diok dám to na intil s tou Caitlyn šíleně.
BDD once again stepping up and the man is just so damn good.
Tady nebyl problém late game, ale to, že mají jen jedno carry, no to je vždycky problém s Galio. Kompem. Všechny ty týmy dělají ten problém, že oni piknou Galia a vemou tanka na top lane místo prostě třeba Ambes, Renekton a takovýhle věci.
Cuz though, I mean, Cuz again with BDD. This mid jungle is so exciting to watch.
Byla Caitlyn i first game, ne, ale druhou a třetí hru byla.
Yeah, the fact that you end up getting so much of those kills in that bottom lane fight, turning into Duckdam, immediately set up the rest of this composition for success. The Caitlyn gets accelerated back into a position where she's just as strong as Super. Duckdam then ends up picking up the rapid fire cannon, and at that stage it's lights out. Like, there's too many flashes, there's a Zhonya's on both the Rumble and the Orianna. It just doesn't work.
Well, maybe not a fraud at all, Halo. Maybe you're not a fraud at all.
No, am I happy? Am I sad? I'm feeling a lot of different things right now, honestly, following this game. It was the most KT game ever, but it was also sadly very the most MKOI game
no počkej,
ever.
teďka hraje kdo?
It is never
teďka už je T1?
Never won, never lost until the Nexus falls, and we should have known that.
Počkej,
I was trying to give you confidence. I was trying to give you confidence throughout the entire time. What did you keep
100
saying?
Billy Gaming, okay, 100 Billy. To jsem zvědavý na Billy, ale jako bude to stomp Billy.
Yeah, they are. expert quarterback material. That's that American JoJo in them right
Ale
there.
zatím mám 4 ze 4 predictions,
I need a
no.
little bit more sympathy right now, Raz.
Yeah.
Also, you don't get to talk to me. Okay.
Should I exit
On a great list of traitors, okay, you're there right next to Judas, okay?
Benedict Arnold, perhaps?
Wow.
I am alone on this desk, suffering. Why did they have to throw? Why are they so good at throwing? I said to Raz, look at me, I said to Raz explicitly, they've thrown a 10K gold lead with a composition just like this one. And he's like, nah, they'll be fine.
No way.
They'll be fine.
And then they did it again.
Little did he know that it was gonna happen again, and you can never outcount BDD.
Změn prediction na test a budeš dneska gol bez chyby. Ne, prostě věřím G2 dneska. G2 vyhraje proti test. Je to sice pade na pade, kamo dívej, Freeman, prostě Freeman knock-up do Rambla ultimátky. Ukáž to ještě jednou, prosím. Ten ball tam nebyl vidět, on to schoval, ne, do toho Atakana, nebo jak to udělal? S Orianou je hrozný problém s tím, že ty prostě fakt jako schováváš ty ultimátky, ty bóly a je to šílený.
For the rest of his team to then do what they needed to do.
And I apologize as a first step, Bedius. I
should have
defaulted to trust on your lack of trust. I think that should have happened. Because I was so bought into how well MKOI was playing, I just didn't believe it was going to happen.
No, jenom tam prostě nezahodí tu. Oni tam zabili všechny a získali shutdowny, že jo, pro tu Caitlyn.
If I think about MSI, if I think about the lack of confidence that this team had, when I look at the early game, and the early game only, until the end, mid game, let's say, it looked good.
I mean, the problem is I've been saying this about Koi, like, for all year.
Řekni, co máš za památky z Under Thieves, jsi nějaké šperky obleky, když jsi je koučoval. Pluhy, ale tak to víš, ne? Já mám diamantový náhrdelník Under Thieves, za to, že jsme vyhráli. Mám Gucci dvoje boty Gucci, oblek celý, košili Gucci, od nich 2 kabele, nebo 2 tašky Gucci, batoh Gucci. Že jsme měli Gucci sponzora, nebo sponzor byl, jako náš sponzor byl Gucci, nevím, jestli jste věděli, 100 Thieves, to bylo popiči jak blázen. A ještě...
For now, for Europe. We'll see about this right after the break because we're headed for one for now and we're here from Peter on the other side before we set up BLG versus 100 Thieves.
Ale nejlepší je ten diamantový náhrdelník, to je popiček blázen, no, za to, že jsme vyhráli. To bylo hrozně pěkný. Jsem hodně velký delusional, když věřím FlyQuest 1.0 oproti ta Oriana. Jo, on ji tam schoval, no, on ji tam schoval. Ale pokud FlyQuest chce někdy vyhrát proti T1, tak mají ty největší šance vyhrát proti T1, říkám to furt. Protože T1 nehráli tak dobře proti IG a budou se jen a jen zlepšovat na Worlds. Čím delší dobu budou na Worlds, tím se budou víc zlepšovat T1. Ale taky, jako v T1 FlyQuest bych typoval T1 win. G2 Top Esports bych víc typoval, nebo víc je to 50-50. Jako subjektivně G2 Top Esports za mě fakt 50-50. T1 FlyQuest, T1 tak 60%, 40% FlyQuest. Kristýnka, ahoj. Ukaž ten náhrdelník, ne. Neužil jsi někdy nad špunty do uší místo sluchátek na sledování, to stačí, dáš odpočinout v hlavě, pokud ti to vadí. Tyjo, chtěl bych, no, s těma špuntama. Ale ty špunty nejdou připojit na to, ne? Na zvukovku.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Já si jdu pro kafe. Jdu si skočit pro kavčo. Hned jsem zpět.
First ever Worlds game, how was it? 이제 막 첫 월즈 경기 끝내셨거든요. 어땠나요?
지금도 막 정신이 없고 너무 설레기도 하는데 정신이 너무 없는 것 같습니다.
Everything is so hectic, you know. I was so excited to actually play, but also everything is just happening. So many stuffs are happening at the same time. It's so chaotic to me. And Peter, you said this is your first time actually taking the airplane for Worlds, your first international experience. So how are you dealing with all of this new experience for you? 피터 선수 첫 국제전이고 얼마 전에 한 인터뷰에서 처음으로 비행기 탔다라고 하셨잖아요. 이런 새로운 경험들 어떻게 잘 헤쳐나가고 계신가요?
일단 비행기를 처음 탔을 때 이렇게 비행기가 높이 올라가는지 몰랐어가지고 상상한 거 이상으로 너무 높이 올라가는 거예요. 그래서 좀 많이 무서웠던 경험이 있고 그리고 해외에 대한 이제 그 두려움도 있고 좀 그런 게 있었는데 중국에 와서 보니까 다 사람 사는 나라 같고 너무 행복한 것 같습니다.
Well, when I first took the plane, it actually went up higher than I expected, and it was so scary. I was so high up in the sky. I was sweating, but in the end, I safely managed to land to China. And at first, I was afraid of, you know, kind of being in a foreign country for the first time. But actually, after I spent some days here, I realized it's another great country, and everyone is super nice. I'm having such a great time here in China. So KT Roaster managed to turn the game around at the Otacon fight. So how did you see the angle and whose call was it to set up around there? So KT가 사실은 초반에는 조금 많이 말린 것 같았는데
aspoň v Brně, vždycky ráno je úplně hnusně. Šedá obloha, vole do třeba 3 odpoledne a pak začne být slunko na hodinu a pak zapadne, nebo na pár hodin a pak to zapadne. Ale každý den doslova přes kopírák.
Based on our composition, we were like, we have to make enemy start engaging onto us and we can kind of team fight back. And Peter made a call. We have to set up around Otacon. We have to go for the play and let them start the fight. And I think it really worked well. And truly, this game was the perfect K-tier roster experience. I know a lot of the LCK fans are, used to this, but there will be a lot of Western fans
mě to takhle
experiencing this
good,
for the first time. So what would you like to say to the Western fan that
Docela
there are
svítí
a
tady
lot
na jihu
more
Brna.
exciting and fun rides to come?
Já jsem
이제
taky na
KT
jihu
롤스터
Brna,
정말
ale ty
롤러코스터다운
vole, je
화끈한
tady
경기력
hovno
오늘
slunko.
경기에서 제대로 보여주셨는데요. 앞으로도 더 재미있는 롤러코스터 라이드가 많이 남았다고 서양
Čau, Aleš, mám jednu otázku. Víš, jak jsi hovořil, že Caitlyn nejsilnější AD carry, tak mně se zdá, že jsi si dneska už honil, je to pravda?
저희의 이제 시작점이라고 생각하고 저희는 롤러코스터 타듯이 더 올라갈
Kamil, co s tím
것입니다.
mám
항상
společný moje
멀리서도
honění?
응원해 주셔서 감사합니다. KT 롤스터 keep going up.
This is
Ty vole,
only
mluvil
the
anglicky.
beginning of
Vudu
KT
vu.
Roller, and as every roller coaster does, we will keep going up. So I really appreciate your support. Thank you. And that was Peter from the KT Roaster side. Thank you. KT Roaster.
Jako tady tak prší, jakoby.
Jason. How go, Peter?
Oh,
I'm so happy.
Roller coaster ourselves.
I'm so happy that
What's
the
going on
Western
over there?
fans. What are they doing? Oh, they're fighting.
Yeah, they are kind of, yeah, a little, yeah.
But yeah, Western
no
fans
power there behind
finally
it.
discover who Peter is. KT take this one, and now we're heading into 100 Thieves versus BLG. Vinny, which side are you on?
What the hell is this?
I mean, hey, I put a lot of effort into that.
Mine is better.
That's better.
Listen, man, EU has gone 0-2 today, so I need Raz to be my brother on this one. I need you to go 0-2 for me.
No, hell no, okay.
It's 100% win rate for the blue side, all right? And, like, listen, when we look at 100 Thieves year, it's not exactly been an easy road, has it, Raz?
One would say a roller coaster for 100
Bude
Thieves. I
gigabin?
mean, split one, it was looking great. They were in the finals, right, versus Team Liquid. So I was quite happy there. And then you continue on to split two, starting to see some cracks there. It was awful, honestly, during the end of split two. And you go to split three, you see Dokla come in, and he was the one coming in to save the vibes. Also hearing from River and Quid, just the fact that him coming into the team, of course, the experience that Dokla provides, being able to talk about lane assignments really helped out Quid, so we got to see a real boost in performance from them. And they really just had, speaking of a roller coaster, just gliding straight through into the finals in the LTA North Conference.
It's pretty much similar to last year, where Quid and River were the main characters of the team.
They were. I mean, for a team like that, like for this team, it always is about Quid and River. How exciting they are as players. The fact that they always look for engage as a playmaker like Quid. His Akali is something we always really call out for. So like last year, it was about Quid and River. This year, it's still about Quid and River. There was a dip in performance when
River konečně dostal dobrýho agresivního midaře, nebo Quid není moc agresivní,
but
nebo?
they really cleaned it up.
And River, it's his last time to show himself on the international stage, alongside a lot of players here at Worlds. But
Já jsem vždycky říkal, Rivera strašně hejtili v Americe, že k hovnu, ale já jsem vždycky říkal, ty vole, hele, River je strašně dobrý jungler, jen hraje prostě s pasivníma hráčema.
During the split, they're like, is this, yes, 100 Thieves last ride, like River specifically, and how good he has been for this region, how talented he has been both on Golden Guardians, he started on Dignitas,
River bude taky končit,
he has been somebody that has been so smart as a player, so losing that hurts.
And absolutely will. And unfortunately, his journey isn't going to start with an easy path. Because it will be up against BLG, reigning world finalists, of course. And they are reigning world finalists. They are the ones.
Yo, my boy FBI.
In the world finals last year. And of course, they still finished with a solid performance at MSI. But their year also has been a bit of a roller coaster as well. Start at the beginning of the year, kind of falling short of expectations, especially after what we saw from them last year. The introduction of a new jungler in spring, getting them to the finals, but falling short against AL. Now, though, finally finding success domestically, but again, it comes at the cost of finding another jungler in Shadow. And while all of these things have been happening within the team, the one thing we can say for certain is that Knight is still Knight.
Yeah, Knight, of course, is beautiful. Finals MVP. Like you also had like exceptional play throughout the season. Like he is just been somebody that has been stomping within the lane, outside of the lane. When he was going up against IG, I talked about this yesterday during the playoffs. Like he was getting solo kills every game, and they ballooned that. So this team will scrap constantly in the early game, hand checking you, and it always starts from Knight as a player. Just when he entered the league, he has been showcasing this like exceptional dominance.
Kdyby hypoteticky přišla nabídka na trénování týmu, bral bys to? Jako promyslel bych si to určitě, ale musela by to být fakt dobrá nabídka, jakože fakt dobrá.
Around their performance coming into this international event, the consensus seems to be that the LCK are the powerhouse region with 3 of like potentially all 4 teams sitting at the top of the power rankings, and I think this is a great opportunity for BLG to demonstrate what they are capable of, where they are.
Losra to neskoučoval, že bys to streamoval peak content, no to by byl peak content. Ale on to koučuje ten, ne? Kejdro ode mne.
I want to give it to Raz quickly before we head into walkouts for the players. How do you feel ahead of this matchup? What is the expectation?
Amazing! I feel great. You guys have been dragging down the vibes based off of your guys' performance.
Zvládl bys koučat Nemesise? Jakoby koučat Bause, Nemesise, jako Bause asi v pohodě.
You saw the earlier post from Dokla how their boot camp has been run a little bit poorly, like River.
Nechceš si urobit český tým a streamovat tu cestu? Chci, Kamil, chtěl jsem, nebo takhle, já ti řeknu, chtěl jsem. Napsal jsem MČR, že bych si složil kompetitivní tým, který by vyhrál MČR, že bych si tam vzal nejlepší český hráče a že bych to celý streamoval. A fakt to jako jsem měl promyšlené. A že co by mi za to dali, že bych takhle promnul MČR, že by to mělo čísla jak Magořina, jako Magorořina by to mělo čísla, protože bychom screamovali streamy, streamovali bychom screamy a podobné věci. A hele, v podstatě Vojtovi zaplatili kuchyň za 400 000, Snapy mu dali raketu peněz taky a mě řekli, že mě dají 2 lístky na MČR, tak jsem řekl, pánové, bohužel, v ten moment to neudělám. Možná příště. Takže tak no. Jako hej, bez prdele bych měl třeba 2000 lidí na streamu a promoval bych měsíc v kuse MČR, protože bych streamoval scrimmy. Ale bohužel. A já znám svoji cenu.
Solo laners stepping up huge, been looking fantastic over the course of the last couple of series that he's played. Nice, I mean MVP for Split 1 and Split 2 for the team.
Takže škoda, no.
I think, sorry, for Split 2 and Split 3, but
ale mám to furt v rukávu jako ten plán, furt se to dá udělat.
So for 100 Thieves, their backs are against the wall. It is the last time that we will see this organization.
No hrál bych s Kamilem já bych z Kamila na support, abych vzal, protože jsme hráli v Německu.
To give 100 Thieves fans just one last hurrah. It will be incredible for NA fans.
They're making an exit. It's just about when the exit is.
Je Golden Glue. Stará známá tvář. Ale má jako velký kudy pod očima, si jetlag hituje.
And remember again BLG, their run up, like been during the split. Was a little bit hit or miss, I think. We talked about Knight's consistency. I feel like playoffs just
v Česku chybí top jungle, já bych hrál asi Robko na top lane, bych chtěl asi, protože to znám. Robko se jmenuje. A do jungle bych vzal ty vole asi z Guba nebo Dá. Na midlane bych se snažil vzít toho Máru, protože Mára by hrál MČR. A máš Marek, já, Kamilius, Robko top lane a třeba z Goob Jungle vyhrajeme MČR, zaručuju.
On BLG though, because you remember back in the like he was an Echo one-trick streamer that got picked up by FTX to be in their academy roster.
Here we go, byli proti 100 Thieves. Startuje čínská dominance. Byli je nejlepší tým z Číny, tak uvidíme, co pro nás mají nachystanýho.
Oriana taken away. We've learned that from today, but Dag, do we know Rise has been the pick of the tournament so far?
Jarvan first pick místo Rise, aha, okej.
Jarvan B1.
Pop je open, ale ne, Pop je v banu, dobré. Azir je open, Rice je open, Yunar je open, Caitlyn je open, Rumble je open. Je v 100 Thieves ještě někdo, koho si koučoval, je tam FBI.
But it is very much been about the solo laners and finding those skirmishes.
It's going to get locked in. Would you be worried about immobility? I think the answer
Aurora ještě úplně jsme zapomněli. Ale Čet, co si myslíte, že s tím týmem bychom vyhráli, ne? A nebo bych z prdele vzal Carzio na AD carry a hrál bych supporta. Víš, vzal bych Máru, Carzio, hrál bych supporta a vzali bychom top jungle, jakýkoliv profíci. Však teďka máme challenger top lanera jednoho na Vestu, a nevím, jak se jmenuje ten týpeček. A máme i challenger junglera na Vestu.
How he achieves on 100 Thieves. But now for BLG, are we going to get a strong bot lane? Oh, classic. I feel like Elkanon, when they have strong 2v2s in the meta, they will pull them out in a heartbeat.
Český tým by to byl, ne? Československý. Caitlyn Elise, there we go, kámo, už to tam je. Vidíš to? Už to tam vidíš. Je to tam, říkal jsem to. 4-5 první, pak se to bude banovat, pak 1, 2, 3. Sion Xin Aurora je ale hodně dobrý.
Okay, well, it's still a strong pick in its own right. Caitlyn can cut through, but let's see if the Sion can scale faster.
Jarvan Caitlyn Elise je stomp early game fast. Jako BLG chce 20 minutovku a jít domů. Hodně rychle. To bude dive za divem. Žádný challenger top lane není teďka. Aha, tak Grandmaster. Ale to se jim může, jako... Když takhle overpickuješ early game, tak se ti to může vymknout kontrola. Přece. Ale, je to BLG. Robocopa jsem myslel na top lane, no.
Maybe pair up with River and play the rest of the map. For now, Ryze does go away, so Knight's not going to get the chance of what is right now a tournament favorite champion in the mid lane. But we question that last support ban. Are BLG going to take away an AD carry instead? Is it going to be
Ryze Ambessa, OK, to jsou dobrý bany.
Makes their life annoying. I mean, their 2v2 so strong, Dagger, it's like it's limited.
Because that's the thing, like, you would, into Caitlyn, see things like the Karma Ezreal, so then that could be a pushy lane you can try and play around, but and maybe the Corki has enough push with the Phosphorus Bomb, enough safety with the Valkyrie to make it difficult. But are we going to just fight fire with fire?
Jako tady by mohl hrát Jina, zrovna, nebo Ashe, no, ale spíš Jina bych hrál do Jarvan Caitlyn Elise. Protože Jarvan, anebo Ziggs je dobrý. Ziggs je dobrý.
Smart move. When the Aurora is the only AP so far, it's nice from FBI. And now again we question like what that support's going to be because you have support already up on the board.
Tak.
But it is a comp pick that Ayla gets to play with.
Azir, máme prvního Azira na Worlds! Ne, pěkný Azira, pojď, jak chci být, jak je to silný. Rek'Sai top do Siona, to je klasika. Talia, jo? To nevím. Jako máš tam Talia, Jarvan, Elise, Jarvan, jako má tam hodně dobrý kombo. Protože Rek'Sai knock-up, Elise stun, Jarvan knock-up, Jarvan klec.
When Dagger and I cast this region for many years, there was a few things we were worried about. At the time it was the Silas, we didn't see as much anymore. I think Talia was always on that list.
Koho máš nejvíc banet čampa v Crystal Ballu?
Only just seems to grow.
We are scared of Knight.
It's just nice. Yeah.
Není to možná Azir?
I mean, very much has been the best mid laner in the region for a significant portion of time. So
true.
And it has been the rallying point of BLG. He has been the performer on this roster, and it was kind of waiting, as you say, until playoffs to see the rest of the team hit a point where they could be just as strong. And now it's on 100 Thieves to see if they can be stronger. Taking that rel into the bottom side, it's great setup, it's great presence and pressure on towards a backline.
Zgube, čauko, jaký mečer nebo co, stejně tě zničím ve streamer Clashi, ne, to byla hypotetický tým na mečere, co bych složil.
Very true, and Sin's out with the AD, right, and I think also with this comp tag, we're going to mention that it's going to take a while to get things going if Quid's not in control, if Quid doesn't get the snowball in the game, because I see BLG and I see lane dominance here in this game. I see BLG doing what they do best, and I feel like BLG are a great laning team. The quality we talk about with Knight especially, I think they've got all the eggs in the basket, and LPL's #1 seed that again went through the whole rigmarole of 4 best-of-5s, with 3 of them going the distance, including the top esports one in the final. They had to work damn hard to get here. And they had to not be a third place team, which is where they finished in the regular season. They had to be a first place team and show the world that they're back. And here they are once again. It was a year where a lot of people
In-house si kvitl, alebo co se stalo? Ne, jenom teďka nehrajou in-house.
No sirree. Dagda, there's a stat.
Vrátím se k těm in-houseům zase.
You should read it.
It's just that on Elise career 9-1.
Protože ty in-house většinou začínají od 5 odpoledne nebo od 4 a to já už končím.
And has been the pocket pick that traditionally they brought out as the draft goes later, as you start to see a lot of those picks taken away, but we're starting to see kind of what we're talking about, those like scrim bubble-esque vibes, where we're seeing the Caitlyn's picked up by the
Jestli vyhraje 100 Thieves, tak si jdu koupit KFC. Jdu se dobrovolně otrávit masem. Tak skvělně, ale tuhle hru jsem strašně zvědavý na to, jak dobří jsou Billy Gaming, protože to je nejlepší čínský tým. To je za A. Za B. Jsem strašně zvědavý na to, jak budou hrát early game, když mají Caitlyn, Elise, Jarvan. Early game. Ten komp, co mají, Caitlyn, Jarvan, Elise, Talia, Rek'Sai, je komplet. Ti říkám jako, že legit komplet je early mid game. Ale má to i jako OK scaling. OK scaling proti enemy. Ale tady bych čekal, že Knight bude permaromovat na botlane a diveovat botlane. Já jsem dal killčo na 100 Thieves. Jak říkám, hoši, better than sázení je normálně do noh. Vy se naserete, že prohrajete prachy teďka, protože 100 Thieves nevyhrajou. Já bych z toho měl radost. Dobré kvéčko, OK, první kvéčko dobral Caitlyn. Budu sledovat trošku, jak hrajete On hraje Fleet? Co hrál Dogo před minulou hru? Hrál Fleet Footwork nebo Lethal?
Again, On can't really do anything. Doesn't have the Venomous Bite, doesn't have the launch to combo, get that electrocute off easily, and burst down as FBI already paying respect.
Yeah, and this is where, again, like, FBI in time will be fine to push out the wave and just make it difficult for the Caitlyn to find success. But in the early stages, it costs so much mana to try and constantly throw these bouncing bombs and see if you can clear out the wave. So Elk just stepping up, it's level 2, looking cool.
Steps up even under turret. Mad respect given over. As by the way, if you want to know where jungles are in the heat of all this, actually on Vision, I believe both will be in a second.
Ty kvečka by ten Elk měl dávat, když lásí to je ten Zig zrovna. Tu vardu, jak tam jako... On tam dá trapu a FBI do toho vleze, WTF.
Both junglers trying to make it down towards this bot lane, knowing just how volatile it can be. Again, though, the push is going to be here for BLG, and they'll be happy to just set up that grab for Beishwan and make him a little bit more comfortable as.
Ale ta Elise hraje docela pěkně agresivně s těma repolama. To má Caitlyn za skin, nevím, to je Prestige Commander? Caitlyn, nebo něco takového, ne? A tyhle kvečka, když takhle trefíš, to je illegal. Zireále, děkuji za 4 měsíce. Děkuji. Každý tier 1 subíček, co dá tier 1 subíčka during Worlds, dostane Worlds ikonku na Twitch. Takže děkuju. Můžete mít zároveň... EQ Flash, OK. Elise do toho okamžitý kokun. River, on přežívá. Jeden flash, flaga. Jo. Nemá flash vlastně, on flashoval už. Itery chudiku za 2 měsíce Prime. A nevím, jestli Prime dává ty ikonky. Ale Furko už tady flexí, že můžeš mít emotikonku suba a k tomu World. Ale ta agrese se mi líbí od BLG zatím, hodně se mi to líbí. Využívají prostě Jarvan and Invade s Elise Prime. Rizzy Zub, ty jednička, děkuju, Rizzy Zubé, děkuju. 1v2 tam pressure i ta Elise, jako on hraje dobře, tu Elise. Oj, nepohlídaný, Bin nepohlídal toho. To je free kill, ne? Ne, nabejtil. Gigabin. Myslel, že umře, ale Rek'Sai je Rek'Sai, no.
Thieves are going to survive just fine. They know that both their junglers are paying attention to Bin and
Já
Doka
nevím,
right
vždycky
now.
já si chci zahrát Caitlyn, když vidím, že hrajou Caitlyn. Drahý, ale neožere, děkuju za 6 měsíců, ty pičo, děkuju.
Is able to pick up an early amplifying tome and get some of the mana he needs, but with this push, I imagine he's going to reset once again. And it just, this was kind of what we're talking about. It's about trying to survive this early laning phase for FBI
Jako
and Ayla.
všichni prohrávají na CSka prostě, když se podíváš. Každá linka. Protože prostě Američani se všeobecně bojí. Jako mám největší problém, že oni prostě respektí moc ty týmy, víš? S tím, když jsem byl v Americe. Jsme na Voroc měli prostě problém, že ti hráči respektí až moc. Metz Slave, děkuju za 14, děkuju. Děkuju za ty subíky.
Simply because, again, you get true damage when you have 100% of the Fury from that Venomous Bite. Really nice trading patterns being added in and buffed out over recent patches. You see again has been, look how quick it is to stack, boom. Thank you so much for true damage, that's great.
And as you say, it's the healing afterwards as well that makes it so obnoxious. Because it's then very difficult for Douglas
Ještě pamatuju, jak Rek'Sai se byla na top lane dvakrát, třikrát silnější a měla ty perma full HP.
Although Sion, I think, exists kind of outside of that fundamentally.
That's true.
Teď dlouho jsme nevyhlásili to klipera měsíce.
I feel like there's a lot of tanks in the meta right now, and this is probably why tanks are so good. There's a lot of health in the game. It's a little bit cheaper than it has been in the past. And a lot of tanks have good laning phase. I still feel like Horn's laning phase against certain matchups has been something favoured. Hope we see that pick come out more in the tournament. Of course, being in best of ones, we expected things like the Sign to come out more frequently. Things like Easier, but evidently does not get banned. Tagged up, we're focusing on bot. Classic. That's just how this game's going to go. There is a
15 je na topu 1v1, to je celkem crazy.
He's almost a little 600 Cataclysm available as well. Might just be trying to maybe either dive FPI or set up that neutral.
No tady Elk staví to, nestaví attack speed boty, právě. Ty attack speed boty nepřijdou dobrý jako první item na tom. Nemáš damage pak. OK. Elise one-shotnutá. Pozor! Pane bože! 2 kilíčky.
100 Thieves on the board first. Nice fight.
Nice pick onto the support as well. And his only end up losing their junglers.
What is Ben doing? BLG!
Kámo, tohle je klasický LPL, kde oni tak strašně disrespektí, že to intí. Oni tak disrespektí ten tým.
Series of unfortunate events for the BLG side. 100 Thieves going to be delighted to pick that one up. They get the kills in the fight. They get a mistake from Bin that they punish.
Zatím je to irrelevant.
Picked up and finished for FBI, which is such a nice moment for the Ziggs, because you can very quickly start to clear out these waves thanks to the extra mana. And now you got Douglas TP into the bottom side. Looks like they're going to try and lane swap for the Void Grubs.
That play from Bin was about as good as the quality of Raz's predictions. We look at the replay down bottom.
Oni tady se nechají kolapsnout. Ta Aurora damage je crazy, no.
But for 100 Thieves, they're in a great spot where they pick up on. You've now got Beishuan who's too far forward. And they make it work off the back of
a teď ten Bin, já nevím, co ten Bin dělá, ale to je prostě klasa. Že by KFC, ne.
Oh. And then...
OK.
That was terrible.
Více na tom nejlepší, že to je jako irrelevant, když tak blbě řeknu. Jako není to irrelevant, ale... Jako vůbec to není irrelevant, ale Billy to nebude vadit, protože oni vyhrajou anyway. Prostě co tím mrdá. Lol. To jako dostanou 3 grubíky.
Was fantastic. Like River really bought time. The target selection was beautiful. Quid's impact was felt, and as grubs go down, as we try and recover.
Vondřej BTC. Čau bro, nechceš mi poslat nějaký Bitcoin?
With a small gold lead, but a nice edge to start off this game.
And especially as you kind of already alluding to, a lot of that presence that they want is, hey, can we survive the laning phase against Elk and then start transitioning to a later portion of the game? Well, Elk still is doing relatively well, but definitely not as strong as he could be thanks to that early
Ziggs
fight.
TP na botlane, no? Jo, oni swapou back. Oni vzali 3 gruby a swapou back.
Čau,
hele, nevíš, proč nehraje Shadow za Billy? On je super.
they were actually the ones that were making these silly mistakes and oftentimes would find themselves.
Ale jestli DAY1 bude intit, tak možná bude hrát.
100 Thieves are finding the success, and now they're getting to the portion of the game where they are stronger in general, just off of their stylistic play. So this is kind of a good look for 100 Thieves, just based on how they play.
Especially when they've already got grubs upside. This dragon that was visited before with the big plague is now going to be looked at
10. minuta, jenom 3 gruby, žádný drák. Hra even.
Knight as well. We've seen a pretty stable game from him so far, and he's got Weaver's Wall up and available. Ayla's not getting anything with the Shattering Strike as BLG looking for lane.
Jarvan je squishy teďka furt ještě. Level 7 jenom.
BLG trying to threaten this, but we just saw that it didn't quite work out for them the last time around. This time, at least, On a little bit healthier and can start to get into position, but BLG wants to.
Zatím ten Ziggs-pick vychází hodně dobře od Caitlyn, protože Caitlyn jako nic moc nemůže panišovat. Top lane se bude plácat, to bude plácačka. Čau Narvíku, koukáš v práci na YouTube, nebo?
You know it's a slower early game when you watch two tanks fight it out for 20 seconds.
I think we might be getting some action now as BLG's bot lane entered into river. Should be them starting
150 lidí na YouTube, čauko, zdravím YouTube. Určitě dejte like na YouTube, ať to objeví víc lidí, ten streameček. Děkuju. One-shotnutej, jo.
A bit egregious from the Australian support as he goes down.
Ends up kind of messing that one up. You had the reset coming through for Quid. You can see just finished his Lianju's Anguish. And they're waiting on
mě tu nejede, jo, hodně lidí říkalo, že chce, abych streamoval na YouTube, protože jim v práci zabanovali Twitch. Což je strašně halus. Oni prostě zabanujou Twitch v práci, to nevysvětlíš. Co ten ajťák se prostě dívá a říká si, ty kokot, co ti zaměstnanci dělají, vole? Proč furt otevírají tuhletu stránku twitch.tv? Pak se ten ajťák podívá na Twitch TV, víš co, nějaký 40letý ajťák a vidí tam prostě ty vole týpky tancovat na TikTok danci za peníze a řekne, no tak to ne, vole. Tak to ne.
I think this is where again you can kind of lend that strength through for turret taking and presence on the rest of the map.
Jsem viděl u Honzy se rozjelo zase sundávání trika za peníze. Viděl jsem, že asi aj cucal prsty za peníze, že mu někdo na nohou prostě, co ti jebe. Za 5K, ty vole, to je prostě... Uf. Prostě internetová šlapka doslova. Viděli jste Black Mirror epizodu jak, s tím streamingem, jak si ten týpek vytrhával zub za streamování a tak, za peníze. Jak ta jeho manželka měla tu část mozku nahranou a museli platit předplatný. Kámo, to bylo crazy. Flashing age, boom! Huh?
FBI getting away is criminal, call them!
And he even goes the wave to clear it out. I cannot believe FBI survived that. You can even see
jakoby za 20 minut měl 20 000, nejde nic, kámo. Týpek vydělá z donatů za 20 minut to, co já za celý měsíc. Takže se nedivím se.
But again, like this is where BLG are still trying to make plays, and it may not have worked out this time. But 100 Thieves, like, they are still needing to keep pace with what BLG are doing, and a lot of that is still BLG kind of playing defensively on the bottom side of the map to enable Knight into a good matchup against Oakland. Now 100 Thieves have found their matchup that they want. Is Quid against Knight.
Jsem chytal nějakou remečku a furt z toho jsem to.
And they're starting to put some hurt on Tom.
FBI also went for the gun first rather than something that's a little bit more scaling, so this is nice. Anger from Ayla as well. Meanwhile though, Quid in a 1v1.
Knight začíná štípat, 3v3 fightíček. River nesmrtelný, Zinzao XD. Ale ty vole, dlouho byl nesmrtelný. Akorát neměli damage, Ziggs tam nic netrefil.
Ayla tried to find the flank, and 100 Thieves thought with the collapse they might be able to pick off the squishy Elise, but they can't finish him off.
1200 gold dělásků, 3-0 Caitlyn 1100, kolektor finishnutý. Teď jsou ty první itemy, kdy první itemy většinou bývají hodně telling, protože na těch prvních itemech, třeba tady ten early mid-game comp, jako mají Billy Gaming, tak začne být online. Protože Talia začne mít damage, reálně Talia začne mít damage na až druhým itemu, pokud jede Seras první. Ale Caitlyn začíná mít na prvním itemu hodně velký damage, Jarvan taky. A teďka můžou začít fightit.
FBI can deal some decent damage, but trying to lock down some of these members on BLG is going to be hard. Like, the flash is still available on Nice. You have that net for Elk. And apart from Ayla, there's no real threat onto the back line unless you completely misplay his Elk, which means that he should be relatively safe from finding the CC on top of him that enables things like Quid and FBI.
Gold grind. So we just look at Quid, who again found an earlier kill, but although he has a bit of a gold lead, he's been able to pop off one of these fights, pulled out one ulti, but
tak drak za 50, ale to je druhý drak teprve v 16. minutě bude. Herald teďka je free, to asi nemůžou moc fightit. 100 Thieves. Včera si ti počkej, ale takhle, když Ziggs bude poukovat, jako, tak jak ty 100 Thieves můžou vyhrát ten fight, je když Ziggs napoukuje chviličku. Víš, že třeba napoukuje Jarvana Elise nebo někoho, kdo kohokoliv. A v momentě, kdy budou trošičku napoukovaní, tak v ten moment flash engage nerel a ten fight můžou vyhrát. Rex se na to hraje do Siona, protože má true damage, víš, a sustain a vyhrává do Siona. Je to jeden z mála championů, co dokáže vyhrát proti Sionovi. Kodíku, čauko. Tak, force ne flash. Ne force není flash, jenom ulta jumping. Crazy. Včera si chyběl na fame, nejde nic, bohužel. OK, on chycenej. Ten je straight up dead, no. Jak ale chcou teďka, jak byli chcou forsovat nějaký advantage teďka. Zkoušeli chytnout Auroru, to nechytí. Siona nezabijou. Ziggs se taky nechytí. Ono ironicky 100 Thieves mají komp, který je těžký snowballit proti němu. Ale nedají outscale, takže to takový weird, no. Jako byli dají outscale.
The ability to play around this Rift Herald is about to
Herala dost na mid, teď vemou mid turretu do toho snowballu na botlane, vemou, budou být 2500 goldu, když vemou mid botlane turret. Tady určitě to ještě vemou na botlane, toho Heralda. Schválně si narazí. A teďka se to řídí dobře, ten Herald. Poběží na... Počkej, co to bylo, jak kdyby to A proč najednou zrychlil? Kamo nejen, že projede tou zdí, ale pak ještě zrychlí. Teď vemou i turetku. To je trošku illegal, že Jarvan hitoval tu turetu melee. Tak, 2500 goldu by měl mít, 2-2, ok, 2-2. A Atakan za 1,5, no. Ale jako draky 1-1, 2200 goldů není game breaking, není to game winning. Hanritis by museli udělat chybu, aby ještě teďka dali větší snowball, víš, aby dostali víc goldů, než mají teďka.
They will spot out the reset interrupted. Put on. Maybe, as you say, step away from that one. And with the Hextech gates, you can get the resets from BLG and immediately get back out onto the map. So not really too much there for 100 Thieves. Now, the TP from FBI was used, but it's not exactly...
Vypadá to vyrovnaně, ale každý ví, že není, no, protože mají ten komp, no. Ten komp, co oni mají, je prostě komp, že nemůžeš se moc dostat behind.
At this stage, I think it was a nice attempt from 100 Thieves to try and catch BLG.
A pak Aurora musí hard smurfit.
Unfortunately, this is kind of the issue with some of their composition is
Že oni reálně nemají moc physical damage. On poslal Rapid Fire second L. Zajímavé.
So if BLG are up in the front to back
to mi přijde, že nemá damage vůbec.
Just tests his damage a little bit there. So still Blessing just getting rid of as Rapid Fire Cannon now picked up for the Cable.
Já přemýšlím o tom Billy, jak oni chcou jako teďka snowballnout líp, no. Musí někoho odchytit, ale koho? Tam nemají koho chytit. Draky jako stakovat moc nemůžou, jako můžou forsnout Atakana, ale neforsoval bych Atakana proti Ziggs Aurora, protože to je něco, jakoby když teďka budou Billy forsovat Atakana, tak to můžou vyhrát 100 Thieves, protože budou poukovat se Ziggsem a pak engagenou. Takže tady to bude pomalá hra, kdy prostě se bude čekat na to, až Billy outscalenou, no, což bude jako...
A lot of people sitting around. The waves have kind of been cleared. I think they might have missed their window here.
Přijde divný stavět Rapid Fire Second na místo Infinity na Caitlyn. No všeobecně Zeal item je strašně slabý, nebo Zeal itemy jsou všeobecně strašně slabý na AD. Že nemáš damage, víš? Ani ten attack speed ti nezvedne ten damage, protože ty máš 160 AD teďka a dáváš se 160 AD dáváš, dívej, to je headshot Rapid Fire a nedá to damage. Ale zase je to dobrý proti Ziggsovi, že máš ten range proti Ziggsovi a můžeš aspoň trošičku poukovat. To oni to budou začínat, tohle nevím, jako... Nevím, hoši, nevím, tohle, tady Ziggs pouk, oni se snaží, ale engagenout, Elise je na engage planku. Nepoukujou vůbec, Ziggs poukuj! Kamo, Atakan je na půlce a nepoukuje Ziggs. Ale dívej, oni to musí backnout, nemůžou to začít.
So 100 Thieves again patient back away. They're not trying to overforce and give in to what BLG want.
Byli to jenom zkusili, jestli budou reagovat 100 Thieves správně nebo ne. Ale jsou chytří, protože víš co, ty prostě tohle tady ten pokus, ty aspoň jenom zkusíš, jestli to kontestí nebo ne. Čekneš je, jestli jsou špatní. Kdyby byli špatní, máš free Atakana. V momentě, kdy to kontestili, si řekli, OK, nebudem to riskovat, protože ten risk je moc velký.
Vision's still there, lining, but now that that's gone, it's getting harder and harder to see anything.
Okay, poke na rel, jenom. Snaží se vyzounit z vize, získat full vizi a budou možná znova zkoušet toho Atakana. Ne, drak jenom. Jenom dráčátko. Ziggs musí víc poukovat, aby mohli fightit. River tady, ujojoj. Dobrý pouk, to je první část, druhý pouk. Tady by mohla Rel eventuálně flash engage, no, kde si flash engage na 3 lidi a Aurora na to zaultí, tak je to dobré. Tohle je zatím even. Sion zonuje. Zin to vzal. Ale umře za to. A Ayla ani neumře. Bin to tam 1v4, driftuje to tam, ty kokot. Ale je mrtvej? Ne. Už dobrý. Bacha na Aurora damage. Aurora je teď strašně silná, pozor. Počkej, Caitlyn je mrtvá taky. On to netrefil, ale Aurora umře a Caitlyn taky. Dobré, stačilo to. A Aurora smurfí. Jo. A Caitlyn komplet bodhoven useless s těma itemama. Kolektor Rapid Fire 0 damage. Talia to stejný. Realize Seraph 0 damage. Tady podle mě Talia měla mi Blackfire Liandry build. Caitlyn Collector Infinity Edge. To nestylne, ne? Nemá šanci. Oni se snaží fightit furt, aby aspoň něco získali zpátky, ale Bin je mrtvej, Bin inky. Kámo, co je? Teď to na Angel Knight.
Baron za 30, OK. Ale já absolutně nechápu, já jsem vám říkal jsem vám Čína je odhoven, ale za B já nechápu ty buildy. Ty item buildy jsou, co prohrávám. S těmahle item buildama oni by měli scaly. A jak tady prohrajou? Oni zabijou Siona. A on prostě Sion pasiv, aha, tak Sion je balance, no.
BLG bought off way more than they could chew. They thought with the double TPs coming through that
ale
they'd be able to
nechápu, proč fightí toho. Víš, že oni prostě forsují fight, když mají rapid fire kolektor.
And you can look at the faces there, 100 Thieves. They know they are doing incredible work in this game.
They are. They brought this game back. They're a dragon ahead. They found the fight. Ayla do not get
Čína je
caught out now.
komplet odhoven. Čína je komplet odhoven. Hi, quit i smurfy! No nic, kupujte KF-ko, hoši. Kupujte to KF-ko! Co ti jebe? Jak odhoven je Čína, když prostě prohrává proti 100 Thieves? Co ti jebe? No to snad ne.
They lost the VKS,
to snad ne.
But they don't care about the LPL first seed. Nah, it's just BLG with a Baron now for the taking.
Kde je Scroll? Já potřebuji Scrolla. Scroll říkal, ten tvůj tier list, ty dáváš ty čínský týmy tak nízko, ten tvůj tier list je komplet na hovno. Jo, Scrolla, jo. Ale tohle upřímně ani námi bingo kartice nebylo. Aurora je level 16, by the way. Quid je level 16, bro. Level 16. Ty jsou level 13 a on je level 16. On úplně hardcore smurfí.
You said at the start of Sterix, this was a composition that kind of needed to snowball a little bit to get the value from the Caitlyn.
Proč si neřekl, že to nemá cenu sázet? Jsem ti radši mohl poslat donate, teďka už nemám prachy, fakt dík. Doslova říkám, kurva, hoši, nesázejte, raději mi pošlete dono, já z toho aspoň budu mít radost. Pičo, co to je za damage? Ta Aurora se posral, ne? Kamo, oni tu Auroru přebafovali do sraček. To je tak broken champ. Ale teď midlane jsou... Midlane, vole! Midlane má Ryze, má Orianu, má Auroru, má Azira, halo? Kamele LPL je sračka. Jejich item, oni staví, podívej se, co postavila Caitlyn za itemy. Dost silná. Prosím, podívej se na to. Caitlyn postaví kolektor Rapid Fire dost silná. Mě je zlé, vole. Ale Quid smurfí, ta Aurora smurfí jak blázen. To byla Vinkondice, no.
7,500 LTA's third seed is looking like they're about to get to 10 soon.
I mean, look at the items that they have completed. The Rabadon's death
jako Caitlyn je komár, vole. Týpek doslova má prostě kolektor Rapid Fire, ani nefinishnul LDR.
The Bloodletter's Curse completed for Quid as well, which is going to be reducing so much of that magic resist crucially for members like FBI. Like, this is prime position for 100 Thieves and...
H1? He went for the invade here, but FBI's near there.
Kamo, sleduj, co to je za damage.
What is that guy doing? 0 and 5 on the job.
Ten Sion je taky insane. Sion je hrozně broken, no. Sion je za mě nejlepší topař. A tohle jsem opravdu nečekal, no, že takhle jako budou stompovat 100 Thieves, co těbe. Ale kámo, teďka, pokud G2 vyhrajou proti... Poslouchej. Pokud G2 vyhrajou proti TES, Top Esport, Čína je odhoven, OK? Když Čína prohraje proti G2, G2 bude 1-0, 100 Thieves bude 1-0. Když budeme hodně šťastní, tak si vylosujeme 100 Thieves 1-0 a budeme 2-0. V ten moment my budeme 2-0 G2 a máme 3 šance se dostat ze Swissu do knockout stage. Rozumíš tomu? Jenom stačí prostě malinká šance, ale je tam, že prostě hej, My vyhrajeme proti TES bychom, je to 50-50 proti TES, G2 by mohli vyhrát proti TES úplně v pohodě. A potom vylosovat 100 Thieves.
Is going to be available for this team.
How good is that for this team?
It's so disgusting.
Yeah, it's the most disgusting soul.
This is perfect for 100 Thieves. It feels like the stars have aligned in this game, and they've played it so incredibly well. The early skirmishing, they found their success. The Ziggs coming out to shut down and keep.
No, ještě to nesmí zahodit, protože kdyby náhodou svítí tam 2000 goldový shutdowny. Kdyby náhodou se stalo, že Caitlyn dostane v oba dva ty 1000 goldový shutdowny, tak to bude zlý. Play safe AD. Týpek ho one-shotnul jenom QEčkem, ani nedal ult. Halo? Dál, ale netrefil tu ult, ne? Nedalo to damage. Sion.
Soloed Knight. 100 Thieves are in the base. 100 Thieves are about to take down BLG.
Kamo, co se to stalo? To se posral, ne? Že 100 Thieves prostě stomplo byli a to úplně stomplo. Ale Čína je vždycky v group stage nebo v základní Swiss stage, tak to intí, já to nechápu. Co ti jebe? Ale musím říct, ten Midaš smurfl na ty Auroře, jako extrémně smurfl. Tak, T1 FlyQuest, další T1 FlyQuest. A FlyQuest může vyhrát proti T1, nedělám si brdo.
Raz, you shouldn't have flip-flopped. You were right in the beginning.
Vidíte ty 100 Thieves boty, ty Adidas boty? Přesně takový mám ty Gucci boty a mě se ty boty strašně nelíbí. To se nosilo, když jsem byl já mladý. To jsou takový ty prostě... Nevím, jak to říct, halovky. Takový futsalový boty. Zbytek turnaje uvidíme už jenom Shadow, I think.
Hideous is just having the worst day, honestly.
Don't infect me with your European energy, all right?
This is the worst day.
You can smile. Oh my god, you can smile, 100 Thieves. You deserve that one.
Dobrý, tyjo, tohle jsem absolutně nečekal. Tak dobrý. Mám 4 z 5 prediction correct.
Very in shambles. They do it. They take down the first seed of the LPL here in their first day of
Oh my god.
A kdo vám říkal, že Čína jako region je komplet odhoven? Kdo to říkal?
There's no evidence to support this. There's no evidence to support this at all.
Jo, teď jsem přišel a hodil jsem 300 korun na kurz 15 na 100 Thieves for fun a dojdu a ono už je konec XDD. Kolik jsi vyhrál, ty debile? Nevěřím, pošli tiket.
Yes, I mean the game was very slow, and a lot of it was I was concerned.
Jako oni si dojebali to, že postavili úplně odhoven itemy, že měli tu item power spike úplně na hovno, ta Talia s tou Caitlyn, do Siona a fightili. Oni měli stavět, jako Talia měla stavět Blackfire Liandris proti tomu, co hraje, a ne vole Seraphs a Relay Seraphs je úplně odhoven tady. A Caitlyn postavila Collector Rapid Fire.
Here's a thing that every now and then we're reminded of.
Okay.
Elise is a useless support. Okay. So if this bot lane doesn't get ahead,
ale je to tak, no, oni prostě pikli full early game.
And so I think this is a great
a vůbec nevyhrávali tu early game. Nebo jako vyhrávali jen trochu.
So effectively, because what we saw on that fight, once it had ended in favor of 100 Thieves, is BLG came back and tried to fight them again, and 100 Thieves got even more kills off the back of it. So they killed Knight again, they killed Bin again, and those extra kills, they went back and pretty much bought a full item. So then when you come back out onto the map, you have to make sure that you keep that momentum going, and they did that beautifully.
Teď bude T1 FlyQuest a FlyQuest má šanci porazit T1. Fakt, nedělám si prdel. Jako pokud jsem něco říkal, tak jsem říkal, že FlyQuest mají šanci porazit T1. 100 jsem fakt nemyslel, že mají šanci porazit Billy Game. I přesto, že jsem říkal, že čínský region je nejhorší, co kdy byl, tak jsem si fakt jako... Fakt jsem jako netušil, že 100 porazí. Ale to je šílený, že Billy Gaming byl první seed Číny a... Fuj.
Of course, we're looking at Quid and how he was able to perform in Snowball. It was also FBI. Both Quid and FBI, the carries were so strong. The scaling really did hit.
But I also just remember last year at Worlds.
Já budu zkoušet víc toho Zixe dneska asi v tom solo queue. Já musím pochopit, jestli ten Zix bude dobrý ve streamer clashi nebo ne.
This in your debut at Worlds is really awesome because he really did perform extremely well, and he just made Aurora look absolutely giga-broken.
And just remember the context behind this day, because
no ta Aurora je giga-broken.
Good practice. River was in Korea, and we didn't even know if River was going to be playing today based off of like these issues.
Jak ten melatonin ve spreji? Tyjokovi včera jsem si šplíchnul 4krát teda, ne jednou, dvakrát a usnul jsem v 10 večer, jak nic.
Even worse this time around, going up against BLG, the LPL champions, and it was insane to see them be able to come with poise like this. So quite happy. Yeah, let's wrap that up.
It is the best way for 100 Thieves to start their run at Worlds here. I'm going to allow you to review your expectations next time maybe because it's time for
včera se na SC customkách jel Xante.
Right after this with a
co je SC jako streamer clash?
We head into FlyQuest versus T1, so hold that thought.
All right, will do. All right, I'm holding it.
Hey, no flash. Next side. PSP. K no flash, K no flash, K no flash. K no flash? Yeah, K no flash. Ellis. K up here, no flash. Yeah, let's go. I'm gonna chase guys. Yeah.
Tohle bylo jako... Boom.
Nice. We can do it.
100 Thieves just beat the crap out of the LPL.
Hodíš rychlou reakci na Rox Zona, na ty změny, to je patch na Streamer Clash, ne? Když mi pošleš link na ty změny, tak na to dám reakci.
You are going to see them like you've never seen them before. Rocket Will as the Arcane Storm doing so much work in Gen G! They are just going to ace them!
누굴 만나도 이길 수 있다는 자신감 정도로만 생각하고 있습니다.
Gen G, the EWC winners!
Já nechápu. Já mám reflux, jo? Ale nechápu, že já nikdy nepoznám, že ten reflux mám do té doby, než začnu kašlat. A že mě pak pálí v krku. Ale mě nepálí žáha nikdy z toho refluxu, já to nechápu. Tak, ukaž ty preview. Preview na patch, který se bude hrát na Streamer Clashi. Bard dostává buff, nevím proč. Bard je broken. Ezreal dostává buff. OK. Kalista dostává buff. OK. To jsou dvě ADčka, které potřebují dostat buff. Yone dostává buff a Yunara dostává buff. Tohle jsem viděl, ten buff na Yunaru a je to strašně zajímavý. This is usually a nerf, jo, ta ultimátka je nerf. Tohle je... to je takový zvláštní tady ta změna na Yunaře, já přesně nevím, jak velký buff to bude. Diana, nerf, OK, to je dobré. Kog'Maw, nerf, OK. Morgana, nerf. Kiana, nerf. Quinn, nerf. Whatever. Mundo Graves, Gwen's Corner, adjustment. Gwen je... Oni úplně mění Gwen zpátky na 25.05, to bylo co za čampa? Mundo, změna. Větší armor, menší damage. Graves, Corner. Nerf na Catalyst of Agents, Second Wind nerf, no konečně. A Doran's Shield nerf, no konečně. Počkej, System Adjustments, Blade, Doran's Blade, Lifesteal Remove, New Passive, Heal for 2.5% of damage dealt. Aha, to je lepší takhle, to je buff na Doran's Blade. 3% Lifesteal je o dost horší než 2,5% damage dealt. Takže nice.
Welcome back to the 100 Thieves Fan Desk. Sorry, Worlds 2025. We are still getting that Doku interview ready. So in the meantime, Raz, you get to continue to gloat. But after this, I want to hear nothing else about this.
What do you mean I get to continue to gloat? We get to continue to gloat.
No, I will not be tempted. I will not be tempted. I can't.
North America
I got one more team.
way.
Just because 2 teams collapsed doesn't mean the third one will.
I was thinking, because despite this loss, BLG still, generally a scary opponent. But they're 0-1 now, and I was thinking, what other teams are 0-1?
No,
right,
don't do this. Don't do this. Don't do this. Don't do this. No, please. Please.
Can you remind us what teams are 0-1?
Fnatic.
Oh, it was Fnatic, wasn't it? Who else was
It was MKOI.
Oh, so you're saying they could draw BLG now in the 0-1, like they could match.
Yeah.
They could match against each other. Oh, I didn't realize. I wouldn't have brought it up. If
Yeah, thank you. I'm really appreciative that I have such genius analysts here. Now we have informed. We're just a little bit delays with the Doku interview. We'll get to hear from him at the end of the day. So in the meantime, shifting our attention now ahead to our next NA contender, of course, looking at FlyQuest versus T1. Fly, dominant.
Very dominant, especially like in Split 3, but Split 2, of course, finding ways to come back into impossible situations within the finals against C9. Like, when they are ahead, they steamroll. When they're behind, they claw their way back in. A lot of the times, you're looking towards people like Inspired, who's had an incredible year, got Player of the Year within the LTA, but also I think Busio had a major step up in his performance. If there was a split-wide MVP, I think Busio would have been able to get it with his bar performance, so only can sing praises for this team.
But that said, while they've been, close to taking down these LCK LPL teams, they've never quite been able to push it over the line, and they are going up against T1 today. Technically, they're a play-ins team.
True.
And I think they've beaten play-ins teams before.
Think so.
But play-ins is very different this year.
Yeah, it's a fierce opponent. It's a best of one. It's definitely the environment where it could happen. And I think ultimately, if you look at like the win rate that Fire's had domestically, and also the win rate they've had when they've had an early lead has been insane. If they're ahead coming into the mid-game, they have just so consistently won games. And I think a lot of people have been weighing this in favor of FlyQuest more than you initially think, especially after T1's performance yesterday, where it wasn't completely clear-cut they were going to win that series.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, for me, like, going up against T1, well, especially at Worlds, for FlyQuest, they will always be reminded on their prior experiences when they went up against Gen.G, almost didn't get a chance to finish it. Against BLG, I don't even want to be reminded of the final game, right? And so when you look to one player, it has to be Inspired. His performance has been something that is extremely, like, just exceptional.
And I want to ask, because you don't have a horse in this race, and both Raz and I have some emotional investment.
That's
is
true.
Inspired just the best player in the West? From your perspective, someone who isn't always on the LEC or the LTA?
I would probably say so. I think he's kind of, I mean, I think Worlds is a big test, right? I feel like Worlds just where those narratives go to live or die. But I'd say based on what we've seen so far, I'd say yeah.
And it's not just because Raz randomly
Snad nemá zby po krámy.
It does look pretty good. It looks pretty good. And you know what? Actually, I'm inclined to agree. This man has been an absolute demon. I think undisputed #1 in the region. And when I look at the fact that he bodied G2 last time around, I can't really dispute anymore.
Career MVPs in
Yamato si holí hlavu, protože řekl, že když 100 Thieves vyhrál proti BLG.
In North America, but the career MVPs that he had in Europe. So like somebody who had dominance in,
to bych v životě neřekl, že prostě já těm Číňanům prostě nevěřím. Pro druhé kolo losu už neplatí žádné pravidla jako region a tak dále. Já mám pocit, že ještě pro druhý kolo to platí. Ale pak to už neplatí. Říkám to správně?
In today's featured matchup presented by Mercedes-Benz, FlyQuest Inspired faces off against T1's owner, a clash between two of the world's best junglers, each carrying the pride of their region. Inspired, the European prodigy, has brought NA's FlyQuest to new heights. Since joining the LCS, he's never finished a season below 4th place, and in 2025 he's already lifted 3 trophies. From his debut in 2019 when he earned Rookie of the Split, nearly every year of his career has been marked by MVP titles. Most recently, being crowned as the first ever LTA Player of the Year.
In the jungle Trendemir game, Inspired claims a pentakill.
Standing across from him is T1's owner, 2-time world champion and the reigning title defender. After their Worlds 2024 victory, T1 hasn't claimed a single LCK title, entering this year's championship as the 4th seed, forced into a high-stakes elimination match against Invictus Gaming. But once again, T1 proved that under the pressure of Worlds, they won't crack. and Owner will rise to the challenge over and over again, defeating IG 3-1 to secure their spot in the Swiss stage. FlyQuest and T1 have met only once international, at MSI in 2024.
What a stomp here!
Where Owner showed that no Western jungler could stand against him. Now, both teams meet again on the biggest stage of them all. Which jungler will lead his team to victory? Inspired or Owner, the world's reigning champion?
No.
For me, this is such a hype matchup because not only are both junglers in such incredible form, but the meta at the moment is shaped so heavily by junglers. I feel like
jungle je teďka tak strašně silná, že to bude zajímavý, ten matchup.
You dictating the pace of the game, but also you get that first time spike, you get the Sundered Sky, and you're just a menace in those team fights, in those skirmishes. So if one of these players gets the edge, I feel like they can just take over the game.
Yeah, and we got to see that from Owner.
Hele, pokud někdy chce FlyQuest porazit T1, tak teďka rozhodně, protože říkám to po třetí dneska. T1 se bude jen a jen zlepšovat na tom. Čím delší dobu budou na Worlds, tím lepší budou, podle mě.
For me, T1, it is about Owner. Guma and Keria for sure are players to watch out for. Doran is an interesting one because we said this just yesterday.
No, Doran buď Inky nebo Smurfy.
He's had issues, but this year has been a real showing for him. At MSI, he looked incredible, so I want to see that carry over. Not in this game, but of course just carry over in the tournament.
And something that you brought up before, Ox, is that T1 is a team that tends to ramp up over the course of the tournament. It feels like they're hitting the ground running by beating IG, and now you're going up against a FlyQuest who might be a bit cold, hasn't had that time to play on stage, hasn't felt that pressure quite yet. But you bring up, like, Faker might not have had the... Faker is Faker.
Yeah.
It's 10 years. There's so many years of Faker to look back to, and part of the reason that T1 feel indomitable is because, well, they basically have been.
Yeah, I mean, Faker always finds his way to lock in, come in at the close clutch moments, find those big carry performances.
Proč jsou lepší a lepší? To se zlepšují s tréninkem na Worlds. Oni chytnou Worlds auru a naučí se od každého týmu něco. A všeobecně se zlepšují jako ten tým nejvíc na Worlds. Takže se strašně dobře adaptují na cokoliv.
If I look at the FlyQuest side, especially the bot lane, experience is going to be a question mark, but I look at Faker, and that's just a career.
He has a lot of experience.
A lot of experience.
Yeah, good amount, I'd say.
A ton. That's a concern that I have. But yeah, all of that is there, and it's good for him. Guma, as a player, has been someone that has been ultra reliable for this team. So I'm just worried about him. I'm worried about going after Guma.
And I think the interesting thing tracking over the year, talking to you a lot as well, Ox, is kind of who has been the carry on T1 has changed. We saw a lot of series domestically where it was Owner who really had to step up. Yesterday we saw some great performances from Guma. And the fact that they can kind of draw names out of a hat, it feels like at certain moments in the tournament, does make them kind of terrifying to contend with.
Yeah, there's a lot of people who can really step up. And yesterday, I mean, Guma on the Sivir was a massive piece. You saw IG trying to focus him down, but also the Ashe as well. Arrow is just hitting so consistently. I feel like just able to hit them, it was almost targeted at times, setting up plays for the team.
He's just a ticking time bomb. When they're in a deficit, you can always trust in Guma to farm excellently, find moments. If they're able to claw it back, it's Guma that's going to be the reason for it.
Yeah. Jakou šanci si myslíte, že FlyQuest mají na to? Počkej, asi dvakrát skočit. Jakou šanci myslíte, že mají na to, že vyhrajou FlyQuest?
You're one for one on the flips. Is it time to flip?
I don't look at social media personally. I just look at what I'm saying.
You voted on a poll. That doesn't...
I don't know what you're talking about.
Who did you predict for this match? Because
I predicted FlyQuest.
You know, I feel like you don't have many allegiances. You know, you're a bit of a traitor to you.
What are you talking? Give me back that scarf. Give me that. You don't deserve that scarf.
All right, are you gonna throw it on the floor after they lose, like you did with the IG?
No.
Did you see that, by the way?
Yeah, he was besmirching the merch.
And then the game would come off. You just throw it on the floor.
I don't know what you're talking about, okay? It's getting a little too hot in the venue.
Right. Oh, yeah, yes.
Těžko říct, no, protože jsem si myslel i u 100 Thieves. Ne, FlyQuest, vy podle mě podceňujete FlyQuest. FlyQuest je stejně dobrý tým jako G2. Bez prdele, jsou fakt dobří. Možná bych dal G2, že jsou o 5% lepší G2, možná.
If they win based off this, I mean, it really does showcase a large level of growth, right? Because this is what they have been fighting for. They talk about internationals constantly when you go into interviews.
Jsi se objednal to KFko, já...
we are focusing on getting better for Worlds. That's all they've ever really cared about.
To říkal nějaký týpek tady, že si objedná KF-ko, když to, že vsadil 50 korun na 100 Thieves a když vyhrajou, tak si objedná KF-ko.
Kind of compared to in the sense of like little Keria or NA Keria, like we hype him up in that case, but Keria is obviously a support GOAT. And so a lot of that comes into his flexibility in his champion pool and obviously being everywhere at the same time. Busio has kind of taken up that mantle. So the #1 rule in this game, it doesn't matter. For both teams, Bard is banned. For both players, it's not being seen. We're contesting for the Bard ban.
Here's my question, though, because FlyQuest on blue side, do you think they leave it open and first pick it? Because we've seen Genji, H-League yesterday. We saw IG banning Bard every game.
Yeah.
Do FlyQuest leave it open and do they first pick it? Because if you don't first pick it, T1 are taking
Inspired lepší Monty, ano.
That is happening. I think we're just banning it. If we're getting to a world where Bard is first picked, I don't know what to believe
I'm saying Caitlyn is coming back. We saw Elise earlier, even though Elise didn't look great. I guess BLG just did lose. But Caitlyn is coming back at the very least. There's a chance. The return, the Guma Keria, weird stuff in the bot lane. They could come back.
I mean, Keria even said that, like, he will ruin Inspired's day if he gets his Bard. So if you leave it open, you know what's happening.
We're not giving it to him. It's just not happening.
Ty FlyQuest dresy jsou celkem
T1 they come in from plans. They're looking pretty good. They're always kind of the dark horse no matter what situation or what form that they're in. If they win here, is it like a big level up where you're like, yes, more confidence, or is this kind of like you'll just see how it goes? How much is resting on this win from T1?
I mean, I think whether they win or
ten bude mít dobrý headset her. Inspired. Dívej.
Fire a strong team. So I think regardless, it's more about the content of the game. If they got stomped, I'd be a bit worried. But if it's a close game, then I would still have confidence they come through. Obviously, if they stomp in the direction, you're going to be feeling really good.
And what was interesting to me, of course, is that we like to change the playstyles for FlyQuest in particular. Like, they can play like an Ivern, Renekton comp that they played like an MSI. Something because Bwipo is a player that is very much like, will limit test permanently, right? And so if he sees an angle and he's strong, he's going to walk forward. Whereas Doran is a very strong like Gwen player, and that's something where in those conventional picks that we've seen all year long, we haven't really seen that from Bwipo. So I wonder, straight from the draft, what the priority. Whereas Doran is somebody that you can blind for him, and I think he can do well in those circumstances. So top lane is very interesting for me.
Yeah, especially because with T1 being on the red side, they often leave counter pick for Keria.
Yeah.
So I mean, especially if the Bard is banned, I wonder if they leave for Keria, don't end up getting counter pick for Doran, which gives it over potentially to Bwipo.
Jednaku jedný ani piču.
Take to the stage. It's time to get us into the game, and who better to do it than Captain Flowers and Kobe?
No a teď je otázka, bude mít Bwipo menstruaci, nebo nebude mít Bwipo menstruaci?
2025 for our second half of the first day of main stage competition. I am Captain Flowers. That is, of course, Kobe, as Draco said. And we get to start this one off with the tallest task that FlyQuest has been tasked with thus far in this. Ever since MSI, I think we should say, as they've drawn T1 as their first opponent.
And it is a warmed up T1. T1 got to warm up on
Ale Oner má
v
ruce v rukávu, takže GG.
Flowers, and we could see it in real time. You know, casting those games, the first couple of games, Oner, you know, had not woken up yet, and there was a very big difference.
Nedobrý, sundává si to
teďka.
teďka.
Wake up later in the series, and so.
Ne, dívej, teď si to dá dobře, Oner tu bundu. Už si ji dal jak nějaký main charakter v anime.
But you and me are actually hot right now. 100 Thieves just injected us with a whole bunch of energy. That we were not expecting that. They took down BLG, so
2 NA cast 3 castí NA proti LCK. Zajímavé.
100 Thieves doing us proud over there, taking down.
Kdo myslí, že tady vyhraje? Já si myslím, že jako FlyQuest mají solidní šanci na výhru, třeba 35 až 40%. Spíš 30 až 40%. Jako to nějak tak, jo? Ale že vyhrajou T1, tady si myslím.
I am ready to see if FlyQuest can stand tall to the challenge of T1. Look, Desk was talking about it a little bit, but specifically the matchup in the jungle. The reigning world champion Owner versus best in the West jungler Inspired. That head-to-head, I think is going to be so exciting.
It definitely should be. Especially with how, you know,
dejte tam Oner kameru, jak má tu bundu.
In the series yesterday.
Komu fandíme? Já fandím T1.
It involves a lot supports too, especially, you know, when we're talking about junglers, you're always talking about supports in the current meta. And something we also saw yesterday in the series was a lot of lane swaps, you know, from T1 and IG, and supports like laning mid even. We had mid lane lane swap duo lanes from Mako and Keria, and so a lot of the spotlight as well with these junglers is going to be
Bundu jsem si ještě neobjednal jich, ne.
Busio on FlyQuest has risen
Čet, málo kdo to ví, ale mohl jsem koučovat FlyQuest. Byla tam šance na mě koučování FlyQuest.
Busio is our mini North American Keria. He's our Bard boy.
Oni vyhráli teďka 3krát Ameriku, že? Se mnou by nevyhráli ani jednou. Neklam do telky, ne, fakt. Ambessa Vai, Azir Yunara, Caitlyn ban, ok, here we go. Ta progrese té Caitlyn byla rychlejší, než jsem čekal. Ale říkal jsem to, přesně takhle jsem to říkal, že to bude. Tak, co bude, Bard je open, Ryze je open, Aurora je open. Kajsa first pick to asi ne, nebo? Jako maso je dobrá Kajsa, něco jak upset Kajsa, ale tady bych čekal Auroru nebo Ryzeho. Ty jsou hodně silný. Až moc silný. Jarvan, OK, ale Oner může hrát popy. Vzali Onerovi Jarvana a betujou v tom, že tam je jak Ryze, tak Aurora open, a když jeden tým veme Ryzeho, oni vemou Auroru a naopak. Takže dobré. Ty nevíš, že vypodáváš vždycky na začátek Kajsu skrz jeho přítelkyni, nevím. Wukong do toho, OK. Zajímavý. Dívej, Oner už má tu bundu jak main charakter, takže a diamantový necklace, takže jungle god. Ale těším se na ten jungle matchup. Keria Bard? Keria Bard?
Quintessential interviews before this matchup. Sheep Esports interviewed him. We'll wait till they lock the bar.
Ty vole, fakt, že jo?
Yeah, we know they are going to. And Keria starts it off so nice. He's like, FlyQuest, they're a very strong team. Their teamwork is
Renegades bundu někde mám, no, ještě, ale neoblíkl bych ji asi.
Need to watch out for Inspired the most. And then he goes on to say, but if we face them, my Bard is the best in the world. If they let Bard through, Inspired won't be able to step
to je dobrý. Keria řekl tohle v interview, jo, o Inspiredovi, to je hodně dobré.
And now Inspired's got to be able to still step on the rift with Jarvan. They first picked the Jarvan, so...
Okay. And we're also going to see the Kajsa locked in next to the
Keria řekl, FlyQuest jsou velmi silní a vždycky jsem si myslel, že to je jeden z těch silných týmů. Ale můj Bard je nejlepší na světě, pokud it's ahead on so many levels. Jestli nechají Barda through, tak Inspired nebude mít šanci udělat nic na tom riftu. Ale ono jako Bard bude perma roamovat, když to tak blbě řeknu, takže Wukong Bard budou perma spolu a budou to dělat nepříjemný tomu Jarvanovi, budou. Kajsa Niko je trošičku divná botlane, ale Zaya Bard je ještě divnější botlane. Miffy má mega knowledge o hře, Miffy a Nuke jsou mega smart, no. Jsem s Miffym koučoval v 100 Thieves a mega smart. Ale on je takový chillař, on se moc nesnaží, víš, Miffy. Jako je hodně chytrý, ale žije život raději. Čili tam furt zvoní, mi nic nezvoní. Jako Kajsa Niko je silnější než Zaya Bard, to řeknu rovnou. Ale v obě dvě ty botlane jsou tak jako by odhoven. Že prostě nemá to moc synergii.
Whippo's got a wide champion pool, though. This man, for those of y'all that have not been watching much in A this year, Whippo likes to pick a whole lot of different stuff. He's not afraid to play the picks that other people might not lock in.
And his other big blind one is the Renekton, another big blind one for him. Of course, you know, he can blind Scion and stuff too. That's been really popular here. So like, those are the kind of ones we're sifting through here, assuming that they will go Faker's champion first, but they could give Faker counter pick as well if they want to. So,
Renekton Rumbleman,
the other kind
okay.
of blind pick that you're expecting and talking about. So maybe Blippo is just, you know, it's like a Scion Blippo game or something like that.
Yeah.
Since the Rumble and Renekton bans do come out.
Well, we've also got the Aurora banned out here by FlyQuest. They know they still need to look at both solo lanes on the side of T1. Ban out a champion that, you know, could go either
Sign it
one of those
open,
lanes.
yeah, no.
Get some extra value out of that. And the last ban will be Faker's Annie.
Okay, yeah.
Faker Annie, okay. Annie Aurora. Ryze open, ale pozor. Oni nechali Ryze open. Zajímavý. Oni raději, jako chápu ten Annie ban, protože Annie Wukong, ale zase s Ryzem budou mít short range comp. Zaya nemá range, Ryze nemá range. A pak by Kajsa mohla poukovat hodně. Oni raději vemou Xanteho blind, ok. To čumím, že nevzali to. Když si tady koupím subíka, tak taky dostanu Worlds ikonku na Twitch? Ano, je to tak, Master, feede. Co bude hrát Whippo? Urgota třeba? Kde se cubu, jestli FlyQuest vyhrají, Mordekaiser? Může hrát Mordekaisera, not gonna lie. Ale mají hodně magic resistu, teda magic damage. Ty vole, Herdin top lane. Morde ale dobrý tady. Akorát potřebují AD mid možná. No i když Jarvan, ale, anebo Kajsa bude muset hrát AD build, nebo jako nemusí, ale nemusí, ale budou mít hodně magic damage. Ryze ho piknou, ok. Čumím, že prostě Ryze je 4-5 open a oni vemou, že nepiknou Ryzeho, že Faker nepikne Ryzeho. Teď můžou, jako FlyQuest tady mají dobrý komp, můžou sendovat Jarvana a Niko dozadu. I Mordekaisera dozadu s Ryze ultimátkou. Ryze tam zaultí jednoho týpka, Jarvan Niko zaultí zbytek, Kajsa tam na ultí, boom a dobrý teamfight. Master Feede, děkuji za 11 měsíců, děkuji za podporu. V tom případě to potřebuji, děkuji. Skrolo, viděl jsi, čau Skrolo, viděl jsi prostě Čínu? Viděl jsi Čínu, Skrolo? Talia, last pick, okay.
And we just get so Faker did have some big seismic shoves the other day as well with the Talia.
Ty a ten T1 draft je takový.
Continues with that off of the ramp
jako je to OK, ale jako ta botlane je weird. To, že nepikli Ryzeho je weird.
And so we'll see this time around. I mean, we are obviously like super
Kerry a Bart, no, jsem zvědavý na Kerry a Bart. Ten byl permabannutej v LCK proti němu. Nikdo to nenechal open proti němu. A bude záležet, jak moc bude Bart schopný rombovat, protože jako Zaya Bart bude prohrávat proti Kajseniko. Kajseniko je silnější než Zaya Bart. Slyšíte mě přes Kastry? V pohodě? Jako není to špatný T1 draft, ale mohl to být lepší.
They're not only the team that has the best player to ever play
Talia,
the game.
hele ne, Talia je hodně silný midař. Ale problém v Billy Gaming bylo, že postavila Seraph Realize, prostě vegan build, do Siona. Do Siona musíš postavit Blackfire Liandry.
But for all of us who have been watching North American competition throughout the year, this has been such an exciting team to watch, such an exciting team to follow.
Jako si stejně nahlas jak oni, takže se přehřváváte. No mě to ukazuje, že jsem o dost víc nahlas v OBSku, než oni. Oni jsou v zeleným, já jsem v červeným skoro. Ale stlumil jsem je ještě trošku víc.
Clearly we're not into the best of 5 stage here at Worlds 2025 since we're just on day 1, but FlyQuest are hungry to prove themselves internationally, and if you want to be the best, you've got to beat the best. And I'll tell you what, Kobe, historically, T1 are the best.
Tak jo, FlyQuest proti T1, máme to tady. Za mě tým FlyQuest dokážou v pohodě porazit T1, mají tam tu šanci. Jak říkám, 30 až 40% bych typoval, že je tam šance na výhru. Takže uvidíme, jak to bude.
Jako T1 je T1, nebudu lhát, T1 je T1, ale T1 je známý tým tím, že ze začátku prostě nehrajou dobře a strašně evolvujou, že se zlepšují postupně skrz ten Worlds šíleně moc a mají Worlds buff. Botlane mě zajímá, protože botlane v mý hlavě Kai'Sa Neeko by nikdy neměla prohrát Pryo a botlane proti Xayah Bard. Quadovi nechali Ryzeho, kterým on je známý Ryze hráč, což je taky zajímavý, že 4-5 nevzali Ryzeho. Za mě lepší pick než Talia teďka v této metě. Guma mysnutý 2 milíčka. To je jako dost napoukovali ho hodně, ale mají Pryo.
Here in topside, these two will probably just be. I honestly expect these guys to try and get a little bit aggressive with one another here early on in the game. And as I say,
Doran misnul kolečko.
Does miss that Tofo strike just slightly to the side there, expecting Bwipo to make a slight movement.
Yeah, and the minion died right as Doran went in, so Bwipo got the level up as Doran goes in, and so he's able to handle it just fine.
Jako vypo to outscale, no, ale zase Doran Shield je Doran Shield.
Wukong, we know he doesn't have the greatest early ganks. He generally likes to power farm till 6 because he has no CC until then. Hold on, never mind. Maybe we can't talk about
junglers. Hodně fightí.
Marching forward. All right, cool. We're fine. What I was going to ask, Wukong we generally think more of for power farming. Jarvan is one of the early game gangs.
Ale Doran, jak jsme hráli, viděli jsme IG proti T1, tak Doran musí začít hrát víc, jak to říct, no prostě konsistentně. Si tam dobře uklidil toho miniona tím Ečkem, s tím Mordekaiserem, to bylo clean.
Ryze does have good setup. Jarvan plus Ryze definitely can put pressure on the Taliyah, but the bottom lane
no, jak jsem zvědavý, jak moc budou prohrát tu bot lane, to bude důležitý. Doran má pěkný flanky, on to koluje faker tady ty věci, víš? Ale problém s Doranem je, že on prostě udělá game winning play v jeden moment a pak game losing play v druhé. Což je prostě problém. Jsou na tom CSK, pohodička. Na Bardíka jsem strašně zvědavý. Oba jungleři coverou mid, Bard už začíná roamovat.
Good even trade so far, Flowers. Both of them just trade scuttles and trade the wards onto Raptors. Very standard here. Is going to see the second clears and give everybody some calm information.
Exactly. Calm being the key word. Nothing crazy, nothing unexpected.
Tak, zatím jako jsem čekal, že budou trošku mít větší problém. Jako ten problém tam mají, ta Xayah Bard na té bot lane. Ale zase ty Bard healy jsou hodně broken, no.
As Doran continually pushes Bwipo in up here in the top side, but he's not really choking Bwipo out of a lot of minions either. Honestly, all the lanes going pretty even.
Yeah. Congratulations to the GOAT, Faker, 300th international game, as you saw there, and doing just fine in the opener.
No, tady tyhle ty trady od Nika jsem čekal, že budou. Ale zatím, hele, 11 CS minus, teďka vyfarmí vlnu, takže to bude v pohodě. Jsou 150 goldů behind, ale to jsem prostě čekal, že bude. 6 CS behind, no, tak to není zase tak velký problém. Tak v pohodě.
Rightly so, hypes up Bard roams, but Neeko roams are huge as well, and so off of this early reset,
tak, swapy na to. Swapy na gruby. V obě botlane swapujou.
Even with the slightly earlier recall for the FlyQuest bottom side, so Magical Journey is good for them. They get out here a couple seconds. Bwipo even pulls the extra couple minions for Masu here, though, before he goes for his resets. Just leave those right there. So that is going to generate a slow push.
Vypodal base a nekoupil nic.
And see how they use this, because this is also going to be mean the junglers are going to reset up to this side of the map too. Inspired here. Inspired actually heading out through mid lane instead of heading back towards the top side immediately. So keeping his options open. While Owner opts for the control ward on Dragon first.
Já mám přichystaný jeden spam emotu. A potřebuje to, buď Keria nebo Faker musí něco udělat.
Generally dissuades super early dragon takes just because of the tankiness of that objective compared to other dragons. Inspired will go ahead though and drop the flag inside of the pit, clear out that control ward, but then immediately back away.
Tak. Zatím žádný drak, žádný grubici. Inspire se tady snaží solo killnout draka. S tím midprime, co mají. Zatím to vypadá, že to checkne T1. T1 to checkne. Ví. Tady možná bude fight. Doran. Boom. Zaultí ho. Nezaultí. Jo, on ho zaultil Morde. Jsou v Morde ultimaci. TP behind. Keria TP. Ale ten Morde je nesmrtelný. Halo. Proč flashoval? OK, Faker jde in. Wow, všichni flashujou, všichni misujou. Inspire catchuje. Kámo, co se tady stalo? Tady byly questionable flashe. Hodně questionable flashe. Ale nikdo neumřel.
Mordekaiser ult onto the Cassante, allows them to peel, Quad's able to survive. Then some antics here with their flashes on the Dragon Pit. They actually
ale hej, stopli draka. Inspire se snažil jako sneaknout draka, nesneaknul ho. Teď budou grubíci důležití. Mohli toho draka dodělat, ne, chcou tempo na gruby, víš? Ten Mountain se strašně dlouho zabíjí. Jo, teď o tom mluví, o tom tempu, no. Protože tempo v League of Legends je důležitý.
The reason that tempo and timing is so important, my friend, is because everybody's favorite early game objective, the grubs, just about to spawn here in 5 seconds. You can see a T1 ward in the grub pit already, but Inspired
jako Guma je hodně behind, ale to jsem čekal, že bude takhle behind na CSka. Upřímně. Protože ta linka je prostě hard, no. To je jako Zaya Bard, to pikuješ jenom do late gameu. Nebo jenom prostě pro team comp. Tak, Inspired tady začíná grubíky zase. Uvidíme, kdy smite, tady na těch grubech je strašně důležitý, kdy jaký jungler smite. Protože ty si chceš nechat smite co nejdýl. Tak, Faker tady trošičku odchytá Kvoda na pouk. A tyjo, Fly se najednou bojí. Měli by aspoň vzít jednoho gruba, tohle, jestli Fly nevemou aspoň jednoho gruba se smitem. Tak je to divný. Oni jim nechají 3 gruby, WTF, tak aspoň crossmap draka nebo něco. Co je LTA za ligu? LTA je Amerika. Tohle je ale fakt divný, že se toho tak báli tady. Tak první malá výhra pro T1, grubíky, 3 grubíci. Smite, no jako Inspired měl smajtnout toho prvního a jít do prdele, jestli takhle chtěli zahrát. OK, chytnutý Faker jde. OK, Bardo zachrání. Zachránil ho ten Perfect, no, od Barda.
And actually, it does land on the
Faker má TP, nemá TP.
Sort of follow-up plays here. Now these supports fighting over wards, and this is something that we have just hyped up all year long in LTA North, soon to be LCS. Busio making so many plays.
Ale jsem zvědavý na toho Herdina na top lane, protože tam je Mordekaiser Herdin. 3 gruby budou šílený, ale pro T1 to je jako, to je sweet.
May the best support make the better plays, you know? It's actually really cool to see what we can get in this game. And Whippo's Brush Camp does get Guma's ult out.
Jsem si, pardon, nevzal prášky na reflux a takhle se projevuje u mě reflux, nevím proč. Škrábe mě krk, víš, strašně. Guma to naintil. Bard! Guma to naintil a stejnak prostě neumírá kvůli Bardovi. Co ti jebe? Kámo, ale Guma to naintil, straight naintil, nechal se hitnout jak dement, málem umřel, měl umřít.
there, but close does not count. Gumayusi still had flash. Gumayusi was just drawing him in. So they get the kill. That is 1 kill for T1. Looks like the dragon will be picked up.
Tak Garnet už spamuje. Tohle, víš, tohle bylo straight up bad. Ale zachránil ho Keria, no. Hustě. Tohle bylo tak close. Oj, to kvéčko a ten heal. Wow. Přesně Garnet a Venca už spamují ten můj přichystaný. Dívej. Keria prostě. Nezabiješ moje AD carry, ty zmrdé. Já tě nenechám.
But still, man, T1, you gotta be sure when you go in on those plays. Gumayusi waiting until the last possible second to use the barrier, and it's just enough to save him from
tak jak jsme na tom, Doran je trošku ahead, víceméně even hra v podstatě, krom těch grubů. Mají aspoň toho draka jednoho, Mountain draka. Jsem si říkal, že už nepotřebuji brát ty prášky na reflux, tak jsem je přestal brát, protože dlouhodobě je to svinstvo a nemůžeš to brát dlouhodobě. A stejně prostě. Tak očividně musím.
Still very tense, very exciting one here that we have ahead of us.
You know what does often change games of League of Legends, however, is Rift Herald fights. I feel like there are so many games that go from razor's edge to completely one-sided after a Rift Herald fight that one team
Inhibitor protonové pumpy, jo, to je vončo. To má vedlejší účinky, no, dlouhodobě, to by se nemělo dlouhodobě používat. Vím, že to jako strašně moc lidí používá dlouhodobě, ale... OK, Bard engage, TP, Xante TP, dobrý stuníček, ale bude to stačit? Nebude. A TP a nic toho nezískají a Ryze veme v turet. To není dobré. To není ideální. Minus pláteček, minus full turret. Navíc Ryze má, nemá typy. Fight. Busil musel flashnout. One-shotnutej, protože Wukong je balanced. A Talia, oni prostě fokusují v Inspired a vším, co mají. Týpek je dead, aby ho tiltli, protože Inspired je shotcaller toho týmu. Tady mám druhý. Ne, špatný emote fakera, kurva.
Ready to play aggressive here against Masu on that Kai'Sa. You talked about how many times at Worlds in the past we've seen.
Ale jak já znám Inspireda, tak Inspired má mental block proti korejským týmům nebo všeobecně dobrým týmům, ale on má mental block tím stylem, že on nemá on sám mental block, ale on prostě ví, on má prostě mental block toho, že jeho tým bude intit. To jsem koučoval Inspireda. Ten hráč je tak strašně dobrý, ale prostě ty vole, tady tohle je průser. Že on se tiltne mentálně, že jeho tým bude hrát hovno proti dobrým hráčům. Proč si Keria běhá po mapě jako král zámku, protože Bart a nemůže umřít v podstatě.
Void Seeker knocks him down to 300. Masu, however, also losing his HP down to 400.
Ojoj, Keria.
Recognizing that would have surely been a death sentence if he gets caught in it and they can set up after.
Yeah, really good stuff here from T1. You know, Guma setting up.
Víš, méně se snažíte all in on my AD 1v2?
They trade heavily. Guma once again not scared, and in the end, Keria comes in. Bard ultimate for Kai'Sa.
No zatím Mordekaiser vypadá nic moc teda.
So they can make some repeat plays there now on Masu.
Keria ulti na cooldown, tak musíš hrát ten Bard. S tím Bardem jako fakt legit musí ulti na cooldown.
Because you had the copy pasta from Keria talking about how FlyQuest is a good team, but if I get Bard, Inspired's not going to be able to step foot onto the Rift. Well, we are 15
tak, Pat je tady solo, Keria tam jde portálkem. Mají damage zabít Ryzeho, podle mě ne, týpek má 2000 HP. Nemají no. Keria.
Kamu? Ty prase. To je hovado. Za ulti pryč, aby byl v pohodě a baitnuli TP ještě k tomu. A portál i... Počkej, Xante tam fight Inspired dá. Má Jarvan flash? Má flash. Theodoran misuje všechny klečka, ale... Faker tady ještě mlátí busy a v1 z 200 HP má. Wow, on to za flash ultnul. What? Co? Jak to dodžnul? Co? A stejně je to jedno, protože Mordekaiser. Kekeria tu je. Zaya to musí... Ty vole, netrefil, Dwipo netrefil, to bylo tak close.
T1 in the scrap come out ahead again. And it all
Oj, skrapujem to. Fajtí se, to se mi líbí, ale takto. Feedlay Wukong, to je trošku problém.
And he uses his spellbook exhaust first. He does not immediately cosmic binding. He uses the exhaust, waits out the slow.
Doran se snaží tam. Počkej, ale Inspired nemá flash. Ok, dobrý. Defnul tu turret, aby měli first turret, Doran, takže dobré. Keria 1000 goldů ahead, Zaya 700 goldů ahead, Uner 900 goldů ahead.
Currently, T1 are just outplaying in a lot of these skirmishes. They're just outplaying in some of the scraps that they've had. You know, the jungle, invade on blue on the top side after they re-engaged it.
Xante?
Quad being smacked around by Doran here a little bit, does not want to deal with that melee range Cassante. This is one of the problems with picking the Mordekaiser and the Rise as the two solo lanes when you've
Xante! Hallo?
has so much value and it just allows Doran to play so
Keria zas dívej, ze Král zámků, vole, jak tady někdo řekl dobře. Agresivní portál in, je mu to jedno. Teďka může divenout topaře zas, dívej, zas běží na top. Už mu tam běží. Aj, král zámku. Ani přímě ani Legio ani kamo, Xante je tak buff top lane. Nejvíc OP midář dostane solo kill dive 1v1 od Xanteho. To je neuvěřitelný, kámo. No nevím, nechávat Bardovi, nebo Keria Bard, jako běhá tam všude král zámku, no. Ten, hej, knockni ho back? Jo? Kaj se za ulti, zabije ho, actually, shutdown. Takže na okonec ne. Mordekaiser vyhrává 1v2. Top lane. Dobrý. Vykřičník Vipo. Zklamal si mě, fandíš proti jediné naději UNA, tohle jsem od tebe nečekal. Absolutně ne. G2 vyhrát World of War. Inspired nemůže nic. Jako Inspired nemůže nic, ale garantuju vám, já jsem fakt koučoval Inspireda. A za ten půl rok, co jsem ho koučoval, tak prostě on má mental block proti dobrým týmům, že jeho tým, on prostě jakoby proti špatným týmům on věří svýmu týmu, ale proti dobrýmu týmu on přestane věřit svýmu týmu. Víš, že tam není ten trust. Což je škoda. Možná to tak není tentokrát, protože má jakoby lepší tým. Ale že má dva styly, on proti špatným týmům hraje strašně dobře, proti dobrým týmům hraje hůř. No. Ale bylo by zajímavý, kdyby Inspired byl v G2, jenže podle mě oni G2 nevemou Inspireda. Protože mají Skimonda za A a za B. Inspired je známý tím, že je jakoby toxic, no. Což si myslím, že G2 nemají rádi.
In the LTA, 0-1 and 0 on the Jarvan has not been able to find those angles.
Spear of Sojin Mordekaiser.
In these first 20 minutes of gameplay.
Yeah, I think a lot of them have been just team pressure from T1 and outperforming in the skirmishes, and now it's resulted in all three of these outer towers down Flower, so there's not a lot of room to work with for FlyQuest. The map is quickly going under T1 control.
Kamale, vysvětli mě, jak je Čína odhoven, když byli prohrajou proti 100 Thieves. OK, to je deep, Guma v problémech.
Jarvan stanutý od Barda, výborně. Mezitím Oner. On tam přežil strašně dlouho, nevím jestli to... Xante. Mysnutal teda 2Včko, ale... Kamo přežil tam strašně dlouho. Halo, ten Mordekaj. To je prase. Ale Bard výborně zachránil Zaju, aby neumřela proti Jarvanovi. Krásný stun, protože v momentě, kdy Jarvan zaultil Kai'Su, Bard ho zastunoval o jeho vlastní zeď, o jeho vlastní ult. A potom Wukong tam vydržel raketu šíleně dlouho. Šíleně dlouho tam vydržel. A tím koupil strašně moc času pro to, aby Talia dala dobrý kombo a dobrý damage.
Oh, you can hear the reaction from the crowd. It was close. The Doran nearly
4500 gold extended. Guma nafíděnej, level 14 teďka. Stejně jako Talia. Dívej tady. Oni jdou hodně deep, to Busio jako hodně využil hodně spelů zrovna. Jdou in s tímhle, zaultí to Nico, boom, zaultí jenom Wukonga, protože to dodgeli. Ale tohle je to Ryze Nico combo, o kterým jsem mluvil. Tam ten stun od Barda a Oner tady celou dobu přežívá. A flashne ještě, aby vydržel a nabejtil, protože oni museli flashnout za Onerem, zabít Onera a díky tomu koupeno tolik času, že vyhraný fight. To je Hexblade Mordekaiser. Okay. To je dobrý actually, Hexblade Mordekaiser je OP. Inspired minus, chycenej, Bard stun. Oner feedlay, ale nevím, jestli nepřežije proti té Kaise. 1v3. Jo, přežívá 1v3 proti Kaise, je mu to jedno. A Masu dead. GG. Poslední naděje FlyQuest comebacknout tu hru a dostali vypínačku. Ale my nevidíme, kam ukazuješ prsten na monitor. Jo, já vím, co s tím mám dělat.
They chase them all down, Flowers. Now T1 alone on the Rift with their minions will be able to celebrate. Owner's just going to take away the rest of your jungle camps afterwards. And it continues to be scrappy, but it continues to go the way of T1.
Oni tady čekají na Fakera. Jako snažil se Inspired udělat play. Ale dobrý pokus o Inspired, tady kdyby nebyl Wukong, kdyby to nečekali, oni to nějak čekali, tam byla Varna, nebo kde? Oni tam měli Vardu v enemy bluečku a tím to čekali.
All of the FlyQuest members, nobody can even get out after that play, and then Keria teleporting afterwards out of there with his spellbook, and they actually just pick him up on all sides. Though, Whippo got the shutdown onto Gumayushi.
Whippo tam zabil Zaju. Kámo, meanwhile prostě T1 vyhrává celou hru, meanwhile, vole, Gumayushi prostě umírá, bohužel. Nejde nic. Počkej, Doran možná too deep. Shutdown. Oni to intí. Low key, ale Wukong je strašně silný, pozor. Ty pičo, co to je za damage? Kamo? 4-1-5 Igery. Jeden spell od topaře, půlka HP. Balance. Ach jo, co ti mrdá. Just play safe, bro, just play safe. Máš 5k gold advantage oproti tomu topařovi a stejně, vole, prostě dostaneš jedním spellem půlku HP. Kamo, morde je dobrá sračka, co ti jebe. Jako tady byl dobrý shutdown pro Kai'Su. Tady to hodně naendili T1, jako T1 to hodně feelovali, víš, že už jim to bylo, Doran to zase klasicky throwoval, že prostě tam jako šel strašně deep. To dělá hrozně často, že nehraje konsistentně. Že oni si řekli, hej, ta hra je over, mně přijde aspoň v hlavě, jo. Mně přijde, že prostě Doran si řekne, hej, ta hra je over, tak já budu hrát jako úplný hovado a vyjde to anyway, a ono to nevyjde potom.
Whippo will make something happen. That can be good, that can be bad. It all depends on the day.
No Wukong je hrozný div, no, 7-1-9. Oni se fakt snažili udělat všechno pro to, aby tiltli Inspireda a očividně to funguje, jo, protože Inspired jako má špatnou hru, hodně to intí. Protože to je jako Inspired je nejdůležitější hráč FlyQuestu. Druhý nejdůležitější hráč FlyQuestu je za mě Vipo a Masus na stejno. Ale Inspired je mega důležitý pro úspěch FlyQuestu. A 7-1 Wukong je prostě, to je Wukong s 3 itemama, s Guardian Angelem a je to hyper carry, to není jungle. Ten týpek ti tam 1v3 dá triple kill teďka v tenhle moment s tím Wukongem. Což je kurva problém.
Even in that side lane, of course, he does know even if people try and go gank him while he's split pushing, Mordekaiser always has the option of just ulting someone else.
Tenhle ten Morde build je ale zajímavý, to je celkem broken. Tady ty 3 itemy, Riftmaker, Hexblade a kurz, jak se jmenuje, Curse Mask. Týpek je level 16 na Wukongu, co ti jebe. Chudák Busio je level 10. Leandry kde? Ty nepotřebuješ Leandry na Mordekaiseru vůbec. Ty prostě flash ultneš Taliu nebo Zaju a zabiješ 1v1 vždycky. A nemusíš trefit ani jeden spell. To mě na tom sere Mordekaiser, že ten champ je tak noob friendly, to prostě legit. Ty netrefíš, ty nemusíš trefit ani jeden spell a stejně vyhraješ, protože dáš right click, uklikáš to, toho midaře nebo AD. Pozor, rushou Barona, stíhaj to, Faker odchycenej, oni to frowli, Zaja minus, Bard, ještě, že tam je Bard, TP, Bard portal. Nabejtili Onera, 1v4, Oner nemá ultimátku, Ty pičo, ten Mordekaiser, co ti jebe? To je raketa. Spavne se tam nebo tam? Aha, hustý. Mega gust. Uha. Hej, jako... Tady jsem měl klančnuto. Tady všichni fanoušci měli klančnuto, protože to bylo tak close. Tady to málem byla disaster. Jediný důvod, proč to nebyla disaster, byl Bard a Wukong G. Ty blázne, jako Faker tady dostal komplet odchyceno, protože neměl flash od Niko. Sleduj, jo. A hlavně co dělá Guma? Guma dostal komplet one shot. A Rice. Já jsem si říkal, co one shotlo Gumu. Ty vole, tak tohle bylo hodně víc. Já jsem nevěděl, jestli se spavne tam nebo tam. Protože ono to vypadalo, že se spavne, že nepřeskočil ten. Dívej. Hej, to je ale jako... Hej. FlyQuest to fajtí. Ale ten Baron Rush s Bardem je broken, no. Takhle prostě utečeš z toho pitu. Přes portál. OK, Doran to možná zase naintil. Ne, nesmrtelný. Protože Vipo nemá damage do Xanteho, ale one-shotuje Taliu a Zaju.
Yep, I would say he accomplished that goal, Flowers. He took almost 0 damage. They barely got through the Kennick Rook shield by the time that he walked away. Here we go, though.
Oner to tam hodně jako přehání. Ale stejně přežívá. Počkej, ale jako Morde zabijel Wukonga 1v1. Dívej, jak je to jako ten Morde je tak OP, co ti jebe. On one-shotuje Wukonga aj. Ale nechápu proč nešel pryč. Vipo nemá ult, takže to je minus, to dobře si na něj počkali. Jako ten Hexblade je strašně důležitý na toho Mordekaisera. On bez ulty je úplně useless, ulty je mega broken. A ty vám to ví a fajtí kolem toho. Tohle je třetí drak, není to tak důležitý, ale furt si to chcou pojistit možná. Zaja nemá flash, má ultimátku. Dejte tam ten overlay. Dobrý, Faker chytil Niko. A Zaja vzala draka. Bacha na Raizeho jenom. Chycenej. Inspired fail 0 EQčko. Wow. Tak. To ne, Doran, tu vole, počkej, Talia jde in. Kámo, Doran, nevím. Počkej, to je monster play, actually. To je monster play možná. Našli Fakera ale, Oner tam je, boom, Oner. Blast planta. Tohle je jungle, ne hyper carry XDD. Ty pičo, ty to jako přehánějí solidně, ty T1, ale... Jo, ale tohle se mi líbí, to bylo jako... absolut cinema gameska.
24 kills to T1 and they will be able to take the inhibitor. Inhibitor number 1 is down and T1 is not
Zajímavý, okay. Ale jako T1 hrajou on the edge úplně, víš? Úplně on the edge. Musí dávat bacha na toho Mordeho, ale ten Morde je fakt jako silnej. A, one shot. Zonia. Bacha na Raizeho, ale má short range.
Tier 2 turret remains alive as well. Busio taking a decent little chunk of damage there from the Blade Caller.
Ty ale je to jako, tyhle na to, že to je 6 gold lead, tak je to mega close. Okay. Jo, on nastakoval feathers a tím to smitenul. Boom. Wow, tak to bylo close. Smitenul moc brzo. Guma prostě styluje neutrály.
And obviously he's done it with Varus, but anyways, back to the actual fight there. They started out with really nice spacing on Busio on the, well, let's take a look at this one as well. Keria able to find him as on the backside. We didn't get that one, but that's a nice little support.
Faker tady catchli, ale dobře to semnul. Tady kdyby, tak, Oner měl zabít ho kvada. Tak. A ta hra by byla over, kdyby ho zabil toho Raizo. Jako bylo to mega dobrý to TP behind, já jsem se bál, že to bude disaster. Ale bylo jako kdyby tam zabili toho Raizo, tak je to vyhraná hra, no.
It is a 6,000 gold lead still for the side of T1. Gumayushi securing that last Drake with his Blade Caller also means that they are on soul point. 2 minutes from now, they'll be able to fight for the soul, and FlyQuester going to feel compelled to try to...
Niko tady, Guma level 18, Kajsa level 15, to je velký problém, který vidím. TP od toho, od Barda. Doran je docela nesmrtelný, i když ho fokusujou 2 lidi. Hodně nesmrtelný. Ten Kaini Kruker je hrozně broken item.
Towards Faker, towards anybody, and FlyQuest really have to pick their moments carefully on how they want to step up. Busio clone walks past the control ward.
Tak tady ta vize je strašně důležitá získat. Mají tam tu jednu hardu, která říká, že na tom Baronovi jsou. Víceméně, ale rushou, Guma rushuje. Talia za ulti pryč a mají to. To bude jejich. Krása od Fakera. Pozor, chytnutý Mordekaiser. Bukuk jde in. Dobrá Zaya ultimátka. Kajsa tu dip. Level 3 levely div. Je to tam, Guma je level 18. Level 18 proti level 15, AD carry nemá šanci, to je 3000 goldy v expech. Ale ty kokos, jako fightili, nezdá se.
And they're on the game-winning push.
Yep, Keria takes care of one tower for his second, and the rest of T1 arrived to finish the job.
Jo, ale hustý. T1. Ale Fly bojovali, hlavně ten Mordekaiser, ten byl jako hustý. Jako, dobré. Hodně si pohlídali toho Inspireda a hodně ho shutdownuli. Bard byl problém, no. To je jako, jak umí oni hrát s Bardem, je crazy. No. A teďka je co za zápas? Teďka je... Ty telefony, ne, jak tam všichni. Teďka je Hanwha Anyone's Legend, no uvidíme další čínský zápas. Viděli jsme Billy Gaming. Number 1 čínský seed prohrál proti americkému seedu. Moje otázka pro vás je, bude Čína tak špatná, jak jsme viděli z Billy Gaming? Byla to jenom jedna chyba Billy Gamingu? A nebo je ten region odhoven? Jsem zvědavý, no. Hanva Anyone's Legends, myslím si, že Hanva stompne Anyone Legend a potom si myslím, že tyjo G2 test, že G2 asi možná vyhraje proti test.
That's right.
Yeah, okay, yeah, finish that off.
Look, yeah, like a Dungeons & Dragons charisma check. It was all about the Bard. No surprises there. But before we take a look at what Keria did, because it was, you know, destructive and embarrassing, let's talk a little bit about that jungle matchup. The Wukong was doing a lot of work there. I feel like Inspired was quiet.
Hraje se v JDG aréně v Číně, ano. Tohle je JDG arena. Oni mají, každý ten tým má svoji arénu. Ne každý, ale ty nejlepší týmy mají svoje arény.
And that's the reality, right? So
he's not gonna save you.
Say it, please. Just say it. No, just say it.
I'm just gonna look smug.
Oh God, you do that all the time, though.
We literally put that in Ox's contact. He just comes in onto every desk. The LCK win. It looks smug.
Yeah.
That's his job.
Honestly,
he's been training.
So he gets paid the big bucks. Yeah, I mean, Owner had an incredible game, and I feel like it's just been tough to. Anytime he is starting an objective, I think T1 did a great job of being able to collapse and make it really
Kde
tough for
přesně jaký
Inspired to
město?
play the
Nevím
game.
upřímně.
And yeah, you're right. You made a good call here. It was a Bard spectacle.
I mean, this one, the synergy between Guma and Keria, Guma in the Death Realm, Keria with the portal waiting, and Guma knowing where to go to be ready for it. Clearly the communication's working so well for them.
Well, we even checked the player cams. Keria is looking at his screen to make sure he puts the portal in the exact right position, so when he comes out, it's just an easy right click.
And I feel like so many of the plays in this game were on the back of this Bard. You know, this one, I think, absolute masterclass. We get Inspired dashing out into the double stun. Then we see Masu comes over.
Překvapený, že JDG nejsou na Worlds? Ne. Hele, já jsem Čínu nesledoval, protože jsem věděl, že ten Čína bude, že to je špatný region teďka poslední 2 roky. Takže mi to vůbec nezajímá. Čínu jsem dřív sledoval, když to byl dobrý region.
Genji. Yeah. Italy. Yeah. Yesterday was IG. Yeah. You know, and I feel like it's a little bit of hubris where you're like, look, we know we have a good Bard player, then pick it.
And it's not a best of 5. You don't get to test once. You don't get to see, oh, is he
jako
still the
morde
go-to
30
Bard?
000 damage, co jsem crazy.
Skinny use, by the way?
I did.
Ten vypadal hodně silně,
I think that
no.
might have been his skin. I'm not 100%.
When did he get that skin? What did he do to get that skin?
I mean, he might have played pretty well.
Faker 39
But
000.
FlyQuest won stuff too, just, you know, domestically.
Yeah, that's fair. That's a fair point.
Proč šla Čína tak dolů? Tak hodně, oni měli hodně korejských importů, dávali do toho hodně peněz a i tak neměli úspěch na Worlds, tak hodně těch investorů se na to vysralo a půlnulo funding, no.
Faker. He, I think, had an exceptional game. So congratulations to them on that one. That was ridiculous.
Počkej, jak to, že Andretis vyhráli, sakra. No, jak říkám, hele, viděli jste můj tier list, kdy já jsem prostě doslova čínský týmy dal na stejnou úroveň Evropy a NA. Kámo, tady tak strašně dobře zahrál Keria a Bard, teda Keria a Honor. Tady nechápu, proč Vipo ultil Barda teda. Jak hráli Fnatic, no hrozně, no. Ale CFO jsou prostě šíleně dobří. To a i kdyby Fnatic hráli dobře, tak nevyhrajou, podle mě. Tak, já si odskočím rychle.
Play the local way, pay your way. Have you ever seen the Great Wall at night? Play the local way, pay your way.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Aldo, proč jsi říkal, že bys s FlyQuest Ameriku nevyhrál, když jsi vyhrál z 100 Thieves? To jsem říkal tak, abyste neřekli, že jsem namyšlený. Já se tady dovolím přečíst jeden vynikající komentář o Lord Segiho na YouTube. Píše se tu zde. Stojí mi kokot už asi 3 týdny, sorry. Nevíte někdo, co s tím dělat? Začíná to celkem bolet. To já chtěl bych mít tvůj problém. Hudba? Není tam hudba.
Welcome back to the Verizon post-game interview. I'm here joined by the one and only, the GOAT, the Faker. Congratulations on the win.
Thank you.
So, first question.
Thank you.
I want to know your reaction. The T1 player's first reaction after the draw result yesterday, because Keria also mentioned that because we are the 4-seeded team, we are about to get tough opponents throughout the Swiss stage. So, were you happy with the draw result yesterday?
저는 뭐 사실
Jo, jak kompletně rozumí anglicky, ani nemusí mluvit korejsky, ta interviewka.
크게 신경 안 썼고 혹시 뭐 패배를 하더라도 계속해서 이겨야 되는 경기들이 많다 보니까 그렇게 신경을 안 썼던 것 같고요. 그리고 플라이퀘스트 같은 팀 같은 경우에는
Marty, pohoda.
작년에도 그렇고 올해도 그렇고 리그에서 굉장히 좋은 모습을 많이 보였던
To je gigačet, co? Rovnou odpovídá na anglickou otázku, nemusí čekat na překlad.
Much about the draw result because it's Swiss stage, so we're gonna end up playing many different teams anyway. So I wasn't too worried about the draw result, although there's a chance of us picking 1 or 2 losses throughout the Swiss stage. In the end, we have to pick up as many wins as possible, 3 wins, in order to get it out. And also about FlyQuest, well, they have been pretty dominant this year and also last year as well domestically. So I was a little bit worried about the matchup at some point, but still I think we managed to pick up a good win in the end. Speaking of FlyQuest, he already mentioned that they were dominant domestically, but they are also known to have a lot of upsets internationally as well. So I want to ask him, what did he focus on in terms of the preparation? 말씀하신 것처럼 FlyQuest가 워낙 자국 리그에서도 강한 모습 보여줬지만 국제전에서도 언제나 업셋을 잘 만들어내거든요. 준비 과정에 있어서 어느 부분을 좀 주의하시면서 준비하셨나요?
사실 준비 과정이 하루 정도밖에 있지 않아서 상대방이 좋아하는 그런 픽들이나 그런 챔피언들을 좀 두지 않으려고 저희가 준비를 했던 것 같고 하루 정도 기간 동안 최대한 컨디션 관리를 잘하려고 했던 것 같습니다.
Honestly, we had about a night to prepare, so we wanted to make sure that we don't let the opponents pick the favorite champions they like to play, and also we focus on maintaining our best form and condition. Speaking of favorite picks,
něco se mi tam vypíná a zapíná, ale nevím, co to je. Slyšíte to?
좋아하는 픽을 안 주려고 T1을 준비하셨다고 했는데 상대팀에서는 캐리어 선수의 바드를 풀었어요. 그 당시에 선수분들 반응은 어땠나요?
Co děláš? Já nevím. Můj počítač se zapíná a vypíná. Něco se tam vypíná a zapíná.
캐리어 선수가 워낙 바드를 잘하니까 또 믿고 팀에서 픽을 하자고 얘기를 했던 것 같습니다.
Honestly, I didn't see it coming because recently a lot of teams have been target banning Bard, but it was let through, and we have a huge faith in Kyrie's Bard play, so we wanted to give him a go. And this is Faker's 10th Worlds. Your 10th World here in 2025.
Predslan, děkuju za 23 měsíců Primeu, děkuju.
What does this 10th Worlds mean to you, and how would you like to look back at your legacy of decade?
U CIA teď brousíš tu
10번이나 월제 왔다는 게 사실 뭐 그렇게
Čau Mildo, čauko, kdy bude zase nějaký top dono tričko? Mysnutá příležitost top dono trička na to, ne? Že? Na Worlds. Zdeno je teďka overwhelmed s merčem, ale chci udělat merch, no.
그리고 10년을 한번 돌아본다면 좀 어떤 소회가 드시나요?
많이 했구나.
Jako musím asi vymyslet nějaký cash grab, protože za poslední 2 měsíce jsou ty donaty hodně slabý, hodně slabé. Kamaráde, je to tvoje, co jsem minule dostal, prostě top, moje best tričko, co mám teď. Já jsem vám říkal, že ty moje trička jsou jako nejlepší materiál ever.
Thank you, Faker, one more time for the interview, and I'm gonna toss it to the analyst desk.
Vibiana, hele, Vibiana se řeší.
I love everything about that. It's just another year, bro. What are you talking about? Yeah, it's a year.
A long
It just
time.
keeps going. That's why he's the GOAT.
Put the trophy in the bag.
Yeah. And there is a Chinese saying about Faker, Chinese comments about Faker, talking about he is the tallest mountain of League of Legends, and he is the longest river of League of Legends.
Yeah. I mean, it feels like he's pretty indomitable.
LPL
From
caster.
the LPL broadcast. A caster who I'm sure... Dude, I'm sure you're popping off, although I'm sad that I don't understand Mandarin. Raz, is he good? I know you're
damn good.
He's damn good. We got one of the best casters in the biz for the LPL broadcast. And who better to introduce us to this AL lineup than you, and especially...
Týpek má jakou jawline VDF, halo.
Okay, the jungle position. I think Tarzan is a good player. Also, the Peanut is a good player, and the junglers of this matchup is just so crucial.
Kopíruj tu věc, co dělá Kamil Točka za sobě, donejty za celý měsíc, jo.
Because of the BLG slots.
Ale ne, mě to je blbý teďka, prostě já teď 2 měsíce nepušu donejty, protože mi prostě je blbý škemrat. Prostě mám takovou éru prostě teďka. Že mi je blbý dělat točky, je mi blbý dělat top dona, je mi blbý dělat tady tyhle ty věci. To bude krátká éra, no zatím je to 2 měsíce, ale... Už se, jak se dívám na ten stream Elements graf toho, kolik přišlo peněz, tak možná brzo skončí, no.
It feels like the evolution of that player, he just continues to look better and better, which is awesome. A guy who obviously struggled for a little bit in the career to have that big impact. But Ox, I want to know on the opposite side, Peanut, how are we looking at this matchup? Because these are both guys who make big plays. I've seen a lot of early games live or die on both these players.
I think Peanut struggled a good amount since sort of Road to MSI when they missed out on making MSI. I think Zeka's been having some rough performances as well, and obviously jungle kind of lives on the back of mid. So we've had some better performances during playoffs, but I think this is definitely a matchup I'd favor towards Tarzan.
Potřeboval bych nějaký top no. Potřeboval bych nějaký top no.
Look at how well AL played at MSI. Obviously a really big breakout performance. We know
čauko, Shakilský, čauko, čau, jo, takhle. Chápu.
They got 3 times to the Silver Scrapes against Genji, against T1 and against Genji.
Furt je to tvoje práce, být chvilku trochu salbě v klidu, no jako jo.
That is a fact.
But actually, they struggled a lot in Split 3 and LPL. They went back to China and they got 2-4 for the beginning of the Split 3.
2 měsíce říkáš, to je od toho incidentu, jo.
Everybody was expecting they dominate LPL.
Jinak včera mi přišly peníze konečně, takže to teďka pošlu na charitu, pak vám ukážu, na jakou charitu jsem to poslal s potvrzením. Bude hotovo.
Yeah, it's interesting. Obviously, when you have that dominant mid lane, it makes it so much easier for a player like Tarzan to really pop off. Ox on the opposite side, HLE, a team that showed up at first stand, and then we kind of saw that high, and they haven't really gotten back to that high. So what should we be expecting when we look at this HLE lineup?
You know, it's been an inconsistent year. I feel we've seen them at absolutely massive highs. First stand was a huge achievement for them. After that, we were thinking, hey, this swap has worked out so well.
Fuf, jako chtěl, nebudu se k tomu vyjadřovat,
They continued that high up until that Road to MSI qualifier where they suffered a rough defeat.
Ale jako behind the scenes to bylo jako... To je všechno, co řeknu. A kolik přišlo? 32 800.
They did end up losing in the final to Genji, but we've seen a bit of resurgence in form. I think for me, the main character has really been Viper. There's been so many games where he's been that defining force. We sometimes call them Viper Life Esports again because when the team was struggling,
mě to hodně dělí to poslat na charitu, to ne. Jenom jak říkám, možná by to chtělo další video. To je jediný, co řeknu. To je jediná věc, co si z toho, udělám si z toho takhle prdel. Udělám si z toho takhle si z toho udělám prdel. To je všechno, co řeknu. Však to nevychází, ne?
Yeah. Give him some time.
Yes, 3 months ago.
Já nevím, kolik mělo přijít. Ale já se k tomu nebudu vyjadřovat raději. Fakt ne. Jako fakt ne.
How Delulu is the 77%? Is it fair?
I don't think that's. I think it'd be a lot closer than that. You know, I think even me, who's LCK biased, I'd say like 60-40, 55-45.
Čauko Aldo, potřebuji vybrat top 3 produkty na Activium, co mi doporučíš, protože začínám cvičit. Kreatin, určitě, rozhodně kreatin, vitamin D a rybí olej. To je to, co ti doporučím. Mělo by to být v mém seznamu všechno. To jsou 3 nejdůležitější věci.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. Everybody, welcome back. It's time for game number 6 of the day. Game number 5 was a dominant showing by the reigning world champions, and now we're going to get to see
Protein není potřeba, pokud jíš dost proteinu ze stravy.
I think what they were talking about with the fans just don't know enough about AL because this isn't one of those super well-known LPL teams like Top Esports or like BLG or like IG. People are just like, wait a second, who's this? Who are these guys with a cool panda? What's going on over
Takže
here?
Anyone's Legends proti Hanvě, OK.
But I do think after seeing Anyone's Legend at MSI, I'm excited to see what they've got here.
Zeus je Zeus, no. Kámo, Zeus je prostě, když porovnáš Dorana a Zeuse, tak Zeus je prostě lepší Doran. Nebo Doran bez chyb.
So we'll see both Shanks and Zeka are mid laners that people have questions about and what their form is going to be like at this particular moment.
Avokádový olej jsem neskoušel zatím, ne? Myslíš, že ten Actin bude lepší než Jim Beam? Tak jako jediný důvod, proč já jsem začal používat Actin produkty, je, protože jsem chtěl protein, který nemá sukralózu a aspartam, protože jsou toxický pro tebe ty 2 látky. A jediný český shop, co prodával proteiny a neměl tyhle buď aspartam, nebo sukralózu, nebo oboje, tak byl Actin.
Year here, he's going into military service after this, so you know, so many emotions there. He's been playing for so long, such a legacy for this guy, and he really is. He can be.
Já jsem zvědavý Anyone's Legend, ale viděli jsme Billy Gaming.
Can be a big playmaker and can carry games and be an actual jungle carry. So
jakoby prohrali proti Andry Thieves. Jo, mně se vypojila myš, kurva. Vybila se mi myš? Jo, vybila se mi myš. No tak teďka Anyone's Legends mají jedinečnou šanci zavřít všem hubu, vyhrát proti Hanvě, LCK #1 seedu a říct, OK, nejsme odholený. Stane se to? Ale hej.
By HLE. Over on the AL side, it's Azir and Orianna targeted for the mid lane pool.
I was just talking about jungle carries, Flowers, and you
Myška, mám final mousku, vydrží dlouho bez nabití. A je super.
Definitely the respect shown there. I hope we don't have anything too big here. Okay, we're still good.
All right, we're back.
We're still into it.
Tak hele.
Just looking at the graphics.
Jo, LCK je #2 seed, aha. Tady jsem dostal trošičku brain lag. Wukong Sion je ban, OK, Kiana OK. Kiana nevím, no, Kiana jungle mi přijde bait. Aurora Orianna Oj. A ještě oni, Ryze je ale first pickable. Zeka by to úplně v pohodě mohl piknout Ryzeho, halo? Piknout Jarvana anyway, holy shit. Bard je open, málo kdo umí hrát tak Barda jak Keria.
Even though FlyQuest didn't necessarily get that in the previous game, we'll see if Peanut can do it. I mean, Peanut does like to go for 3 camp ganks as well. He likes to go for level 3 stuff. Jarvan's even capable of going for level 2 stuff, so we'll see.
All right, I'm excited for some early game Jarvan. When I see Jarvan locked in, I put him in that same kind of bucket as like Lee Sin or Nidalee, where I want to see you active early on the map.
Junara OK. Ta Junara má strašně silnou early game, mid game a potom mi přijde, že strašně followuje. Nebo jako jeden item a 2 itemy, jeden item hlavně, no. Nico, OK, jako zase early game jak svině. Tady je Ryze je furt open.
Yeah, I like complementing it with a Nico because it puts a lot of pressure.
Sezi player vidím tě na YouTube, nebo je.
Level 1 Junara with the Q power and then having a Nico with you puts a lot of whatever.
Teda přijde Kajsa docela slabá do Junary.
Plus gives you a lot of playmaking for later. So when you want to fight a lot, that is looking like a good way to do it. get Kyle on that Nico early on. Meanwhile, HLE answering with Viper. Kaisa here very quickly. What support do we want to answer? So are they just going to put Delight on that Engage champ that you kind of expect, or let Engage drop till later? Of course, as we said, just best of one, so he's got all the Engage champs you could possibly want for later, still will be available. And looking at Zeka first here, he's hovering some exciting ones.
Tak, Galio, Ryze by měli piknout, no, Ryze je broken. Ryze, Kaisa, Jarvan, OK, klasika. Oni do toho piknou Casio, oni na to celou dobu čekali, celou dobu na to čekali. Shanks je dobrý Casio hráč teda, upřímně. A Casio je dobrá do Ryze, ale i tak si myslím, že Ryze je prostě lepší, ten champ. Casio, Nico, Yunara.
Let's see as we look at the top lane, though, because that one is dropped. Do AO want to ban out some of the light champions for bottom lane too, since they could whittle down
deníček se rovná Casio, se rovná Luz, okay.
Yeah, you think the Leona type stuff with the Nautilus and Rel options here, but it is gonna, whatever it is gonna have to play into the Nico lane down bottom, so it does complicate stuff.
Okay, Zinjao,
Lakuku, děkuji za Prime. Budou zase sázky, měli by podle toho. Hovno, Shanks je profi hráč, Melikar musí být píšný, že má takového moda, já to říkám furt, kámo, já nechápu, jak ten člověk je tak úžasný Twitch chatter. On spamuje emoty u Flygana non-stop, mezi tím screamuje v Číně, vole. Skrz čínskou firewall se dostal jen k tomu, aby spamoval Flygana a jeho prostě chat. A ještě k tomu ty vole hraje prostě totálně goated midlane. Nechápu. Je to boler prostě.
Can't really deal with the Zin as well as the Nico Casio.
Takže Zin Viban. Ambessa Leona, okay.
As well for the point and click.
That is 4 out of 5 jungle bans for the side
Tarzan's pretty good.
Yeah, turns out
Tarzan
when you're up against
Lee
this guy, you want to put some priority on
nehodí se to tam.
But I do want to see what
Popy do Jarvana, to by bylo good.
To
by bylo fajn.
For the top lane there on 5. So anyone's legend.
Pantheon. Agrese. Ale já nevím, oni toho Pantheona nerfli, ale mě ten Pantheon furt přijde broken. Nová World Songa je v poho. Není to, hele, potom, let's be honest, potom v minulém World Songu nešlo, aby to bylo stejně dobrý, nebo prostě ne.
You know, can have answers. You're always thinking about how do we deal with Viper. And since Viper is on Kaisa, you know, short range is going to be kind of
nerfli, jak mu přidali do jungle. Nerfli mu clear.
In addition to the big AoEs of the Nico and the Casio. Delight Alistar, always like that, and
Delight Alistar je nejlepší Alistar na světě. To je jako... Ten týpek najde takový flanky v těch teamfightech, že to nechápeš.
We'll keep him here in spirit.
Xante, OK. To, že se Ryze hraje tolik. No je to midař, který má raketu damage a je k tomu nesmrtelný. Víš, že má 4000 HP se štítem, Serafsem a rozdává damage jako plnohodnotný AD carry.
Normally, and also not a tank later on in the game, but Jax also a pretty common matchup that we've seen historically into him, but Rek'Sai with the obnoxious top.
Jako hele, Hanva má short range comp do Yunari, Casio, Nico. To není ideální, ale mají dobrý komp Hanva. Jako dobře koordinovaný. Anyone Legends mají taky ale dobrý komp. Tady je to docela close ty drafty. Tady bych řekl jako... jako 50-50, no gonna lie. Legit. Co si, že Hanva má snad nejlepší komp, co můžeš napikovat? Meta, jo. Je to hodně silný. Máš nejsilnějšího midaře, máš mega dobrýho junglera, nejlepšího blind topaře, Kajsa Alistar úplně v pohodě. Ale Anyone Legends na tom jsou úplně v pohodě taky, víš, hlavně mají dobrý, hlavně Cassio do toho short range kompu. Cassio Nico tady bude dělat problém. Hande.
It's excluding Rek'Sai funniness. You cannot include that as a factor.
All right. Well, in that case, I like the HLE side of it.
Vorocel celý na jednom patči, ne? Mělo by to tak být.
Straightforward and easy to play. A lot more straightforward to play, but AL, let's see. I want this one to live up to the combined kills per minute stats hype, the bloodiness hype. I want the action to deliver as promised.
Well, I'm hoping we get that action out of our junglers, especially talking about how exciting this is. Peanut, a jungler who has been playing for so long. The dude who has wins with the most LCK teams of anybody. And this, we're talking about like the most difficult league to win. That's a pretty tall, like,
První ten jsem saver nebo Juntown, záleží na hře, no. Plánuji se vrátit ke coachingu, jsem full time streamer, teďka 2 roky full time streamu, ale abych se vrátil ke coachingu, tak by to musela být fakt jako insane offer, která se neodmítá.
HLE as well were one of the really early adopters of lane swaps.
Hele, jako Anyone Legends tu má v pohodě draft, mega v pohodě. Hanwha má taky mega dobrý draft, ale prostě Cassio, Nico a Yunara do míly oni mají 3 mílíčka, v podstatě 4, protože hraje si skoro mílí. Kajsa je taky short range, takže jako AL zatím dobře na tom jsou. Tak, lane swapík, jo. Straight up lane swap, invade do toho, aby splitli mapu. Tohle je smart. Tady tím split mapem securneš to, že tvoje ADčko na topu jednak má solo XP, což je mega důležitý. A druhá, to, že ten jungle, ten enemy jungle, nemůže to ADčko ganknout.
Viper versus Flandre here, as the Acathian Rain's so very effective at farming up those minions and getting that early push if you want.
Yes, it is. Viper using it to great effect. Getting really good positioning there and able to push the Rek'Sai back off the wave. Blasted all the minions with your Q, as you say. Get a little harassment while you're doing it. And it's just so confident because Peanut has split the map, taken away the
jsem dorazil, jaká byla dneska nejvíc zajímavá hra. BLG proti 100 Thieves.
In the split jungle and everybody
flash engage, boom, 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 Freeman. Proč flashuje? Přežije? On přežije? Ne, tady bude free wave fight. Ojojoj. Tady chcou fightit, Zeka to možná trošku přehnal s tím, přehnal to hrozně. Ojojoj. A Delight je taky dead. Při flashe Cassio přežila a potom overchase. Ale ty jako Zeka to tam naintil, že šel tak deep, no. Plus level 1 Alistar bez flashů. Proč flashuje? Hehe, věděl něco, co já jsem nevěděl. A to, že ten Alistar tam, nebo ta Nika tam byla s healem. Heal je hrozně broken teďka na těch supportech. Na tyhle situace, protože dá movement speed a heal jak blázen. Že dívej, on flash, Zeka flash snare, boom, do toho EQ, boom, Delay to naintil, upřímně, nevím, Delay, nevím, a tady Zeka to naintí, no, že jde tak deep, že prostě si, že jde melee range do prostě Pantheona Nico, to pojebal.
And he flashes right back over the wall to finish it. Shanks ends up being the one, by the way, to get the kill. And so he cashed in. Tarzan cashes in.
Teď to bude zlý. Bude to těžký.
Happy to see that, of course. Them starting out with 2 kills means
Kdo má lepší late game? Vydrž 1200 golů pro N1 Legends v tenhle moment. Jojojojoj.
From AL as Delight is trying to hold top up here, but that's a level 2 Alistar versus a level 5 Rek'Sai.
Tak podívám se na ty jumpy, kdo má lepší late game. Hej, já bych řekl, že to je 50-50 ten late game. Celý ten draft je 50-50 mi přijde. S tím, že oni mají Casio, Yunara, Nico do milíček, takže to je možná i lepší pro N1 Legends ten draft. A late game je even.
Old school hard counter to the Rise that it used to be. Still a super comfortable matchup. Still very scary for Zeka if Shanks continues to build a lead.
Yeah, and because of the early play, the early attempt on his life, and him actually getting the kill credit there, being able to play the fight from behind his jungle
a potomhle co? Potom je G2 test? Potomhle?
Casio up into a great position. So AL, with that early success, are going to be able to start early dragon stacking flowers, and that's going to be great for this comp. Is going to be easy burn for them. Peanut not even going to go over a check. Peanut, after the early kind of failure there from HLE on the first play, has decided, you know what, we're going into farm mode, trying to farm right back up.
G2 test bude hodně zajímavý. Tady tohle bude taky strašně zajímavé, to Hanva N1 Legends. Ještě s tím, že ty mají 1000 goldu advantage. D-Light tady zase chce hex flashovat, tohle je tak annoying. Ale ví, Shanks asi ví. 1v2. On to fakt hex flashnul a zabili ho. To je crazy. Za mě hex flash je too broken. Že prostě týpek hex flashne přes tu wall, jak proti tomu chceš hrát. A Zeus tam 1v2 malem zabije botlane. Oni ho pingovali, no oni to tušili, no, ale nevěděli na 100%. TP, on neví. Dobrý Q flash, kámo, ten Delight je fakt dobrý na tom Alistarovi. Dívej, jak on a najednou je to even ta hra. Ale dívej, jak on zařídil prostě gank na midu, týpne na top lane, zařídí kill na topu, buff support. Sách jebe Delight. Ty magore.
Opens up for Delight. They arrive at the same time. They get their successful play. So
udělal jsem dobře, že jsem dal Peanut na to, že mi nejvíc first bloodů. Jako Peanut je strašně agresivní jungler, jeden z nejvíc agresivních junglerů, co tady jsou. Takže možná, no, ale uvidí se. Marvelous Martin, koupil jsem to na Kre 8. Nemám s nima spolupráci, ale... Že pro tebe nemám slevičku nebo tak, ale koupil jsem to tam.
Was going to be interested to see if Zeus wanted to commit the teleport to get right back down to bottom lane or try to maybe use it for a void grub play. Does just immediately commit down here to the bottom side. Flandra trying to get away, does escape that third
jako Zeusuje.
Of course, still probably wouldn't have been any mortal danger since Zeus does not have the all out ready to go yet again. So feeling just fine on the
ale víš co, prostě tak jak říká Suicidal Filip, jo. Ten týpek jde na mid lane, dá hex flash přes mid, zabije midař, healne, resetne, dá TP, zabije to baře a bum. Zařízeno prostě.
Tunneled his way all the way over here. That's going to give them the numbers, and HLE are like, okay, fine. Yep.
And that's kind of what I was thinking when I saw the
jim nechají 3 gruby.
When there was only 20 seconds on grubs. It makes it a little bit difficult.
Jo, nevím. Delight. Bro,
Looks like it's beef for dinner. Free to forfeit. Clean for AL.
Ty pičo.
Not sure either.
Delight?
Don't know.
Ty jako tam týpek všechno viděl, tak nevím, co dělal.
So, see, you got your funny moment. It just wasn't Rek'Sai.
We did. Delivery received.
They got the food has arrived.
Beef delivery.
All right, so All right, now I got.
Honestly, I kind of want to see the replay because I'm like, but you don't really want to see the replay, though. Okay, so anyways, we'll continue farming. You know, honestly, it's not like a crazy movement in the game or anything. Still fairly close here, so is still going to be determined by the team fights, and we'll see.
Nebudu to komentovat, co to udělal. Tak Drake za minutu, hraje komplet even i po té early game. Že to našli. Divíček, Rice roamíček, boom, knockup, boom, one shot, clean, clinical. Tady jste upřímně, ty vole, trošku přehání Tarzan, ne, halo? Hustý, dobře proaktivní jsou, jak svině, Hanva. Tady prostě víš co, týpeček, Rice prostě pušne mi za ulti junglera na top lane dive, to je ukázkový.
And starting the realm warp, stealing away raptors right before they go for it. Nicely done from
Tohle je Uzi Kaisa, nebo co to je toto? Jo, vy nevíte moji myš. Tam je socha, vidíš to? To je Uzi Kaisa, že jo?
You wanted him to be digging through tunnels and get yeeted out of the tunnel or something?
Yeah, it could be in a more comedic fashion. Okay, but it is really good targeting, and Flandre is going to be a squishy Rek'Sai here because he is very far behind.
Level 7 Rek'Sai,
He still only has an inventory full of just components for Titanic Hydra, and it's not even like the big tanky, like nice components. It's a bunch of long swords. So definitely going to take him a little bit of time to catch up here, as Zeus has his Bramble Vest alongside his Chain Vest. So very tanky against these AD threats on the enemy side, against the Rek'Sai, the Pantheon, the Yunara.
Ty vole, chce mu naložit.
Going after Flandre, looking to continue this pressure. Takes about 40% of his HP. We're going to maybe force him to recall. We do have our second Drake of the game live right now, and Tarzan is immediately going to jump.
Oni to zase nechávají, oni nechají všechny objektivy, tyjo. Hanva. Ale já jsem viděl i T1, že nechávali proti IG všechny objektivy.
Should be effortless for them. They just had a reset timer for Viper. So Viper here, as they said on the desk.
Jsem viděl statistiku, že že T1 vyhráli proti IG s 0 drakama, což je nějak jako statisticky 4% na výhru.
And they do have a lot of players on the team that can apply plasma for him to look for dives. Flandre already though. Look at Jarvan. Peanut is back.
Peanut je tu.
On a mission again. Tunnel just used here for Flandre under tower. Peanut destroying the extra ones, but don't want to risk anything else.
Nebo to musí respektovat Pantheona, ale zase to Alistar Kaisa, to je hard to dive jak svině. Když má cleanse a exhaust. Cassio s vylepšenýma botama, jí to dá statistiky. Cassio actually s těma vylepšenýma botama je broken. Který to dává prostě větší movement speed a ještě něco jí to dává.
Honestly, I like the fact that HLE just has this game plan and they're going for it again and again and again and again.
Prostě point je, že to není, že Cassio nedostane nic z těch vylepšených pot. Ona právě dostane a dostane dost. Jen to upgrade pasivku, no. Peanut chycenej, bude to stačit. Straight up dead, ne? Wow, dobře nabejtil, ale straight up dead, no. Tam ztratil trošičku.
Peanut, one too many invades there. AL say, finally we are going to defend our territory. This Jarvan has been running all over the map, right through.
Je zajímavý, že Xanta je proti té Cassiope. Na tom midu, že tam třeba nedají bot lane.
From them to actually punish this time around. It allows counter jungle now for Tarzan. Tarzan moves in. Or actually, no, they've got Kael himself taking Tarzan's form to go get the vision set up. The Raptor camps for Peanut remain safe.
Always got to be careful with Nico, man. I'm so glad it says, like, it doesn't say the other player's name when she's transformed anymore now. That used to throw me off all the time. So we've got still the slightest of gold leads. I don't think we've seen a 1,000 gold lead for either side so far in the first almost 14 minutes here, despite the fact that it's been so.
Kai se nemá kal, takže nebude mít Q Evolve. Teďka. Bo furt nemá Q Evolve. Kdo má lepší late game, za mě je vyrovnaný. Záleží, jak ty týmy budou teamfightit prostě.
And, you know, Rod of Ages is stacking up. Doesn't have the tier, though.
Tak, 2 draci, třetí je za 2,5 minuty.
Meanwhile, the fight over Vision is getting a little bit heavy.
Herald za 40.
Peanut and Delight will have time to clear out that ward before AL can continue stepping further forward. Everybody's gathering around this area because it's 30 seconds until the Rift Herald spawns.
Jako Cassio Yunara má možná lepší late game než to, no, než Kai'Sa Ryze.
Rift Herald is commonly where you'll see those bigger team fights for the first time in the game, the 4v4s, the 5v5s, and I'm hoping that's what we end up getting here in the next 15 seconds as Zeka will manage to push up that.
No, víc co ten Herald, uvidí se co Herald, uvidí se co třetí drak. Herald bych čekal, že budou oba dva ty týmy contested fightit. Draka taky určitě.
Everything on the side of HLE, it's only Zeka's teleport that's not around, but he's already in the area for the Herald. Over on the other side, everybody's pretty much got everything, so the next fight should be pretty explosive.
Just like a Cassandra.
To zajímá Herald. Oba dva ty týmy, protože to zaručí mi turret.
A true summer blockbuster down here in the top lane, bottom lane match.
While we wait, they provide the entertainment. All right. So Rift Herald is on the map, but Dragon is only 1 minute away, and the Dragon is going to have a lot more leverage in the actual game. So while we could
jako drak je důležitější, protože je to třetí drak.
And Peanut's heading right over to it to at least destroy some of the tunnels. The Vision is on it for both teams, so if they decide to commit to it, it's going to take some extra resources. Let's see, both top laners do have their teleports, so we'll see though. Would rather invest more resources in Dragon. Dragon number 3 is actually quite pivotal because it's you know fairly early into the game as far as the Dragon stacking actually started for AL. And once you get to the soul point, it does put a lot more leverage on like, ooh, are you going to hit a smite fight steal or something later? Huge rewards, could get dangerous. You know, AL do have Cassiopeia, and so they could melt through
jsou na tam pár spiky na toho draka. Top lane docela even. Jungle even. Víceméně, mid lane even, AD even. Support má ten advantage. Nico nemá ten první item, zatímco Redemption, Alistar má Redemption, což je důležitější. Budou to kontestit, nenechají to jen tak umřít, ne? Jo, typujou. Kontest tam bude. Delight získává vizi. 5. Tady se asi bude snažit jenom smite stylnout a když tak utečou. Jo, Nico moc deep, ale zařídil Freeman. Zařídil draka s tím, zařídil draka a zařídil i kill možná pro Vipera, ano. A třetí drak za intíček. Jim to bylo jedno, že to prohrajou, toho draka. Oni chtěli vyhrát fight. Jaja. Kamo, Delay tam našel Freeman knock-up. Jako Nico odzonil Jarvana s ultimátkou proto, aby získali třetího draka, ale tím okamžitě potom byl useless. A Delay prostě, kámo, jak tam najde, dívej. Oni se fokusují jenom na toho draka. On tam odzouní Onera, aby dali Tarzana, ale Kali je okamžitě... OK, Delightos. To je jako free win. Zařídil Delight. Říkáš ten Nico, protože tohle hraje to chlap toho čampa. Hraje to smradlavej chlap. Vidím ho na té kameře. So that he can carry the team fights later on in the game. And Flowers, you said it. All right, they got the dragon, which can pay off if you get some sort of crazy soul fight. Já se to nemůžu, prostě nemůžu za to, že pokud Riot neudělá čampiona, který má velký kozy, velký zadek, tak já si prostě nemyslím, že to je ženský charakter, prostě nejde to. Jsem zvyklý z gamingu, že prostě ženský charakter má jenom velký kozy a velký zadky.
Even in the games where they've had problems, even in the games where it looks like they might be losing, it's Viper who puts on performances that ends up clutching it and turning the game around. This is the guy that they can count on.
Ten Jinx má aspoň vlasy, že to poznáš.
Fortunately for him in this one, it's not like the rest of the team is underperforming, right?
Ten milion, já říkám taky ten milion. Jako o milion říkám taky ten milion, nevím proč.
And now Viper sitting on 6-0. HLE is feeling great about this game state.
Jako já jsem si donedávna myslel, že Milio je borec. Fakt upřímně jsem si myslel, že Milio je borec. Že to je prostě klučičí charakter. Však Milio je kluk. Aha. Aha. Tak proč mi tady týpci říkají, že hej, tvrdili mi tady, že to prostě říkám špatně, že říkám ten Milio.
AL was ready. Shanks will stop it. Just extending her life, you know. She was going to go down earlier, so
hlavně, že říkáš ta nocturna, to upřímně nevím, proč říkám ta nocturna, no. Ale to mi někdo vysvětlil dřív, to taky, já jsem říkal ten nocturn a vy jste mě strašně hejtili za to, že říkám ten nocturn. A perma jste mě flamili, tak jsem začal říkat ta nocturna. Ale já jsem říkal to Milio předtím. A pak jste mě hejtili, já už si to pamatuju. Já jsem říkal to Milio a vy jste mě hejtili, že to je buď ta nebo ten a nějak jsem to začal říkat naopak.
You know, for those really long, good-looking plays.
Milio is a warm-hearted boy from X-Star. Prostě to je neutrální. Ale borci. Pojďme se vrátit k té League of Legends hře, OK. Ano, Hanva tady dala 6-0, má 6-0 Vipera.
Pobíhá venku!
Nevinný potrží donate 100 korun. Dlouho nic necinklo, tak tady máš něco
Medy, děkuji za kilečko, děkuji. Každý donate, krásný donate, děkuji moc za kilečko. Zeka 14, začíná se atakan, pozor. Pozor, Xante týpuje. Jo, a týpe do 3 lidí, bacha na Tarzana. Tady to přehání možná, nebo přehání to? Je to Xante 1v3, Kajsa follow, godlike. Boom! Pantheon mu one-shotnul hlavu, ale. Pantheon mu one-shotnul hlavu. Kam oni to prohrávají, protože Pantheon one-shotnul Kajsu. Co ti jebe, oni to prohrávají kvůli tomu Pantheonovi. A nevím, co tam Casio, jak tam Casio posmurfila, ale zabila Ryzeho 1v1. Týpek má 8-0 z Kaiso a dostane spírku na hlavu, je mrtvej. Tak já se potřebuji dělat, co dělá Shanks. Zeka se tam nechal úplně zničit atakanem. 25% HP. Snaží se pak pomoct a dostane... Oni engagenou z Shankse a Shanks vyhraje 1v2. Jo, on vyhraje 1v2, WTF. No a potom prostě Pantheon one-shotne Kaisu. Klikne na ní pravým tlačítkem a Kajsa zmizí. I když má 8-0. To je dobrý comeback, ale to je hodně dobrý comeback.
And help Tarzan off of the play that Tarzan had started there to be able to finish, and now here they go.
No, Casio je problém, Tarzan je problém. Soul fightíček, Rek'Sai má flanky to. Oni neví o Flandrem. Neví o něm. Někdo ho musí marknout. Už ho marknul Zeus, výborně Zeus, výborně. To by bylo disaster. Tam to reálně mohli to, no. Hnedka all-in-note, když tam ta Rek'Sai byla.
Honey Fruit's already procced. Scryer's Bloom trying to keep an eye on if HLE already has it started up, but they do not. A Peanut versus Tarzan.
Našli Delighta. Peanut tam je taky, musí out. Startnutý Drake dává slow těm týpkům. Zeus tady změní pozici. Tady to začíná vypadat hodně dobře pro Hanvu, protože začínají být na kopoukování. Flandre jde in proti Peanutovi. Resetnutý drak. Alistar behind. Rise ultimátka na Alistara. Vzala to Kajsa. Delight Foreman přežívá, nepřežívá. Vzal draka a utíkají. Wow, musí ho zabít. Musí ho nechat zabít. Pantheon ultimátka, pozor. Tak Casio je nepříjemná, strašně nepříjemná. Dobře nabejtili ten Rice pick.
With the value with their Otacon, so even though HLE do get the dragon AL will be pretty happy with the extra gold afterwards, take down the tower, get the 2 kills for themselves. All right, HLA do stall the soul, but it is going to be a tense one. Once again, grabbing that kill.
Kámo, Kajsa je 8-1 feedla jak blázen. 3,5 tisíce gold advantage. Ale potřebuje koupit Zoniu rychle, ona bez Zony nic neudělá. Ale je to, víš co, problém je ta Casio, protože jak jsem říkal, oni mají short range comp, Casio je feedla. Kajsa může je 8-1, ale proti té Casio, pokud ji nějak zázrakem nedají knock-up od Alistára do toho knock-up od Jarvana, tak ji nezabijou. Týpek má 3000 HP za mid lane. Celkem crazy.
Yeah, and if it is, a game like that, the team with Otacon here, as it progresses, is going to be feeling pretty good. Of course,
jako Casio má 3000 HP bez Seraph štítu. Seraph štít bude IMO kolem 800, takže má 3,8 tisíc HP, který oni musí zabít, plus se healuje z Rod of Ages a healuje jak svině. Rushujou to, počkej, oni to rushujou. Oni to rushujou. Hodně to rushujou. Má tam flip. Pantheon tam nebyl, Pantheon tam není. Našli Casio. Přesně to potřebovali. Xante flash ult na AD. Xante zařídil. Viper je zase dead, není, přežívá, ne, je mrtvý. Kámo, tam flash ult od Zeuse byla insane na to AD carry. To posmurfil jak hajzl. Junara by tam zabila Kajsičku 1v1, kdyby tam Zeus neflash ultnul a nedal CC. Ale ta flash ult od Xanteho je hodně dlouhá CC. 1,2 tisíce HP štít to byl. Casio. Přesně takhle to ale zahráli, jak měli, kámo. Našli ten knock-up na tu Casio, aby ji one-shotnuli. One-shotli. Ale ten rush, ty vole, Hanva je insane v tomhle. Ten rush je, Pantheon nemá flash, jo, takže nemůže in a musí zaultit a ultí pozdě. A teď sleduj. Flash D-Light, Alistar. Boom, ani neflashuje. Combo, do toho Jarvan, do toho flash Zeka. A teď sleduj Zeus flash. Hope tam flashnul na Vipera, kdyby tam týpeček, kdyby tam Zeus neflash ultnul na Junaru, tak ho zabije, ta Junara, tu Kajsu. Viper hraje pěkně. Hraje super, ale musím říct jednu věc, jo. Za mě, kdokoliv stop tier AD carry by to zahrál úplně stejně. Viper zatím neudělal nic, co by neudělal nikdo. Kdo je dobrý? Kdo je dobrý AD carry? Omlouvám se, ale prostě je to tak. Tam to setupuje Alistar, tam to setupuje Jarvan a Zeus s tou flash ultimátkou na tu Junaru. Jo, takže jakýkoliv AD carry, bohužel ta role tak funguje, tam jako, tam víš co, fakt jako legit, i Han sama by to takhle podle mě zahrál. Zatím teda neudělal nic crazy, ale až něco udělá crazy, tak to řeknu, nebojte. Jen závidí, že má supa? Ne, to vůbec není po mně, však já nehraju kompletně nic. Tak. Už má Zoniu s tou Kajsou, což je super. Bacha, no tu Casio, kámo, ale ta Casio je tak nebezpečná. Ta Casio má taky Zoniu teďka. Junara je komplet odhoven, ale on nemá ani Infinity Edge. 5000 behind. Zeus je, kámo, Zeus, já to říkám dlouhodobě, říkám to 3 roky, Zeus je za mě nejlepší topař. Týpci tady mávali Binem, že Bin je nejlepší topař a tak, ale já jsem vždycky říkal Zeus. A T1 to tak strašně ublížilo, že nemají Zeusa, ale že mají Dorana. Ale jako Doran, hej, Doran je furt kurva dobrý. Ale prostě Zeus je Zeus. Junara už v téhle hře nic neudělá, pokud si takhle strašně běží za Junaru, tak je to strašně vodhoven šampion. Jo. Tak je, no. Jako všeobecně, je to u AD Carry takhle všeobecně, ale u Junary mi to přijde hodně, no. Třeba Korky Junara jsou takový čampy, když jsou behind, tak jsou úplně vodhoven.
Well, one thing that I'm also looking at here, my friend, double Zhonya's hourglass for the two carries.
Double Zonia.
And I feel like this item is especially effective against Cassiopeia because of the fact that one of Cassiopeia's biggest tools is grounding you through the miasma. It disables a lot of escape mechanisms. Well, Zhonya's isn't any kind of a dash, and it's a very powerful defense mechanism, so I'm feeling like the target selection on AL is going to need to be very specific.
Myslíte si, že Zonia by měla být removenutá ze hry? Ano, ne. Já si třeba nemyslím, že by to mělo být removenutý ze hry, ale mělo by to být jako hodně slabý. Jak máš třeba QSS a nebo Močko. Že to prostě nic, že to nedává i žádný ability power, ani armor. Jak máš GA třeba, jo, že to dá prostě jenom problém stopwatche je ten, že jednak je to nejvíc broken aktivní spell, nebo item, pardon, ve hře, plus dává ti to tolik AP, že to není real. Jako Zonia dává 120 AP, to by reálně mělo dávat třeba 60 AP max. Bral bys AD na Zoniu, kdyby vyměnili GA za Zoniu a dali by, kdyby GA bylo tak, že máš aktivku, jsi nesmrtelný jako v Zonie a dá ti to AD, crit a armor, tak vole. Stopwatch je balance, protože se rozbije, ale Zonia je OP. S tím nesouhlasím, za mě je stopwatch, ten Zonia Armgun, takový ten, co se rozbije, je hrozně broken. Protože ty v podstatě, ty postavíš jenom tu Zoniu a dokud to nepoužiješ, tak stavíš jiný itemy. A v momentě, kdy to použiješ, tak za 1600 dostavíš Zoniu a máš to znova.
As far as the Pantheon, since you can like fully commit in there, use the ultimate super deep.
Víš, že jako už to nedává 120, ale 105 APs, furt moc, a hlavně armoru to dává moc. Jako Zonia profi hráči jsou tak dobří, že item jako Zonia vždycky bude nejvíc OP item ve hře. Lepší by bylo udělat ze Zonie GA, prostě AP GA, že nemůžeš použít aktivně Zoniu. A nebo opravdu fakt nerfnout ty staty, no. Protože jakmile profíkům dáš cokoliv, co je aktivní spell na nesmrtelnost, tak to nejde balancovat. Ti profíci to vždycky abuznou do sraček. A nebo na Zoniu dát adaptive power, no. Ať máš z toho AD. To by bylo, ale pak, hej, všichni by brečeli, že AD carry je OP ze Zoniou. Když by se udělal adaptiv. Zeus je ale hodně, počkej, Zeus je napoukovaný hrozně. Tady se dlouho nic nebylo, ale Kajsa pouk, tady win kondice, blue buff Kajsa a pouk W. Hituje to. Jo, moc deep, moc deep. Tady to na inti. Tohle vypadá zle, ale přežívají, oni přežívají strašně dlouho. Viper málem dostal vypínačku. To je, hej. To bylo moc deep od Delighta. Tady měli jenom poukovat. měli. Tak tohle je hrozně atypický. Alistar to naintil. Má ult? Nemá ult Rexa, jo. Ty vole, nevím, to je jako tak asi je fakt problém. Oni se jí snažili engagenout, ale tam nebyl follow-up. Poison mu cancelnul ten. Ty vole, jako Kajsa 11-2 a nemůže nic dělat, chudák. Tam měli tam poukovat s Kajsou, prostě s dvojitýma Včkama.
Look at that in the top left. Viper's the Dragon Timer is also just about to proc, and that's where Viper's heading. Yeah, he's gonna burn it down. And since they're going
Rychle to musí rašnout. Počkej, Casio tam běží. Ne, to je Nico. On neví, on ví.
I don't think it's gonna... Unless he Pop Blossom steals it, there's no way! He got it! Kael with the miracle steal! The Pop Blossom to steal it away as AL now goes...
A ještě tady flashne Rek'Sai, můj bože. Počkej, Tarzan. Co teď Viper? Za ultí Flandreho, ale je dead anyway, ne? Není. Alistar, ty pičo, Alistar, on kajtí. Ale 11 killů nemůže zabít Rek'Sai, halo?
Delight will be your next casualty. Tarzan takes him out with the spear. Viper still running, but he's running to the enemy base. It's a 2-for-1 that favors anyone's legend alongside securing the Hextech soul. And here he is again, the man with the plan who went all in and he made it happen to steal the soul.
Tyhle Casio, prostě Casio, no do bílý kompu v podstatě. Ale čumím na to, že prostě nepoukujou s tou Kaisou a že engageujou tu Casio. Že by podle mě fakt měli jenom zkoušet dvojitý Včka s pomoc Kaisou a až se napoukujou, tady to vidíš. Nevermind, si myslel, že tam pustí ten Baron.
Viper there tries to throw off. He throws off the W, 400 damage, and the ultimate pushes him off. And during the stun there of the ultimate, turns over, finishes it. And with that soul, that should be so much extra power for AL to finish this game out.
Ty ale tady jako Delight tady strašně dobře píloval tu Rek'Sai a ta Rek'Sai prostě stejně neumře, jako. To je strašně weird, že to nezabije. Dívej. To je hrozně tanký Rek'Sai. Ona není feedla nějak, nebo? Takový mám problém s Kajsičkou v late gameu, no, na Streamer Clash, protože Kajsa na Streamer Clashu, já jsem hrozně přemýšlel na to, jak moc silný to bude, ale ono to v late gameu nemá zase tak velký damage. On je to mega dobrý v mid gameu. Plus potřebuješ mít dobrý tým, co bude dobře CCčkovat. A ta soula nevadí, tam Elder bude strašně důležitý. Ta hra bude podle mě mít ještě 3,5 minuty, protože oba dva ty týmy mají low range a bude tam velký fight buď u Barona nebo u Eldra a ten rozhodne hru. Za mě Anyone Legends by měli forcenout raději Barona než Eldra, protože na tom Eldrovi můžou prohrát hru víc. Je větší pravděpodobnost, že třeba Peanut stealne Eldra a tím Anyone Legends prohrajou hru. Když Peanut stealne Barona, tak je to jedno.
Absolutely massive swing here for the LPL number 2 seed.
Viper plus 4 inteři, oni to nemají jednoduchý, jako tady oni strašně dobře nabejtili Cassiopick. Nebo oni nabejtili ten Rice pick. Typci mají short range kom proti Cassio, která je feedla. Prostě Shanks je, dívej na HPčka, ten týpek má 3600 HP a 1200 seras štít. Takže on má skoro 5000 HP s tou Cassio a dává monster damage. Jo? Cassio je v pozici, kdy v tenhle moment dává větší damage, asi dvojnásobně větší damage než Viper, dvojnásobně, 1,5násobně větší damage než Zeka a má, vole, 5000 HP a ještě se healuje z Rod of Ages. A má Magic Resist. Megatron, takže dostává i menší damage. A ještě má Zoniu. To je v piči, no. Oni nemají jak zabít toho Shankse, nebo jako můžou ho nějak permasíčknout, zkusit zabít, ale prostě, kámo, zabít Mage, co má 5000 HP, má 150 armoru, 150 Magic Resistů, má největší damage ve hře a má Zoniu. Of their comebacks as this game has pendulum swung back and forth. 18% z money je 570, ne 1200. Ono tam máš 300 máš základu plus 20%, ne? Current money. Tím pádem 300 pade plus 20% z 3200 money je 1200, ne? Je tam 18%, tak kolik je to štít? Furt je to, hele, místo 1200 to bude 1000 štít, takže...
As long as he's permanently drinking elixirs,
Hrozně dobrý teamfight comp. Takže 570 plus 350. Skoro 1000. Jediný způsob, jak Hanva může fightit, podle mě je, že budou prostě spamovat dvojtývečka od Kajsy a budou strašně dlouho spamovat. Ne, je to jen 18% z current money. Není. Tam je základ, ne? Flash, OK. Oni musí poukovat dvojtývečko pouk, ale Zeus je chycenej, Zeka je chycenej, počkej, Kyle engagenul solo, Kajsa 1v1 proti Flandrevu, musí mu pomoct, Peanut to pomáhá, Xante je mrtvej. Za dlouhé Elder, 20 vteřin Elder, 6 vteřin, kámo, ale Zeus se nechal odchytit.
Baron for AL, Elder Dragon really soon here though, so
3 vteřiny, rational to?
the last hopes of HLE.
Ne, 17 000, to nerational.
Steal the Elder and make a miracle. That is their hope. AL though, they've got the Baron, they have the extra player advantage. Put your hope in Peanut for a big smite.
Netrefuje dvojtývečka Viper, Shanks je behind. Oni nemají marknutý flank. Delight insta one shot mutej. Shanks, kámo, Shanks. Že je minus, Zeka je taky minus, tak ta hra je over. Ty pičo, OK, tak Čína možná není komplet odhoven, jak jsem si myslel. Počkej. Shanks. Zonia. Čet, nebojte, G2 vyhraje proti Top Esport, nebojte. Pojď, nebojte se.
41-minute battle back and forth between the number 2 seeds of the top 2 regions at World.
Kolik hrají teďka po téhle hře hrajou?
But anyone's legend comes out on top. Wow, that was a fun one.
No.
Analysts, I hope you
ale upřímně, jediný důvod, nebude to jediný důvod, ale tady ta Casio byla strašně dobrá. Kámo, ty máš melee range comp proti Casio. Hraje Viper byl odhoven. Kámo, týpek měl 11 kg a nemohl nic dělat.
Like Huainan said, he was talking about them being Teamfight Kings. We got to see that at MSI. We got to see that, the first piece of that.
Katie a AMK bylo s tom, jak to vypadalo. Ty, ale jako byl to docela fight. Tak vydrž, tipnul jsem 4 dobře z 6 zatím.
It did at times just feel like individual performances was what got HLE to that winning position, and some individuals struggling, I feel like, from the team.
Mi řekni, jak byli dokázali prohrát, týpci si postavili, poslouchej, na Caitlyn, kolektor Rapid Fire proti Feedlymu Sionovi a Nataliu proti tomu Feedlymu Sionovi, Seraph's Embrace a Relies. A pak na těch 2 itemech forsují fight proti tomu Sionovi.
Mana.
Did any items when
Lost chapter?
Well, he got Rod of Ages. Rod of Ages, yeah. Anything else?
Kolik buffne, když máš boty na Casio, nebo když máš ty upgradelý boty na Casio, kolik jí to buffne tu pasivku, okolik?
It took you guys a long time, it took Zeker a long time, you know.
Protože ten Snake se kurva plazil rychle, hoši, v té hře.
And especially this composition where you had like 2 major threats.
Ze 72 na 90 late game.
It was a roughie. But again, credit to AL. Maybe
Ze 72 na 90.
Because they really did salvage what was a difficult situation. And yeah, the tier was a bit
To je
rough.
hrozně moc,
Delight was,
WTF.
I think, the best and worst Alistar we've seen
Však
this
normálně ty boty
tournament.
upgradenou
But
5
overall,
movement
when
speedu
it came
jenom.
down to the fights, predictions delivered. AL were just a cut above.
Because AL recognized that they really need to go after Viper. With the composition that you have here, Rek'Sai, Pantheon.
Dřív to šlo postavit boty na Casio nebo? A nic, ale nic si to nedávalo. Nebyl to troll, že si kupoval 3 boty na Casio? A intil si tím jako svůj tým. To pamatuju, že jsem měl Casio s 2 botama z nějakého důvodu.
It was insane, and the Hextech Soul became such a problem for them later in the game.
Jako bylo to funny, ale...
did such insane work, just being a menace. And you see Delight trying to peel for Viper, but the Rek'Sai is so tanky, able to buy so much time with the ultimate, with the tunnels. And I feel like if you're just wasting Viper's time and he's not able to freely hit members of your team,
byli lepší, no, byli to hodně podcenili, jako hodně disrespektili 100 Thieves.
And Fun really embodying that tenacity that the team needed to survive, because this was a guy who's down like 40 CS in lane.
Kamo, podíváš se na jakýkoliv čínský tým, ty týpci tam mají 40 trenérů.
Steals the objective. 3-1 and 14 is looking at that last play. The damage stat
Pantheon největší damage ve hře. Buff jungle. Buff jungle.
17,700 for Nico. That's pretty good.
Pantheon,
This guy's got the MVP performance for me. He was finding setups left and right. It was definitely an all-star look from him.
Yeah, definitely contesting the rise in terms of DPS, and I think in general... in general...
Kámo, vidíte tu Kai'Su z 11-0, stejný damage jako jungle, co byl prostě odhoven. Nerfnul bych to AD carry.
Where I was like, oh, it's looking great for Viper. No, Cassiopeia and comes and shut this down. You see a composition like this of like Jarvan, Ryze, of course even the Kai'Sa, really short range. He's going to be able to make it work. So that was a great game for AL, that there was a question mark coming into this event if they would be able to come in strong, and they were able to do just that.
100%. I feel like both these teams
had a bit
hit or miss in terms of the year. They've been ups and downs. So I think this was a lot when we saw the draw. This was a match where expectations could have gone either way.
Před hrou si říkal, že Pantheon je vodové. Tak to je lež, kámo. Říkal jsem, že Pantheona nerfli, že mu nerfli clear v jungli, ale že to stejnak nechápu, protože profi hráči to přehání s nerfama. Řekl jsem to doslova takhle. Pantheon dostal nerf na clear, ale podle mě je to sračka, protože to je stejnak broken, protože ti profíci vždycky přehání, když se něco nerfne a přestanou to pikovat. Ale Sivir a Corki dostali nerf a jsou komplet vodové. Jako Sivir dostal velký nerf a stejnak se pikovala. Takhle jsem to řekl, si to pamatuju. Jako kdyby to bylo před 5 vteřinama. Pantheona buffli potom ale. Na jakým patchu? Na ty 20, nebo? Si musíme ohřát jídlo.
Players in the world are here.
They can just burn this one down. Oh my god, he'll win by 9!
You are going to see them like you've never seen them before.
Rocket Will as the Arcane Storm doing so much work, and Genji! They are just going to ace them!
누구 만나도 이길 수 있다는 자신감 정도로만 생각하고 있습니다.
Genji, the EWC winners!
Break down my walls, but I won't rise again. Cause I stand tall in my environment. How could I ever close my eyes as they silence sins? They try to take me down with their violence.
Oh, they go back in! Bishop flashes in, and down goes Knight!
Takže teďka hraje G2 proti Top Esport. To vyhraje Evropa. A Genji PSG potom? OK, dobré. To nejlepší nakonec, samozřejmě. Ale jediný důvod, proč teďka LPL tým porazil LCK tým, bylo, protože měli připravený výborný draft do jejich draftu. Byl to counter draft takzvaně. Takže G2 100% vyhraje. 100% fakt, 0% koupím. Abdio? Abdio?
Welcome back to Worlds 2025 in the Swiss stage as G2 and TES get ready to square off in this best-of-1 matchup. Now, this one has a lot of emotional stakes, I'm not going to lie. If you have not been watching today, spoiler alert, the LEC has not been doing good, and it's come down to sports superstition.
Yeah?
For us to find our success, and a little bit of data to back up that sports superstition, and asking an eternal question. If you're an LPL fan, you know this one well. If you're a TES fan, this one hurts you personally. Are TES going to choke again, gentlemen? Generational chokers.
The TES
KT
fan.
of the LPL, some would say.
What are you thinking there, Ox? You still represent this team.
Did we have to start with this?
What do the subtitles say for that moment? Like sounds of despair.
Yeah. I hear it and I feel it.
You know, and to be honest, if you're watching this and you don't know who Top Esports are, this might sound deeply unfair to introduce this team this way, but this is so consistent.
They're on such a run.
They're on such a historically unhistoric run that we have to bring it up first, because there are so many things that are good about this team, and there are so many tournaments where none of those things have mattered or shown up or happened when it matters most. You can see the history, 2020, 2022, Mammoth 2024, where they lost to G2, the team they're playing against now, First Stand, Worlds 2024. This is a team that has always been counted amongst the potential best, but potential is the word.
You know what's crazy? That Worlds 2020, they came in and they were looked at as being a really strong contender. And that loss to Suning was underperformance. They peaked there, you know?
Oh my God.
It's been downhill since then. That was actually, you know, because Worlds 2022, they were in phenomenal form domestically. I remember casting them in the LPL, and I was like, wow. That's when I fell in love with this team. I was like, I love this team so much. Jackie Love had like the 90,000 Zeri game in the LPL, and then they didn't make out of groups. We had that faded loss against Scam, and then it's just been getting 3-0'd. It's like, no matter what happens, it just seems they're drawn to getting 3-0'd. So, you know, that's one thing is they can't get 3-0'd in Swiss, so maybe they make it out to knockouts to get 3-0'd. Maybe that's what they're going for. I don't know.
Even just the topic of TES tilts the hell out of, like, for instance, Emily. Emily, like, she always, the moment you mention the name, is like, I hate talking about this team because you always want to be able to come out and advocate. It's like, they have such a great year, and a lot of people don't get to watch that in the LPL.
Let's willingly suspend our disbelief.
Okay, let's do that.
Our concrete knowledge of the history of choking, and let's instead talk about if this team was going to show their greats, their highlights. If they were going to play the perfect tournament, what would it look like? What would they be playing through? What did they show domestically to make it here in the first?
Well, I'll say something. We just saw AL have a fantastic game, right? They actually outperformed AL in the playoffs and managed to beat them. They ended up losing to BLG, unfortunately, but they still had a great performance. And you know who got MVP for Split 3? It was Jackie Love.
Your poor
Don't laugh at me! Don't laugh at me!
You looked full of despair the entire time we've been on this desk together, and the one time you say Jackie Love, your face lights up.
Let me
believe!
But I would say, and I would look at someone like Kanavi. Kanavi is somebody that I feel like the team operates through, right?
Yep.
Now, throughout the other years, they're playing solely towards Jackie Love, and he's such a talented player. This time around, it feels like they're a more calculated team, playing towards more of like an LCK style, and it comes through Kanavi, a player who has been in the league for so long, and the talent that he has always been there. The intellect that he has is very fair, and if you talk about the top junglers in the league, his name is always in that conversation, Dan.
I feel like they've been such a smart team, and I feel like often having opportunities to have prio so they can allow Kanavi to challenge, to look for invades, to look to apply pressure on the enemy jungle has been a big thing. Cream, even at times sacrificing his own lane to assist Kanavi, and challenge has been a big factor in Kanavi. We've seen him do so much work. We've seen him internationally, you know. He was part of that legendary JDG roster who were close to making the Golden Road happen before, you know, Faker put a stop to it. But was a good run.
At the end of every conversation we have about the LPL, sadly, more often.
Yeah, he does that quite a bit.
He's feeling pretty happy. He's feeling very excited. You could already see the light in his eyes. Take it out.
Okay, so here's the thing, is that the last time these teams met, and you did point out it was a best of 5, but it wasn't close. And at the time, you know, I wanted to just say that G2 were great because that really helped my LEC ego stay alive despite later getting completely bodied by T1. But it wasn't close. It was difficult, and that was one of those underperformances that we talked about. So how do we know today that the same thing isn't going to happen?
Well, it's not a best of 5, so there's, you know, the thing is...
you need a new point.
The point I'm saying, right, 3-0ing top esports doesn't make you special. It happens every international. It's not even proud
You're not special. We lose every week. We're going to football chants?
Yes.
Yeah, it really is. He really is. That's the Irish coming out of him.
That's what it is. It actually is, okay? If that's your assessment of the situation, then, you know, you need better material because top esports, they will lose to themselves, but it's a best of 1, right? I think that really top esports have come, they've looked good in the LPL.
And I think that's what we should leave people on. Because as much as we're working out our trauma with top esports in real time, this is still a powerful team, a potential contender for the top of the table. If they don't collapse, very much expected to make it out of Swiss. But on the opposite side, it's a G2 that, yes, beat them at MSI last year, but 2025 came with roster changes.
nebo myslíš? Já si to přeju a i myslím.
And Skumon to player, especially in the context of this matchup, I think we should highlight because Jungle is going to be important, and he has been on a tear.
50-50.
Yeah, for Skumon, like, a lot of, I guess, pressure was on him coming into this year, like, really make the replacement within that squad. And I felt like he has been a really intellectual, a really smart jungler. He's been consistent as well. So it's nice to be able to see that. We want to see that at Worlds. So it's like international is the big question, especially for G2 that has historically always had that pressure. And I feel like they can thrive under that pressure. So it is, for me, about Skumon.
And I feel like a lot of the criticism earlier in the year when G2 was having struggles was towards him and Labrov, and I think the pairing together has been a lot better. And, you know, it was him who got the finals MVP. It was Humond and Labrov who lifted that trophy together first. I feel like it was really significant in terms of the moment.
Yeah, a massive step up for him and Labrov as well, really being able to find their footing on those big stages as they were able to show in a lot of the earlier matches in the domestic split, but not always able to manifest it in a bigger matchup. Well, this is a bigger matchup. This is a bigger stage, so it'll still be a question on our mind for both these teams, right? These intangibles, how are you feeling on the day? Can you muster the same performance that you showed domestically? It all kind of comes full circle, right? Need to see the best from Skumon and Labrov. Need to see the best from top esports. But what is our focal point coming into this game? We talked a bit about jungle matchup.
Ale pouze tehdy, pokud seš T1.
Ooh, you're right. For me, it's about the jungle map, or it could be about the mid matchup because, like, we always give that respect towards Caps. Caps is a player that we know what he's done historically. Cream is a player that I feel like there's always going to be a question mark towards him. Domestically, there's still that like feeling of he is not that player yet. He's not super consistent yet. And I feel like starting off this tournament really strong would be able to like take away that conversation completely. So I want to see that matchup. It's obviously, we talked about the jungle, so mid-jungle, obviously, going to be very important.
Any other thoughts? Mid-jungle focus point, do you think that's fair?
I think it's fair. I think, you know, jungle, obviously we put a lot of focus towards, but jungle's so reliant on mid. And I really think Cream hasn't definitely been the best performer from top esports, so hopefully he can step up today and he can have some
We'll see if it pans out mid and jungle where we want to keep our eyes. We send it over the casters to get us in to G2 versus TES.
Thank you very much, Desk, and welcome back, everybody. It is time for game number 7 here in one of our long days. 8 best of 1s today as everybody here in the main stage gets to play at least once. And now we're here with G2 going up against top. This one I think
děkuji za ty jedničko, užívej emotikonky, nebo ikonky na Twitchi, borou si konky, za ten tier 1 subíček, děkuji za podporu.
Between these teams, between, you know, top esports and basically international tournaments in general. Because everybody from other regions gets so excited when they see top esports, you know, drawn for them, because they're like, oh man, you don't even really care how well they did locally, how well they did regionally, because they have just failed so many times at international events that every other region's fans are like, oh great, we got top again. G2, of course, themselves. Last year at MSI, got first-hand experience and got to 3-0 them. So
zápas, na který jsem se těšil nejvíc. Věřím G2, ta otázka je, já jim věřím, věříte mi vy? Věříte G2? Ano, ne.
I don't know if you know this about me, but he's a volley bear enjoyer. And there are very jungle volley bear enjoyers and knowers but he is one of them. I will say, unfortunately, Riot
Jackie
actually finally
Loftus.
recognized the power of the champ and did. He laid 2 back-to-back nerfs on him. But you know, I'm still hoping that Scuman will.
Jak tam má udělaný ty čampiony, aby věděli, co je za čampiony, co hrajou za čampiony.
Maybe, you know, G2 is really fun because they'll do Kled comps, they'll do a lot of these picks that really make it enjoyable for people to watch in addition to the gameplay.
Well, I mean, you remember back when G2 was at their peak, when LEC was at their peak in 2019.
Já prostě, když vidím do asistent coache G2, tak si řeknu, že je něco špatně. Ten týpek mě prostě vibí, že to je low-key úsil. Prostě ty nemůžeš mít dlouhý vousy, vlasy takhle učesaný napravo a k tomu mít prostě kavaj notícek a kavaj fluší na připnutou na rameni. Ve 30 letech, kámo, prostě.
And speaking of jungle, I've been reading the comments in the community, you know, like Twitch chat, Reddit, things like that, between the games. Everybody is on the Jarvan hate wagon right now. Jarvan is
tak, hoši, co bude first pick? Však on je tím známý, já vím. Já vím právě. Tak, Ambessa, Nico, Alistar, Poppy. Jarvan začíná být takový jako bait pick. Jarvan ban, OK.
Okay, he's gonna get banned.
There's the answer to my question.
We won't get any more
sorry,
evidence.
Mr. Lawyer, your client's in jail.
Well, it just means we won't get any more evidence against him either. So
he's in the
Caitlyn first pick.
Okay. I think I did my job
je
for
tam
this
Rice,
game.
je tam Oriana, je tam Caitlyn, je tam...
You did there.
He got the respect that he still gets banned, you know?
Okay, so he's in jail, but people respect him. Yeah. So you successfully argued your case. Fair enough. Fair enough. He's banned with Nico and Ambessa.
Sion
Other
first
side
pick.
is Alistar, Poppy, and Talia. It's Sion locked in first for Broken Blade.
Azir, okay.
It's the Sion
first pick pro BBH, co tiebe.
Okay, I was gonna say, you know, it is Kanavi, and Kanavi is such a huge carry jungler, so much great work, especially early game.
Ale čumím, BB většinou Siona nehraje.
They do want to target one, and I think it is respectful to ban the Jarvan again. I don't, even though he's lost a lot of games at the tournament so far, still think is a very strong tool. So, let's get into it though. Again, another
early 369 je beast na něm, kámo, Sion je broken prostě.
For TES into the Sion. I guess there's not too many.
Co vemu? Yunaru, Orianu.
With the blind Sion.
Okay.
Regardless, Cream's going to go for the Orianna. It seems like nobody really cares about the Orianna W nerfs, by the way. Everyone's like, oh, okay, fine, I'll max Q, whatever. And still a very high priority on this champion. So opening here does mean that TS have a
Rise Wukong, je tam Pantheon furt, je tam Rise, je tam Caitlyn.
Yunara does have her own dash when she has her ultimate, so still pretty decently mobile there. Even though you do have to invest a lot with your ultimate if you use that as an escape, but could open up some targeted stuff from G2 here.
So peknú Skimon,
you can
halo.
pick some fun stuff into Orianna,
Halo.
some pressure stuff for Caps.
Halo.
Looks like we're getting a little bug here.
A graphical error.
I'm gonna get some more info for you. I'm gonna say that it's a Zaya
Renata do Rakana.
Okay.
Okay, I got confirmation. It is a Zaya plus the Rakan.
Zaya Rakan pickli,
so
okay.
Zaya's just a little bit invisible right now, but okay, we get the lover
She's shy right now, okay?
All right, she's up in her ult.
Yeah.
She's
Trundle Oriana Yunara.
Okay, Zaya's
early ult.
Docela dost dobrý, 1, 2, 3.
Zaya's in her ulti. She's gonna come
Zaya
back
Rakan
down,
Sion, když bych si měl vybrat mezi Zaya Rakan Sion a Oriana Trundle Yunara, tak si vyberu Trundle Oriana Yunara.
Yeah, exactly. That's what you get when you've got the first pick, blind pick Sion thrown down from G2. Even though you don't get immediately top lane counter picks, you get Trundle jungle counter pick, which I assume it's going into the jungle. Of course, you can leave open like the super small percentage chances of it
To bude fungovat?
flexed if you really want to.
Tak,
but,
dobrý.
Yeah, let's be honest.
To funguje.
Anyway,
Wukong ban,
there's a lot
Rumble
of things
ban.
you can still pick into the Sion. You know, people have liked the Cassante and stuff, and that's kind of like less
Trundle je dobrý do Siona, ale nekantruje ho.
that type of
Trundle je
stuff
furt,
all
jakoby,
available
Sion je
for
furt prase.
TES later. The Rumble,
Ale aspoň, když máš
unfortunately,
Trundle v
won't be
týmu, tak je killable.
available, as G2 will take that one down. Can be annoying for the Zaya, so they want to get rid of that one.
Připomínám stakes G2, pokud G2 vyhrajou tuhletu hru, je to pro ně mega důležitý, že v ten moment budou 1-0. 1-0 jsou i týmy, jako je 100 Thieves. Když by se podařilo, po další hře se bude znova vybírat ty týmy, které budou proti sobě hrát druhý den. Když by se fakt zadařilo, tak by mohlo být T1 proti G2. A to by znamenalo, že G2 má šanci být na to 2-0, hodně velkou šanci na to být 2-0. A v momentě, kdy jsi 2-0, hraješ 3 BO3 o postup. Když jednu z těch 3 BO3 vyhraješ, seš top 8.
Full engage support, so Alistar is banned, Poppy is banned, they still have plenty of things.
100 Thieves jsem myslel, jo, myslel jsem 100 Thieves, já jsem řekl T1, že? Aatrox do Siona. Ty ale 369 Aatrox! Ty pičo, Aurelion Sol, let's go, to je broken champ. Za mě je to broken champ Exia. Kasedi, ne. Aurelion Sol ready. Azir jí to. První Azir na Vorovs. První Azir na Vorovs. Azir za, okay.
Oh, and they do the Zin into the Trundle anyway.
Jak je na tom Evropa je konkurenceschopná, je. Tady tohle je 50-50 bych typoval. Upřímně.
But G2 have just set up a very standard comp, Flowers. Yep. Super duper standard here. As far as their front to back, you know, Zin ultimate.
Karma je nepříjemný champion, taky bych ho čekal. Caitlyn a Karma bych čekal, že bude uvidíme víc v těch hrách.
Is an enchanter. It's not the enchanter that we mentioned.
Všichni mají lepší draft.
It is the Karma though that does have some strong laning power as far as the
ano i
enchanters
ne,
goes. So the
jako já
early
bych
empowered
řekl, že to je takový. Ale Silence vyhrává proti Aatroxovi. Aatrox je dřív byl counter jako do Siona, ale teďka už není. Silence vyhrává early game, pak dostane outscale. Do 12. 11. levelu vyhrává Sion proti Aatroxovi, prostě na týdence, je to broken extračka. Ze záku, jakýkoliv Siona proti Aatroxovi jsem viděl, tak Sion má permatop prio, má víc CS, pressure enemy Aatroxe pod turetou, s kvépoukem. Aatrox už není counterpick. Uvidíme, co udělá 369, protože 369 je kurva nejlepší Aatrox na Worlds, podle mě. Takže uvidíme, co. Do jednoho i tomu možná. Tak nějak do dvou, no, bych řekli. Tam jde o to, že dřív Aatrox vyhrával i před šestkou. Víš, že Aatrox hard vyhrával proti Sionovi i před šestkou.
100% agree, Flowers. A pillar.
Zezák zase mele píčoviny, souhlasím.
No, we're fighting now.
Zezáku bych si spravit webkameru, prosím tě, jo, a nemel tady. Tak, Tess bude mít paránu na botu, jako Junara Karma je hodně silná. Mid jsem si dali, jak změnili toho Azira. Kdo vyhrál draft? Ale za mě o něco lepší test, ale třeba 55-45. Když to tak řeknu. Predikce. Nelíbí se mi, jako líbí se mi víc draft test než G2, ale je to even za mě zatím.
LPL style, they're a more slow, they're a more calculated team.
Jako něco mi říká, že test tady může o něco větší šanci vyhrát skrz ten draftík. Nevím, jak moc funguje ten Azir. Jako není to moc typický ten G2 draft, tady tohle slyšet. Hans Ghost, no myslíš si, že Ghost mu pomůže víc přežít? Oni lane swapnuli proti Trundlovi, než to. Oni lane swapnuli, protože Karma Junara by hard vyhrála proti Zarakanimu. Na ten mid jsem strašně zvědavý.
I feel like Sion is probably the best champion in the game at adapting to strange lane swap situations where top laners have to play the game in a sort of wacky way compared to what it would normally be. LeBron forced to jump back up the wall here with the grand entrance. Jackie Love and Hong hitting that level 2 before LeBron and Broken Blade do means they immediately get control over that bottom lane.
Komentátoři moc nahlas, změním.
And see how much damage they can get, how much damage on tower.
Bych rád dopapal to jídlo, protože pak nebudu mít vůbec hlad.
Use zombie form, to clear it back out, and then use teleport as well. Meanwhile, the Aatrox for 369 sustain a decent amount of damage. He can't quite do the same.
A tohle je taky zajímavé, že to byl tak strašně obvious lane swap, ale já jsem o tom nic neřekl a test to taky nečekali. Ten lane swap, což je takový zvláštní trošku. A pokud rozumím tomu Azerovi, já nevím, co přesně tomu Azerovi dělali, oni mu nerfli early game, zlepšili late game? Nebo co mu měnili tomu Azerovi?
Versus 369's Aatrox. 369 not struggling against the range at all there, as Broken Blade and the Brav juggle Hong around a little bit, but bringing him down to 200 HP. Not even forcing any summoners or anything though, because they know as soon as the decimating smash plus the grand entrance come in, it's like there is no more damage.
Yeah, exactly. Very, very easy to predict and easy to play around. Softening them up for the dive though. Here comes Kanavi. The Trundle is
Keša mi dal houpy, mě taky.
Are they gonna go for a good death?
Skill je s levelem, takže na 18 je totální beastička, ten asi je. Takže early game slabším, potom silnější. Divíček, Divosiona. Málem. Mrtvej, first blood, ale po farmí ne. Po farmí vlnu. To nevadí.
Flash used.
Týpe hnedka na bot, jo, a nechávají na top lane.
So it's not like as tragic as another top laner dying, but like you say, that's more money into Jackie here, and he goes back, gets an instant call purchase as well, so he can get value that way, in addition to getting some turret plate money. Looks like we're going for the recalls though for the Swapperoni back out and reset.
Okay.
Ečko jde použít jako damage spell teďka.
And Caps back in the heyday of G2, like back when, again, we're talking about this team winning MSIs, we're talking about this team making.
Ale dvojitý Včko dává menší damage.
Like Caps was the Western mid laner that could actually stand up against the best mid laners from China and from Korea. And when you look at top esports,
Kastři oproti mě jsou dobře? Zvukově, nebo mám zvednout ještě? Oni jak se tam mění ty kastři, tak já to nepoznám.
Of prime Caps to really put the pressure on Cream and give G2 a super strong advantage to play.
Yeah, give him some more material for future
Já je zvednu a dojím to jídlo.
Yeah, there you go, main character plays.
He was featured very heavily, very nicely in this music video. A lot of big moments. And as you say, Caps has been somebody that they have been able to rely on for so long.
Oh yeah.
On G2 and on Azir, this champion, Flowers, is such an iconic world champion, especially.
Oh, yeah.
And so with the changes, they did nerf his early game and then buffed his late game a decent amount, and then they hotfixed, kind of reduced to the late game buff, but we may get more harassment on the bottom side. But level 6, he goes in right as he gets it.
Right as he gets it, he gets Cream's flash. Exactly what you usually want to see the Azir go for, because then you can get the repeat gank once the Shurima shuffle is back up. Kanavi and Cream, though, making sure that Labrov doesn't try to do anything else here, as Caps is down to about 500 HP. Cream not doing a whole lot better, since he did catch Caps with the shockwave on the back end of the trade.
Interesting. Are we going to have this rotation down bottom for another attempt? I mean, already good defense from G2. They know this is coming. They're reading it. They've got Skewmond and Labrov on the way. Broken Blade 6 also.
Okay, Jackie Love might be in a little bit of danger here. Has to flash away from the decimating smash. Kanavi only level 5 here on the Trundle. There is no subjugate. Broken Blade gonna get caught by the tether most likely. No, but does manage to get away. Skewmond down to about 50 HP. Broken Blade, 200 on him. Very low health bars on G2.
Co to udělal, proba? Ten Skewmond, proč neflashoval dřív, kurva?
Oh yeah, Kanavi, a lot of damage he was able to do to Skewmond, and Skewmond flashed already.
Oh, Hong's trying to go in and get the root. He finds it, but Skewmond is so tanky here on the Zinjao with the drain tank ability. It's not gonna matter. He does finally drop. Hong still taking hits from the minions from the Gleaming
Halo, on se nebude nechal čouknout.
Walking away, top esports.
Měl okamžitě flashnout, nechat si HPčka.
And the dust settles, they still get another one. one.
Yep, smart stuff from Top Esports, and another nice early game lead for them. Kanavi getting level 6 here off the Krugs as well, stealing on his way out. He just walked down Skewmont there on the chase. You know, G2 are trying to defend under tower, but Broken Blade uses Sion ultimate kind of early, and then TS were like, you know what, okay, we're not really scared about that CC anymore, so we can actually move forward more aggressively behind this tower and still like force some value out of this, even though G2 are in place to defend. And TES really make it work. They are like extending the play, and Hong, credit where credit is due, goes back in. He's able to catch Skewmont as he was trying to walk away. They saw him flash, so they knew he couldn't escape the tether, and they just kind of set it up perfectly for Kanavi to come finish the job with one more bite.
I was a little bit worried there for a second when I saw the tether not kill him, because out of mana karma versus Conqueror's Injao with the passive healing that the character gets is a little bit dicey, but they made it work out anyway. And now we've got everybody hanging around here on the top side of mid lane. The Grubs have just spawned, and obviously that is going to be the point of interest here for both sides. Kanavi and 369 going to go ahead.
Nechajím 3 gruby. Sign má move, ne? Sign má ult move. Nemá ult, kurva.
Esports comfortably taking the
Tak
first
to jim
one.
nechají 3 gruby, no. Kámo, zase se začali nechávat 3 gruby, což je zajímavý. Když to není tak těžký kontest, můžeš prostě smajtnout toho jednoho a vypadnout. Jo, nechaj jednoho, ok. Karma byl velmi dobrý pick, ale za mě Karma je fakt dobrý champion. Karmu bych čekal, že ji uvidíme častěji.
Flower petal, another turret plate is ripe for the taking for him. Can continue to increase that gold.
Top Esports erring on the side of caution, backing away from those Grubs. May have been able to secure the last one, but we will never know. Instead, like you're saying, just making sure that they don't put themselves in a bad spot, give the money to Jackie Love, already accelerated by the early kill. His farm is close to what Hans Sama has had. And remember, Hans Sama's pretty much just been free farming up there in that top lane versus the
Karma je nejlepší enhancer.
He's got the extra kill there for Jackie. So still nicely stacking forward towards that call. Both AD carries the call this game as Hong has to flash away from the grand entrance of Lebrov. Did not want to get caught out there with Caps and Skewmon both ready to follow up, especially considering that Shurima Shuffle is ready to go yet again for Caps. Could have been some seriously dire circumstances.
Yeah. All right. The other thing to warn, as Top Esports have their nice early game gold lead here, you know, a little comfortable, 1,000 gold. You never want to get too comfortable with this team because they definitely can throw it later down the road.
Okay.
But it is going quite nicely for them, and you want to progress towards the dragon as we get Cream.
Kurva, Cream, neflažuj se, bojíš se na ty kundo?
They're going to enter to contest the dragon here. Aggroed, but plenty of vision for TES, and they kind of can retreat back into their own territory.
The important part about that Cream flash, the first time he flashed, it was Caps' ulti used in trade for the flash. This time around, Caps didn't even have to spend the ulti. Cream just flashes super defensively, and now the Azir still has that playmaking tool, so Cream's got to be very careful.
Já máš tady modlím, aby prostě to někdo nedělal, on to nikdo nejde.
Since he had everybody else around here, it just means that he has free access to this first Drake.
Kurva, oni
It's
nám
not a
dají.
fast first Drake
Já si myslím, že
whatsoever.
oni dají nám outscale, jako Aatrox dá outscale jak prasa.
But now Kanavi is once again down here in the bottom lane, once again looking to pose
Azir Oriana ne, Azir dá outscale Orianě, ale jenom málo. Junara, Zaya, no Zaya bude... Halo? On mu tam dal pillar.
And now the wave continues to move forward. Kanavi's going to go ahead and start it off here with a subjugate, and that is it. Beats of warfare claimed.
Nůž máslem s tím trandlem.
Broken Blade's dead body.
A to nic nedělá.
Farm up some minions. Yes, he will have the teleport to get back here once he respawns in 15 seconds, but I don't know if there's really going to be anything to get back to Kobe, because the next minion wave is coming. They've already got 2 of the Void Grubs, and that turret is really low.
Proč Sign First Pick neměli ban na to a nechtěli to nechat 369ovi?
I don't know, like, he got
Ale říkal jsem, že tohle je takové, jakoby, že to není G2 draft, víš, že oni G2 pikou crazy pičoviny.
369 fighting back with World Ender up here. Yes, he was ignited, but Aatrox still staying alive, surviving here in the 1v2.
369 himself ulting here, but a little bit more potential. Skumon in.
Yeah, Skumon's going to find Cream walking through the top esports jungle. Skumon was set up there near the enemy red buff, but he takes a lot of damage from the shockwave. With Hong right beside him, that means that Skumon has to back all the way away.
And they got the sneaky control ward in back there too. I love hiding that one back there behind the red buff, so lots of vision laid behind by G2, trying to set up their next possible play there. Pings all down onto Caps, but I mean, it's Azir, so should be completely fine.
Skumon to chokuje hrozně.
Yes, have very, very low crowd control on their team.
Yeah.
Ty jeho páfingy by měly protektit Siona, aby nedostával permagenky.
Okay, not gonna find a red
Teď zase mohl umřít, by the way, málem.
Spawn it right after. Caps is hanging around to hopefully try to defend for G2. Broken Blade over the wall might just fire Aurora the Slayer in to see if got a smite. Gank it, but Kanavi has smite. Yeah, that's pretty easy confirm there for the TES jungler. And I already mentioned,
to je B1, to není B3, bohužel.
Kanavi is the best player on top
Tady tu comebacknem do černý to comebacknem. Teď jsem dojet, teď se začnu dívat, teď se začnu normálně mentálně soustředit, pošlu jim pozitivní energii a comebacknou to. Takhle to fakt funguje.
This team does have a lot of potential to kind of kite fights as well. They do, have a decent amount of slows.
Když teďka všichni dáme takhle ruce a pošlem G2 energii, tak oni dají comeback.
All of the action was with the other side of the lane swap. And TES, diving Broken Blade.
Čert, dej takhle ruce.
Aatrox can have some potential to
čau, Brian, čau.
And the Aatrox is actually getting focus.
Nebojte, oni to comebacknou. BB tu je zase mrtvej, protože zase nula vize a zase nula prostě playu. Ale prostě
fighting tanky champions. 4 kills to nothing. Top esports.
To je ale tak strašně, když ty pikneš Trundla do Siona, tak vždycky do Siona gankuješ perma, aby se speednul s tím Trundlem. Okamžitě nějaký play, flash ult, bum, něco. To prase je tank. Ok, jeden padl. Dobrá ult, to Skumon dá. Na Angel to Jackie to na Angel. Ale Kanavi měl bac. Kurva, bacuje.
G2 have lost all but a single man. It's 8-2 for top esports.
Yeah, that's a late teleport in and an early ult out for Broken Blade. TES already did their work on the top side. They get so much gold off of this Flowers. Okay, G2 trying to
trvalo jim to zabít tu Orianu, no.
They go under tower. They know that they want to kill
jako Hans tankoval, což bylo důležitý.
But it takes so long. Hans almost forced to use the ult and they're separated. So the other two from G2, their bottom lane has to walk all the way around. Meanwhile, Jackie Love gets right in there on the Yunara. Hong's able to get the root onto the Azir. Caps go down. Jackie goes in, but it means that Kanavi and 369 get to clean up everybody else before
nejhorší západ, co jsem dneska viděl. Upřímně fakt, že jo.
To exit. G2 trying to pull off the same play that Top Esports has been pulling off on the other side of the map. And yes, they get their initial man, they find the kill on Cream, but the cost is great as Top Esports collapses and punishes.
Pamatujte na Alešiva slova, G2 mají na to vyhrát Worlds. No tak mě trošku Kesha ovlivnil, no tak co je. To je jenom warm-up. Oni to nechcou mít lehký, oni nechcou vyhrát 1-0 a být proti 100 Thieves. Oni si to chcou udělat těžší, aby dokázali, že prostě na to mají. Koji hráli líp než G2, no, tady na tom. Kále, myslíte, že to je prostě tím, že tak strašně choukujou? Úplně nechanej Sion alone a nulový counterplay. Proč ten Skumon? Proč třeba Labrov a Skumon neprotektí BBO celou hru a nehrajou 3v3 na botu? A nechají za 1v1 proti Aatroxovi. Jako jo, Aatrox by tu linku vyhrál potom, ale aspoň ty vole by nebyl 0-3 Sion a 5-0 Trundle.
Go with the high plays, and it's still good for TS. Very
Sometimes you just gotta play wild.
Very good. Still very gold positive, and of course the Trundle and the Aatrox could just clean up the kills afterwards.
Ne, Bačes Hans hraje teďka docela dobře.
So we'll see what they can do with this gold lead. Of course, with that flash,
Já umím shit-talkovat Hanse a umím ho i pochválit, ale jako teďka tento split, co hrál, tak hrál velice dobře. Ten poslední split v Evropě. Tady bude problém prostě týmový decisions, nevím jestli je to týmový decisions nebo jungle support decisions, ale prostě oni hráli kolem Zaji a nic nedělali s tou Zajou, že tam nemohli nic dělat a nechali Broken Bladea alone. Když takhle swapneš a necháš Broken Bladea proti enemy bot lane, tak ty jako by si správně by si měl, on hraje, ne, to není to. Správně by si support měl vzít teleport a jungle páfovat do botu a protektit toho Siona, ho nedajvnout 3krát po sobě, chápeš?
Yep, Kanavi will drive that one in. Easy money in the pockets of Top Esports. Now more than a 4,000 gold lead. Herald should not get the second charge. Okay, that one gets taken out. Meanwhile, 369 forcing
ale oni jsou úplně bezduše, oni nic, víš, jako nejhorší na to ani není prostě blbý, že jako BB 03, na to nejhorší je na tom je, že prostě oni nic nedělají, vole, oni se přehli a nechali se vojet.
He's already got his dead man's plate fully completed as the second item, so his speed to move around, to join these fights, to try to make plays, hyper accelerated.
And that's it's kind of the key of this comp is speed and speed differences. So in Champ Select, we're like, man, I like hard CC.
Yeah.
But this team has a lot of speed differences. They have got speed ups, your Dead Man's Plate that you're pointing out, your Orianna and your Karma, who also have slows and tethers. Pillar, another slow. Aatrox ulti, another speed up. Yep. You got your mini knockups from Aatrox Qs. And Yunara herself.
Nulový counter crossmap. Oni dělají play prostě na Siona, oni nedělají nic na druhé straně. Nic. A teď jenom jako, hele, mají na piču draft v tom, že jenom musí scalit. Že to není G2 draft. Prostě tohle je takový. Čemu bych to přirovnal? Tohle je takový prostě front to back teamfight draft a to většinou G2 jako nepikovali v tom splitě. Oni raději pikovali prostě píčoviny a flank team copy a tak.
Teleport's coming in, he's already flashed, does have battle dance to get over the wall to Caps, who's waiting for him to guarantee that the support can get away safely on G2. That was definitely a
scary hráli 100krát líp, no. A i FlyQuest hráli 100krát líp.
Into the Caps waiting nearby and the brush play was pretty good for them. It does buy Broken Blade also an opportunity to take the tier 1 turret here in the top lane.
To je první drak.
Top Esports have already taken 3 turrets.
Jedna drak 3,5 tisíce gólů.
So this is important in trying to close that goal gap here a little bit.
A zde lechtá celkem s tím damagem.
No teleport on 369. Gonna be something they can benefit from here. Continue to pick up those petals, every little petal is meaningful here, especially if you are lower in experience.
Však víte, co říkal Kesha v jejich videu, choking is normal.
TS moving in pretty heavily though after that commitment. Cream's got his teleport already on top side, so Orianna split push on top side should be able to get that wave no problem, and with Otacon down here, kind of nice maneuver from TES.
Já jsem strašně zvědavý, jestli ten Azir vůbec bude mít damage, protože teďka to vypadá jako, že nemá vůbec. Na to nejsem zvyklý, že Midas nemá damage. Ale Atakan by mohl být dobrý fight pro G2. Tady se nechají napoukovat, sníží jim to armor Magic Resist, tady by to mohlo být zajímavý. Rakan nemá flash, ale má málem kapsí to, ale díky tomu oni to finishnou. Oni to finishnou, kucí, musíte něco dělat, třeba zabít Aatroxe, nebo něco, panebože. Naběhnete 3 melee range do Aatroxe, aby se vyhealoval a byl nesmrtelný. 600 heal za autotek. To je disaster. Buff top lane. Buff top lane. Buff top lane. Kámo, nesmrtelný tom topar. A Caps nemá damage a neměl manu ani. To je GG. My region. My region.
369 baits them into the alcove of.
Ale dívej na toho Aatroxa, co to je, vole? Ty si měli jet do půlky. Oni prostě nemá damage, dívej. A teď, všichni na něj běžíme. Heal za 400. Heal za 200 pade. Boom, heal za 700, heal za 200, heal za 500, heal za 600.
He's on the edge, only a couple of hundred of HP, and he knows the rest of the team can just come trap them. Flowers, the alcove itself is hard CC.
Není buff top lane, buff Evropa, no bychom potřebovali mít o 10% větší damage a něco dalšího ještě k tomu.
Well, TES took the Otacon. 369 can soak the engage. You don't have to like start the engage yourself if you just like soak it and draw in your opponents. Beautiful stuff there.
Já jsem měl takovou chuť si zahrát solo queue a hrát Caitlyn třeba, potom co jsem viděl ty první 3 zápasy. Hej, oni všechny zápasy měli strašně velkou úroveň, ale teďka ty poslední dva, jako ten... Spíš tenhle.
However, he does need to be a little bit careful here. Beautiful interrupt on the TP.
Máme damage na Atrox, ano.
But Kanavi denies it with the pillar, and that makes it so easy for 369 to just walk it off there in the top lane. G2 is trying
jako je to
to make these plays,
nejhorší výkon dneška, je to tak. Nikdo nehrál hůř. Nikdo. Ani Amerika nehrála tak špatně.
Knocked up by the grand entrance. However, not
Chycená karma je
Shutdown goes
první.
over to Hansama. Flashback out from Kanavi before decimating smash. Can potentially give G2 another kill. Third kill of the game there for G2 with the pick on the enemy support. They've still got a long way to go to catch up, but getting those punishes is the only way they're going to get there.
Jako first pick sám se moc nepovedl. A oni ho prostě nechtěli nechat Free 69, aby ho nepiknul, tak ho first pickli.
And the onslaught that they are facing from top esports since Jackie Love has been so rich here.
Víš, oni prostě test tam vemou ty vole, oni first picknou Salona a oni do toho vemou co, Oriana Trundle? Ne, Oriana, to bylo Trundle Junara? Ne, Oriana Junara. A pak vemou Trundla.
Navi starting it out, tracing through the jungle, yoink away this red. Skumon, he was thinking, Skumon was like, do I stay around to try and smite fight this and just steal it and run away? No.
Nechci říct, že Amerika je na tom líp než Evropa zase.
A crazy conveyor belt play of top esports players all just showing up into the enemy jungle to help steal away the red buff. As now they're going to take down the tier 2 here in the mid lane right after 7.8 thousand gold lead.
My ty vole za chvilku bude mít jenom jeden tým na World s tím, jak hrajem poslední 2 roky, nebo 3. Já jsem viděl to G2 video, to bylo hodně dobré video.
Top esports throw that we've talked about from all of those recent previous competitions, because if top esports stays this calm, this collected, this smart, G2, they've got no way back in.
This is why you are supposed to fear top esports until you actually see, you know, the collapse at the international event.
Ne, reálně G2 hrajou s odhoven komplet. Jediný, co dělají test dobře, je, že jsou, že hrajou pomalu a jistě, že nedělají prostě zbrklý rozhodnutí a hrajou tak, aby nezahodili tu hru. Hrozně G2 underperformlo ty lane swapy, to by jako takhle swapnout a nechat tam Salona 3krát umřít, bez Rakana a bez Zina, aby mu pomohli. Nic z toho nezískat na druhé straně proti Atroxovi. Nevím. A Zen nemá damage zatím, absolutně. Hele, Jackie Love je známej tím, že Jackie Love prostě občas intne. Dělá to. Tady budeme doufat, že to občas intne a bude tam ten int, bro.
Hong gets back away as Skumon has to flash defensively. Top esports, they're going to push this wave forward. The sun is summoned by Caps.
Že prostě se mu odpojí monitor, klávesnice i myš zaraz.
As of 45 seconds ago, top esports now going to dare G2 to come closer towards the area. Jackie just continuing to fire. If anybody gets close to Jackie Love, they are going to take a ton of damage from this Yunara. The next wave will be cleared out very rapidly. Kanavi just making sure there's no G2 vision up there in the Baron pit at the same time. Sundisk falls. The blob hit by an Infernal Chain. Immediate battle dance back to the rest of the team. So he doesn't.
Proč mi přijde, že se mi ten reflex ještě zhoršil, když jsem přestal brát ty prášky na reflex, než předtím, než jsem je začal brát.
They walk up though. Hansama immediately forced to ulti defensively. Jackie Love wants to go and he flashes to the side. Hansama flash all the way back away with the deep from his cap. With a massive Shurima shuffle. Jackie Love is down. and Top Esports might be in
Bro,
some
Jackie to
danger.
intnul,
Caps
Jackie to
is next to
intnul,
die.
ale
Cream back
nestačí
on the
to.
wall. Double kill to Kanavi. It looked like Caps might have found the miracle that G2 needed, but Top Esports do not believe G2.
Kamo, Jackie je prostě sebevrah, on flashuje in za AD carry.
Top Esports will put an emphatic
To je
stamp
víc
on
co,
this game.
prostě ten týpek má koule, respektuju to.
Skumon is down, no spike for G2.
Jako Caps dostal mega shutdown, ale nevím.
TES take the main objective.
It's not going to be the fastest because Jackie Love did die, but they are going to get it.
Yeah, Jackie
Hans se to úplně ztratí, nevím, co tady dělá Hans. Úplně se mega ztratil. A Jackie flash neform.
He is able to chase through, he flashes forward, he really wants to go for the chain, but it's right in and past not only the Rakan, who charms him up and sets him up for Caps to go in, but because he goes in like that and it's full commitment, the rest here for TS are able to clean it up. Cream barely flashing over the wall, he survives. Honghan escaped out to the bottom side. He too survived on a sliver of HP. And again, it's a similar scenario where, yeah,
ideálně by potřeboval ještě ty dva shutdowny na Aatroxovi na
melee range of everybody, but the Aatrox and the Trundle are just destroying them all while everyone's chasing them around.
369 aggressively ulting up here. Yeah, Cream and Hong, you said it just then. They both got away with 100 HP at the end of that fight, while Jackie was the only one who died.
Prostě ten Azer, já jsem myslel, že ten Azer bude silný, ale ten Azer nedává absolutně damage.
That turns into 3 kills all of a
To
sudden.
nevidím, že to nehraje.
Miracle moment for G2 where you turn the game around. But Top Esports have built such a lead, such a commanding advantage in this game that even that big move there from Caps was not enough. 9,500 gold lead now. Drake's 2-2. Top Esports with Red Bull Baron power play here for the next 2 minutes.
A ta změna, co udělali Azerovi, to je spíš nerf do late gameu, ne?
They've got so much momentum here as Kanavi just trying to force Lebrov back, make sure they keep this.
Hele, dívej, jako nemá sun flash, nebyl by tady dobrý flash ult na Yunaru, Yunar nemá flash, normálně to full sun no.
Kanavi is legendary, both in the game and out of game, and here we go.
Takhle jenom umře prostě.
Is about to drop, but he does manage to get himself away there with the ulti all the way back into the fountain with the Sion.
Já bych to nějak full sendnul prostě. No shame.
So no way to defend the mid lane inhibitor before it falls. Top Esports going to take that lane first and now put their attention up towards the top side as G2 brings all 5 men up here to try to defend it. Meanwhile, Kanavi in the enemy jungle, stealing away the big red buff. Post-bearing, getting it to everybody on the team. Jackie, defensive ulti there on the Yunara, making sure that he doesn't get caught out by Skumon. Here comes your TP from 369.
Teďka ideálně flash ult se Sionem na Jackieho. Jako nejlepší šance, než tak prohrajou.
Jackie Love still in ulti form for a little bit longer as the bottom lane inhibitor does die. And Top Esports
a nebo Rakan engage flash? Nemá flash Rakan.
Inhibitors down. The next wave is marching down the top lane, but it's not there quite just yet.
Nemá ult Sion vlastně, nemá, no, to je pravda.
There's a sun disc in mid,
but
it doesn't matter a whole lot. They've still got the Baron for another 30 seconds. Broken Blade wants to stop this. G2 does not want to have a 3 inhibitor game on their hands.
I love that Kanavi is having fun with them. He keeps channeling the Hex Gates right in front of people, daring them to stop him, taking it out, just walking back in, trundling around.
Skumon defensive ult trying to stay alive as Top Esports moves forward. Caps goes in for the shuffle. He finds Jackie Love, but where's the follow-up damage? Jackie dies, but
počkej, zabili ho, ale Aatrox neumírá, umřel nakonec. A ještě Oriana, ale ty vole, dobrý, 3 za 2, not bad. GG, to není over podle mě.
Can Skumon and Hansama continue to defend against Cream, against Hong, and against Kanavi alongside the 2 lanes of super minions? Hong and Cream are putting the pressure onto the Nexus turrets. Meanwhile, Kanavi takes down the remaining inhibitor turret to guarantee G2 are trapped in the base for the next 3 minutes.
Nefinishnul tu hru, jako ta hra je over.
Triple inhibs is really hard to come back from. They will look to farm the minions though, Flowers, because those super minions will be flooding into the base.
Problém je, že Yunara teďka má flash, no. Že bude mít flash na tady ten další fight.
Go back and spend a lot of the money that they accrued out on the Rift.
Strašně to koupuješ, ty se co mám říkat, vole, to over je koko, nejhorší zápas dneška, nejhorší, hrajem nejhůř ever, i Koi hráli líp než G2.
Luckily for G2, since the Dragons were split, there's not an imminent threat of Dragon Soul. But TES, honestly, I don't think that they like
Kolik
have
šance
to
na
do that
comeback?
anyway. They can just return with the pressure, and you just
Ale
go
jak
into the
2%.
base, keep applying the pressure
2%.
while the super minions come, and you just close in on them slowly and finish the job before you have to do any more objectives anyway.
Honestly, this has been
Pada na
a
pada,
really
jasně, že to je pada na
clean
pada.
game from Top Esports. I am seriously impressed with the way that they have played this out, considering their reputation
snad
in the past few
ne,
years,
ale-
considering the expectation that a lot of people would have of them potentially having a throw here. There has been no such thing.
Dobrý, zaútil.
TPS
Ult za
now on the
ult.
verge of
Schował
winning
to
their
tam
first
to
game
ultimat.
here in Worlds 2025. Caps wanting to go after Jackie again. Didn't quite get him this time, and that should mean the end of the game. Nexus turrets both about to
Počkej,
die.
Zinzal one-shotuje, Zinzal hypercarry, one-shotlo z Junaru. Ne, zabilo Orianu. Nebo co tam zabili? Aha, support na karmu.
Top Esports are not gonna let him leave.
Oh,
It's
můj bože.
Top Esports coming out swinging 22-7. They'll take down G2.
Můj bože.
That's why you need to fear Top Esports. That right there. Beautiful stuff from them. Kanavi ends 9-0-6 on
Nebojte,
the
chat,
trundle.
nebojte, je to zatím jenom 0-1.
Game plan here from Top Esports.
Zatím jsou 0-1.
In game as well.
Bude ještě další hra a to bude Genji proti...
I mean, you don't have to apologize, bro. I got nothing to pretend about. We got absolutely cooked in that game.
A pak se bude losovat, proti komu budeme hrát.
The despair sitting in, but
PSG, okay.
Kanavi, masterclass of an early game. How'd you guys feel about it?
I felt pretty good. You know, there was a couple of Jackalov moments where you maybe overstepped a bit, but generally clean and controlled from Top Esports, you know, often talked about as this
Delulu, tady nezbývá nic jiného, než být Delulu. Musíš se přefetovat koupě a houpě a doufat, že to bude po OK.
With this extended swap that came out, because I feel like the top lane and bot lane matchup from the side of G2 wasn't super favored, and they really used this trundle to punish the Scion on repeat. You know, it felt like Broken Blade really having a rough game as a result.
Tak co, kdo sadil, že vyhrají G2 celý turnaj do doporučení od pana Freezeho. Jejda, někdo tu je mad. A já už chápu, proč jsou lidi tak mad v tom chatu. Si sadili si a jsou mad. Já jsem vám říkal, uděláte líp, když místo sází mi pošlete donate. Já z toho aspoň budete mít radost. Vy budete mít aspoň něco, že jsem já z toho měl radost. Tak jako tak ty peníze ztratíte. A jde nic.
That's what we save. What is the rest of our map doing? We're lane swapping into 2 losing matchups. It's a tough sell for me, and I feel like G2 at least have clear takeaways to help prepare for the next game.
Yeah, and whenever I see drafts like these, because I've seen it in the past, where
A
you
nebyl to
like
G2 draft,
Sion
no.
or Ragus or whatever in like first pick, and then you just slam Zyrakan immediately. You just recognize it's like, okay, we just believe that laning phase doesn't matter. We just want to play for team fights. We're gonna get outranged. They could pick any composition they want, and a lot of the times that happens with struggling teams. In this case, G2 is a very strong team. They're always incredibly flexible when we see teams from the West. They're the teams that's the most flexible in terms of picks. So that was very weird to me that they locked themselves in that early like that. So draft for sure is going to be a big question mark for them on that. But then, of course, yeah, as the game went on, Kanavi, the dive bot lane turned into a lot.
It turned into a lot, and also it turned into, I mean, this Otacon play, we saw G2 going all in on the
Tohle bylo v pohodě, ten první dive. To bylo v pohodě.
Have to highlight some of what you mentioned already, which is, look, ultimately just in a super impressive
Ale tady tohle, co tady Skimen provedl na tom druhém diveu, to bylo crazy bad. To jako bylo crazy bad tady. A tady je třetí dive, kdy tam zas Zin není. Zas ten Zin prostě není na botu a Rakan taky není na botu. Proč tady není Rakan a proč tady není Zin? Halo? Nic tam nedělá. Úplně vodhoven pathing. Jako tahle hra byla support jungle gap. Tutovka.
You have the perfect setup for the trundle angle here, right? You have a winning lane in a weird situation where he's playing against the normal 2v2 bottom lane. It just makes the trundle dives feel effortless, and then post level 6, that's a squishy Sion.
Exactly, and so I constantly looked topside to see if they were going to get anything off of the plays, off the swap, and it wasn't happening. But also, that Otacon fight, that Aatrox moment was ridiculous.
Iconic. Look,
yes.
We have to say it.
Topaři prostě 1v5 dokážou potankovat 6000 damage a neumřou. Protože tady Iger...
Oh, that's a wrong clip.
Hey,
oh,
hey.
This isn't...
Look away, Draco.
Same players, I guess. Same players.
Kámo, halo, dívej na ty healy, co ti jebe. 700, 200, 600, 600, 200, 450.
Yes, it's still. Why is Jackie Love always here to witness this moment? It doesn't matter the nameplates around him. It's G2. Jackie Love isn't even a part of it. It doesn't even matter. They're just like moths to a flame.
Yeah.
You know those little electric fly
Tak
swatters?
pojď hrát to
That is
proti
G2
mně.
with this Aatrox. They're like, I have to all in this guy.
We must kill him.
It is deep in my soul. It is a
Mám 2 týdny na trénování nový role.
Because the
Má to
nameplates,
cenu?
I don't know if you noticed, completely different.
Yeah.
We've identified an organizational problem. And as much flack as we want to give to TES about sometimes frequently choking, G2 and Aatrox, frequently a problem.
A consistent theme, a recurring theme, it would seem.
Maybe they were inspired by the music video, of course, being able to relive that moment.
Honestly, as a callback, it was very nice to see. For those of us who have followed Lollipop for a while, I enjoyed it very much. Did you enjoy it, Ralph?
I enjoyed it.
Já bych hrál Ambesu Trindamer na top
We spent
lane
a
jenom.
lot of time talking about how they might
Víc toho
disappoint
nemám.
us, but today that is not
Ještě
the case.
Jaxa
They
bych
played
hrál.
like absolute demons.
Jax, Trindamer.
Based on the domestic play, this is what we expect, and I'm hoping they continue.
Ale já se bojím fearless formátu prostě. Jak když swapnu na top lane nebo na jungle, tak se prostě bojím fearless formátu. Ještě bych zahrál Gwen asi.
I'm thinking estimations are going pretty high for top esports. I'm feeling good.
There it is.
Let's not get too far ahead of ourselves, but I think you have every right to be feeling good. We'll see how good
Kayle
369
Vayne
is
Varus,
feeling
to bych
after
mohl
the
hrát
break
Kayle Vayne
in our
Varus, no.
interview. And in the meantime, we're going to set up for our last game of the
Skoro
day,
povídej.
Gen G versus PSG, and have a quick break. Don't go anywhere.
Něco s Číňanama se zeptá Scroll, určitě. Jsem ve škole hypoval na G2, jak je rozjebou, no nic jsem za kokota. Můžu swapnout na jeden zápas? Můžu swapnout na jeden zápas. Ale ten Swiss prostě, tam stejně záleží na tom draw, no, jako draw, druhý, třetí a čtvrtý den je nejdůležitější draw. Ako hralo G2 proti TES, lebo jsem viděl, ako si hovoril, že TES je even z G2. Já nevím, já mám nějaký blackouts, prostě nevím, co se stalo vůbec. Jsem to nějak, si nepamatuju si tu hru nějak, nevím. No nic, no, jako... Jakoby... Omlouvám se všem, co se dělali na G2 a všem, co hypovali ve škole, že G2 jsou even proti TES. Očividně nejsou. Očividně kurva nejsou. Ve škole tady týpek psal, že ty piče, já jsem ve škole hypoval všechny, že G2 rozjebou TES. No nic, jsem za kokota. A to BLG vysvětlíš? Nevím, jak vysvětlit. Nevím, prostě Amerika je goated. Bro. Teďka máme poslední zápas Gen G proti PSG. Tady uvidíme nejlepší tým LCK. Jak na tom jsou, jak moc budou dobří. A potom se draftí, nebo drawuje. Další zápasy na zítra. Tak, co tam pustíme? Hele, ale jak říkám, za mě tenhle ten první den prostě uvidíme, jak to dopadne ten draw, protože když třeba bude 100 Thieves 0 je, počkej, G2, Hanwha, FlyQuest, takže G2 můžou dostat FlyQuest. To by bylo zajímavé. Podle mě by FlyQuest ale vyhrál proti G2 s tím, jak hráli. A nebo můžou dostat VKS, Fnatic, anebo Koi. Počkej, můžou ten druhý den dostat už ty stejný regiony? Nemůžou, nebo můžou? Ještě nemůžou, ne? Můžou už, jo? Jen ten první den nemůžou dostat stejný regiony. No, tak G2 může dostat Fnatic, Koi, VKS, to je všechno, co by bylo dobrý pro G2. To by proti všem vyhráli. Proti FlyQuest by podle mě prohráli, proti Hanvě by prohráli a proti PSG nevím, uvidíme, nebo proti Genji PSG. Co ti jebe formát, že vytahuješ postupové kalkulačky, aby si dostal nejlepší matchup grcám? Halo, co? No tak jsme vodohoven, co jako?
TES take the first game of the tournament in a revenge match against G2 Esports, and I have 369 with me and Wendy to talk about that victory. Thank you so much for joining me. You beat a team that 3-0'd you last time you faced off against them at MSI. How important was it for you today to beat G2 so convincingly?
那首先恭喜你们获得这场比赛的胜利。
Halo, nic nevím.
他们之前在 MSI 是有3比0。
Faker, víš co, rozumím všemu. Všechno rozumím všemu. A týpek.
就觉得世界赛的第一
Čínský
站的
firewall 也
话，
hodně
对我们
těžký.
士气帮助还蛮大的，然后大家会更自信一点。
So I believe always, you know, in the international stage, especially for World Championship, the first game is always the most crucial one because it actually can build our confidence and the morale, the aura for the team. So it helps a lot.
Now, talking about you and Kanavi, you said in a recent interview that you guys don't need to communicate that much because you've been playing together for so long. How do you know that you're always going to be on the same page?
那可能在最近的采访当中，你有提到，可能很多时候你和卡纳维彼此之间都不太需要来怎么样去沟通，然后就能够有很好的配合和默契。所以说也想问一下，你觉得你们为什么能够确保你们能够很多时候都在步调一致，然后一起来进行游戏呢？
因为我们两个平时训练的时候会
Ty vole, já nevím, jestli chci jít hrát v LoLko po takovém výkonu Evropy. Já si možná dám po týdle hře, podíváme se na rozlosování skupin, nebo Swissu, a pak si dám Megabong.
So to be honest, in the actual practice or in our daily practice, we really talk a lot, communicate a lot together with Kanavi, and we played as a teammate for such a long time, so we kind of build the synergy, the coordination. So actually on the stage, we don't need to say that much. Only a simple word, we can know each other what we're going to do for the next step.
Absolutely amazing.
Megabong jak Jirka včera,
back here at Worlds on the international stage, and you said that teams should be afraid of you. I know that historically, it doesn't always go well for top esports.
Jo, ten Megabong, a já jsem řekl Megabong, pardon.
那这一次再次回到了国际大赛的舞台当中嘛，那你也有提到说，可能很多都面对到你们的时候，也应该对你们有所惧怕。
7,5 hodiny streamuju.
你们在国际赛事当中的表现可能没有那么进入，所以说你觉得你们怎么样能够确保这一次会是你们的舞台？
就我们现在也是很团结嘛，然后我们训练的都特别努力。
Jak dobrý je dneska stream, když je top do 100 korun?
So I feel like for the team, we really build a very good teamwork. We try to make sure we're on the same page, and also we just put 100% effort into everyday practicing. So I feel like because of that, we can have a good result. The result will come naturally.
All right, wishing you the best of luck.
No nic, musím si dát Megabong, abych se vyčilil po takovém streamu.
Over to you guys.
Streamuješ delší dobu, jak já pracujem? Dáš se mnou, Briane, přivez dodávku, dáme Megabong. Normálně víš, co uděláme? Zavřem dveře od tvý dodávky, ty to máš dobře utěsněný, zapálíme tam ty největší pálky, co existujou a bude tam hotbox, kámo. Normálně tutovej hotbox. Takový červený oči bude mít. Dneska jdu do Brna, no tak vidíš.
I'm agreeer. Okay, so now we're in a very privileged position where we get to talk about why.
Včera zjistil, že to dobře utěsněné nemá. Co se stalo?
There's so many faces on this Genji roster that I think are worth talking about.
Normálně, Brian, budeme jezdit s tím hotboxem po celém Brně a prostě lidi nám budou platit za to, že do toho hotboxu můžou vlízt.
No doubt they'll make a deep run. We'll have time to talk about everyone. But who do you want to focus in on?
Yeah, so for me, someone who I think has really stood out this year.
Ale nic, týpek mi zhejtil všechno, co jsem udělal, jako ten týpek s těma dodávkama, jo?
I think with a lot of top laners, you look at them and they can be exceptional on carries and maybe really good on tanks.
Kurwa!
Co
to tam? Ty vole, co to je?
Nazdar, vítám vás u dalšího videa, vole.
A kde?
Megabong.
Co to kurva? To je koko!
A někdo
Co
půjká.
to je?
Prostě na tom.
Megabong! Co jsem myslel, tím, co jsem byl mutnutej?
Jede Megabong.
Tohle je chlapi, pozor, tohle je druhý čertovský stream tady, tohle
To má hype tady.
Druhý Jirka, jestli dá ještě dvě na...
Dobré, zajebal bong prostě. Scéna, nebudu přepínat scénu, nebudu si kurvit celou scénu, kvůli tomu jen jsem se chtěl podívat, co tam řekl. Stejně tam jakoby na tom videu byl jenom hajzlův čumák.
Look at that. Very rarely do you have a top laner that actually plays
vůbec
everything
někdy?
at the highest level. Like, and that is what Keen is. As a player throughout his entire career, the question is like, what would he be like on a good team, on a great team? He's gone on a great team, and you can see how talented he is, how effective he is as a top laner, and that is something that you really can't take away from him. So Keen, amazing. So yes, you can go across the lineup and you can find every player that can be the ones to carry the game. But he can be like, okay, I'll take a back seat. That's completely
Bro,
fine.
ale oni všichni abuzou metu, co to jako je, vole, toto. Prostě abuzou metu. Stojí na místě, nic nedělaj.
Is the name of the game for Gen G. You can see how dominant they are domestically. It has transitioned into MSIs now. We still need to see them pull it off at Worlds, but of course, finals very far away.
Já si svůj Megabong budu hrát tím stylem, že objevuju metu sám. A nebudu kopírovat buildy.
If you are not an unk like the rest of us, that might not make any sense to you. You might remember them exclusively as PSG or PSG Talon, but this is the OGs of what was once the LMS, a team that kind of defied all expectations over many tournaments, known at one point as the Korean Killers, Maple, Betty, Sword Art, Stake, so many different names, 3 of them coming together on this PSG Talon lineup.
And I mean, it's just insane to see, I guess, I mean, at
Jako
this point,
hodnotíš dnešní hry.
2-0,
Hele, já se podívám na ty hry, jo. Dneska upřímně. První hra totální banger, vůbec jsem to nečekal, že to bude takový banger. Druhá hra, dost dobrá. Třetí hra, dost insane dobrá. Čtvrtá hra, ty vole. Pátá hra, ty vole. Šestá hra, dobrý. A teďka na poslední hra.
For almost the entirety of League of Legends.
Tak doufám, že to zachrání teďka Gen G.
Because didn't he retire last year?
He did. It was supposed to be his last dance. I think I did an interview with him being like, "This is your last tournament."
Slavíko, ale já s něma nehraju ten Red Bull Challenge.
But he did win a tournament.
Yeah, Maple did also say that this is his. He is retiring after this one. He did say he's got military.
Každý den budu streamovat 8 hodin od 6 ráno Worlds.
And if he goes, when he goes,
pak bych neměl čas ani energii na to ještě hrát
Gen G are the heavy favorites.
16 videohrách hrát turnaj.
Víš co? Very fair, very fair. I mean, and for Gen G, you already saw the earlier graphic, 2 international titles. It was the back-to-back MSI championship. And for a team that's perceived to be the best in the world at the moment, you have to win the world championships. So a lot of pressure on the team, and they want to be able to make it happen.
Tak, Chovy a Ruler, let's go. Nejlepší tým světa momentálně, podle všech. Chovy má 2 metry, ne, vole. Halo?
Thank you, gentlemen. That is correct. It's time for our 8th game of 8 here on Day 1 Main Stage Worlds 2025. They're talking about how Maple and Betty and Karsa have been playing the game for a long time. They've faced many challenges, many obstacles along that long road. And let me tell you, brother, this one is a straight hill up. Gen G are tough.
This is a large obstacle they are facing.
Jakou šanci mají PSG na to, že vyhrajou? Podle vás proti nejlepšímu týmu světa?
I'm jet lagged. We're about to see a beatdown.
This is going to be a real tough battle.
Já nevím, jestli to bude s tom.
Yeah, I mean PSG.
Nemyslím, že to bude zase tak
they started the split 0-8. And then went on an 8-0 run, and have kind of been able to cobble, you know, something together with Carson Maple and Betty and the Flash Wolves reunion. But in the face of Gen G, it does seem like just the most amazing, daunting task. ahead of them. So let's see if they can.
To ale pokud vím, tak PSG vždycky hrálo dobře proti Korejcům, ne? Proti korejským týmům.
If they can try and draft some real winning lanes and play
horší jak G2 nebudou, asi ne.
And then play to Karsa to go, you know, like I don't know, fight
ten coach mi připomíná Noaha.
You know, something there, because that's maybe the one thing. I'm a huge Canyon fan, but he's been a little bit asleep recently for Gen G. So honestly, I want to see. I do want to see Canyon come up with a really big game and
Giants
big
AD carry.
here into Worlds and Gen G really.
No a je na brigádě, nevyšla mu Evropa, tak hra to trénuje teďka.
With that, Mr. Kobe, is even if Canyon hasn't been making as many plays, as many big highlight reels as he has in the past, Gen G have this new dude called Duro, and Duro is kind of the hotness right now. They bring him on, the new hotness.
Yeah.
There's not these, you know, super sky high expectations.
Takhle jsem chtěl hrát, to strašně dělat dobře. Já vím, že to je špatně.
Really big for this team.
Ale to strašně dělat dobře. To je můj dirty pleasure.
He has a nasty blitzcrank. They can trust him in clutch moments to be the guy to make things happen, and turns out he does.
Yeah, and he's got a great story. I love too, where even Arnold, who we talked about, the CEO, was like, you know, posted an interview, and he was like, "Yeah, we are so happy with how it has turned out with Duro. Like, this goes beyond even their own expectations."
Tak, jak jsme na tom, Junara ban tentokrát, jako Junaru jsem si chtěl zahrát tom solo queue, Junara Renetu Rice, Zinzao Azir.
He's also laning with the old hotness ruler.
Yeah, who is pretty hot down here in the bottom.
Really hot right now, so yeah.
Liskupe, to seš ty, no. Hele, každý jsme nějaký. Někdo si strchá ucho šoury do ucha, někdo prsty do zadku. Někomu to strká nějaká mařka do, jako hej. Hej. Nebudem to dál rozebírat, ale každý jsme nějaký. Wukong first pick, okay. Oriana, Rice ban, Oriana Azir, hele, 3 mi daří zabanovaní.
We do have Yunara, Renekton, Rise banned out by Gen G. PSG getting rid of the Azir, the Oriana, and the Xin Zhao. It is a first pick Wukong for Gen G. Hey, not Jarvan.
I still swear by Jarvan. I swear Jarvan is really good. I mean, Jarvan pairs well with Rumble, the spicy hot pot.
Spicy hot pot combo.
We are in China.
Karsa, okay.
Let's see about the hovers here. Karsa with
Skarner Rumble.
PSG, what will they cook along with?
Vi Rumble
here? Okay, Vi. We've seen this before. Yep, the point and click. Another good combination with it. Early Wukong though for Gen G.
Tvoje teorie, proč Korejky si schovávají ústa? To není teorie, já vím, že oni se stydí. Oni to dělají kvůli tomu, že se stydí, nevím prostě proč, ale hej. Ambessa Galio instapick, co ti jebe. Ambessa je strašně silný, to pač mi teďka. Wukong Ambessa Galio, to je dobrý all-in jak svině, je to i dobrý counter engage proti tomu Rumble Vi. Takže zatím dobrá.
It definitely is an aggressive look, a nice dive look here.
Hey, Swain AD carry legit. Swain mid. Swain mid.
If you're gonna dive us, yeah.
Actually, hey, good.
Swain. Maple Swain. I mean, even when he was in
Swain mid je dobrý. Já bych hrál Swain AD reálně. Já bych tady prostě hrál Swain AD. Co tady chceš hrát za AD carry? Do Wukong Galio Ambessa.
Then what are things that can play well versus dive? You know, stuff like, you know, Swain here having massive value if there's going to be a lot of people with short range diving in towards you. We'll see. I do like the look here though. Khan gonna be the band taking away some of the Duro play.
Seraphine AD by byl jako v pohodě.
This Swain pick from Maple. This is awesome. Poppy band from Gen G.
Někomu mě se tady ten Swain taky hodně líbí.
If you're gonna play a full send composition, then getting rid of the Poppy feels really, really important, considering both Steadfast Presence and Keeper's are so good at busting that up.
Twitch je zlý, protože se nehrává, má to nejhorší laning fázi. Twitch má ještě horší laning fázi než Zaya. Ty když pikneš Twitche, tak je to prostě v profi je to hard, no.
definitely is one of the premier AD carries to pick
Smolder, má tam Smoldra.
And definitely would go well here. Maple's all-time stats on Swain. Okay, what do we got?
Nikora Kanban, Poppy, Alistar.
Not too shabby. Okay. In the middle.
Garen Yumi na bot.
But into the Galio, pretty nice and easy.
Ale Garen je taky squishy.
Early start. We'll see how far they go with it. Again, another Duro ban though. They followed it up with that Nico, of course. The other engage.
Ezreal, I guess.
That they're looking to avoid. Ooh, betting Ezreal here to complement it. Want to stay safe when you're facing this dive.
Kajsa, Real, OK, piknou Real.
So that would have been a
takže blind piknou Real. A co piknou za AD?
A little possibility of what could be.
But they steal away the Rel, which can, if everybody dives in together, she can actually be used pretty powerfully defensively on her own with Shattering Strike plus the Magnet Storm both being AoE like big lockdowns. It also denies Rel from Duro so that Gen G can't draft that extra Omega hard engage. So let's see, what's it going to be from Gen G here in the AD carry position? Oh, it's going to be Ruler Lucian. And are they just going to go ahead and lock in the Braum as his
I mean, it looks pretty good to me.
All right, we got Lucian Braum lane for Ruler and Duro.
Yeah, bring some good team fight here. Let's see. The Braum into the Rel 2, also going to be a really nice answer. Of course, we always have to be ready for lane swaps in the current state of the game. But what are we going to do to actually round it out for
Kajsa,
Betty? We were talking about that Kajsa before. I hope that we do get the lock.
Jako Kajsa je docela dost safe. Sivir raději.
Most champion of all time does not get locked in.
Nope, it is the Sivir instead. The extra movement.
Sivir fakt ale dostal velký nerv.
Very powerful. The more
Na tom kolečku, hodně velký.
Because it's kind of like what we were talking about last game with the
Mně přijde, když jsem hrál tu Sivir po tom nerfu, tak že už prostě jediný, co máš za damage je dvojitý Včko, kolečko nedá damage. To dostalo o 15% nerf to kolečko, což znamená 30%, protože je to back and forth, že to dá dvojnásobný damage. Když ti prostě nerfnou spell o 30%, halo, nebo jako statisticky furt o 15%, ale... Proč ne Caitlyn? Nevím.
Sorry. I wasn't looking
jako Caitlyn by tu dostala na piču proti ty Ambese, Galio, Wukong, anyway.
Oh, the dancing! Oh, I saw the dancing, dude. I thought
Jo, na Sivir bereš level 1 bereš dvojitý Včko na push. A na auto attack reset.
I've been traveling for a long time. I'm a little goofy, but
yes, sir. Let's get goofy with this one.
Let's have fun with this one. Let's have a good time.
I have some unfortunate all-time career win rate news for the Betty Sivir. It's one of his lowest. It is 22% win rate.
22.7.
22% Sivir win rate.
22 games.
Okay, yeah, that's.
It does have a low win rate currently, but it could improve.
Right, exactly. That just means that you can add.
Tak jo, hele, poslední zápas dneška. Potom je losování Swiss Stage druhýho dne. A tam uvidíme matchupy, které začnou být důležitý. Jako od teď to začne být důležitý skrz to, že budeme doufat, že Evropa tam dostane lehčí, všeobecně Evropa, že dostane dobrý protivníky.
And I believe it was like 6 and 5, these three together. So again, a very, very difficult obstacle in their path, as you said at the very beginning here. But Gen G, first game at the tournament. See how they are looking.
Tak, vidíme tu nejlepší tým světa proti PSG. PSG byli dřív braní jako zabijáci Korejců, protože jeden z mála těch wildcard týmů dokázali vyhrát proti Korejcům.
Suffered a loss, and then KT got themselves a win. So that means they're 2 for 3 so far. Gen G, if they win here,
checks out. Nice, quick math, bro.
I got, hey, at this point.
Já si myslím, že hodně lidí myslí, že to bude úplně turbo Storm od Gen G, ale já si nemyslím, že to bude takový Storm od Gen G. Dobré kolečko od Bura.
They win this one. There's a +9
Dobré kvečko, Dulera takhle skrz miniony.
Yeah,
Si ještě pamatuju Lušna, když to kvečko mělo větší range skrz ty miniony. Oni to pak nerfnuli, to je taková škoda, to mi přišlo strašně zábavný a skill.
100 Thieves win rate versus BLG at Worlds 2025.
100%.
Hell
100%.
Yeah. Just maybe that'll give you some energy, baby.
Yeah, there you go. There we go.
Reminder about that one happened earlier. Anyways, achieving the level 2 early on the bottom lane.
Na toho Swaina se ale těším, ten Swain podle mě bude hrozně dobrý pick tady.
Again, the Sivir here looking to farm up. Sivir always looking to farm up here. And clear the wave, focus on that, remain safe, keep your good economy. And both junglers will be pathing down towards that side too. Maybe we'll get the crossover. Karsa just go for the top side Scuttle Crab instead.
Okay, mid lane, Maple's got that early push. Remember when you're watching Swain lane, one thing that you can always do to help yourself with your never move is you wait until he's next to the range minions and then you throw it at the minions, since when it pops, it lollipops a little bit and it'll still grab the guy, then you can get an extra proc of your passive pull for extra HP. Stacking up that HP I think is going to be very important this game, Kobe. There's a lot of damage on that enemy team. And Gen G, if you let them get ahead, they are not exactly going to give you many opportunities back into the game.
No, they are not. Let's see, though. We talk about the Swain and looking to be beefy, looking to absorb engages.
Ale jako ten Swain je tady strašně důležitý, ten Swain, kámo, jako oni všichni engagujou a mají short range do Swaina, ten champ, jestli se feedne, tak PSG klidně můžou vyhrát tu hru. Víš, že třeba když bude 3-0, 2-0, 3-0 Swain, tak dobrý. Budou Worlds match věci, jak to myslíš, Safarič? Hej, Genkos. Já jsem chtěl udělat match na Worlds, svůj klasický match jsem chtěl udělat, ale Zdeno, co ten match vyrábí, tak je mega busy. Okay, double flash pro First Blood. Okay.
They disrespect Aj's rumble so heavily there. Keen gets chased down the lane, flashed on. Karsa Q flashes to hit it. They find the first blood. Flowers, are the Flash Wolves revived here?
The Flash Wolves are howling. They're getting it going here with the first blood. Let's see what they can do here.
Si docela pojebal lane management s tou Ambessou, on reálně nemůže nic, protože ten Rumble to setupnul. A pak double toto. Jo, key flash od Vi. Dojebal to, ale hrozně měl flashnout dřív. Už teď hraju PSG líp jak G2. To bylo weird, to bylo spectator book, no.
100%. Alright, so teleport used for Maple to get back to lane. Same here for Chovy. That thing's going pretty evenly. It's the side lanes that are undergoing the swap at the moment.
Yep.
And Aja is going to go back onto the top side, so see Betty just collecting the rest of the farm down here. Sivir trying to catch back up.
Yeah, she's got a lot of way to go, because the solo lanes, what I was going to say before the gank happened, are pretty even on farm, but the bottom lane was an early big advantage for Ruler and Duro.
Jste za ligu? Jo, Springy, jo.
I feel like PSG just really wanted to get Betty out of that type of situation, because it's so frustrating to just passively lose your lane like that.
No, první drag pro PSG. Jako ruler je 10 CS 300 goldů ahead, což je docela hustý. Zatím. Podle mě to ani jo. To ani nekečnou ta Sivir z Rel to linku, takže jako tady je 300 CS, jeden kill v podstatě s rulerem jenom skrz linku.
They'll swap and answer, so everything fairly calm then.
I feel like Equalizer is just one of those best wave management tools in the game, since you can cast it from such a long distance away. You can walk halfway back to the second tier turret in your lane.
Je Ambessa 6, Wukong 6, Galio 6, tady za chvíli bude fajn. Jakmile Wukong bude mít 6, tak tady bude možná monster fight. Ale zase Swain má 6, Vi bude mít 6, TP od Brauma. Ojojoj, to chce fightit. Keen tady hledá ult. Nemůže najít. Scuttle se tady fightí. Našel Vaj. Flash engage od toho. Ambe se tam solo killuje Vaj, ale misplaynul to Keen. Wow, tam přežívají, Berli přežívají. Oj, Wukong ult. Tak to bylo mega close. To bylo close. A Keen to tam dojebal, Keen upřímně mohl v pohodě. Mohl v pohodě zabít i tu Vaj, kdyby bloknuli její kvéčko, dívej. Keen tady najde Karsu, ale nezabije ho, protože to trošku pojebe, ale budeme se dívat teďka potom na Chauvyho. Duro, Canyon, oni Q flashnou na Wukonga a Wukong dá dvojitý Včko pryč. Tady málem zabijou Wukonga, ale ty vole, ten stun od Dura, tak close. Kdyby tam nedal stun, tak Wukong je mrtvej. A vypadá to trošičku jinak, no. Tohle bylo unlucky, jak svině, to bylo mega close, mega close.
It is. I'm saying it in a stupid, like, over-the-top way, but I do actually mean it. The crab, I agree with you. It made all the difference. Canyon, he is back.
A on vzal toho kraba a z toho měl level 6, ne? Ten Wukong. A proto to vyhráli. Což je ironie, že to rozhodl ten fight. Krabíka prostě level 6 Wukong a díky tomu vyhrát fight. Co je těve?
Considering the fight that we got over a Scuttle Crab, I'm expecting us to get a fight for Void Grubs, and right now it's Genji first over to the objective pit. Ruler and Duro still have control over the top lane wave, 86 farm to 68, so still maintaining an advantage here for Ruler's Lucian compared to his counterpart, as Canyon's just going to be left the remaining grubs after they've already secured the first one. Chovy knows he's got some waves to get back.
Lucian 500 goldásků heskoro, jenom z linky. Ruler je gold.
All of the chickens belong to Karsa. Not a great trade, but see what Chovy is.
Nejlepší AD carry světa, Ruler. A řekl dvě zajímavé věci. První věc, že už nemá tak dobrý mechaniky jak dřív, že už je starý, což je funny, když to týpek nemisuje CS a hraje perfektně mechanicky. A druhá věc je, že AD carry je useless. Tak která je pravdivá a která je lživá. Ty tady jako spálí celou vlnu. Přigrubás je taky. To přesně neřekl, ale nevadí. Ale TLDR řekl, že AD carry je useless v podstatě. Řekl to tímhle stylem. On řekl, že všechno, co dělá AD carry, tak každá jiná role to dělá stejně dobře nebo líp. A AD carry nedělá nic líp, než ostatní role. TLDR, AD je nejvíc useless role. Ty piče, ale tohle jako, oni sice zabili Gallia, jo, ale tady tyhle Ruler bude tak strašně ahead. Vyzouněný 4 vlny. 4 vlny a celá turata. Oh my god. Tak takhle dlouho jsem neviděl AD carry bait ahead hodně dlouho. 1600 goldů, 110 CS v 10. minutě. Ten týpek nemyslel ani jedno CS.
You know, getting something at least back for themselves, Flowers. Exactly. That's what you
tell
Betty. You're like, yo, Betty.
Takže jako, hej, zabili jste Chovyho, ale ztratili jste 4 vlny na topu. Je tam 30 CS gap. A ještě mu dali solo goldy na všech těch platech.
Again, in a game where you are the major underdog, you gotta celebrate the wins where you can get them. Putting the death on Chovy, they'll at least be able to get some money.
Tak je tam ten Essence River, level 8.
A 2000 gold lead for the side of Genji. First Drake of the game has already been taken way back when by PSG. Second Drake of the game is
Oni tu mapu mají trochu transparentní, jo.
You can see the pings coming out from the PSG side. Betty and Woody now just trying to get some farm into Betty here in the mid lane. 86 to 116. It's a plus 30 for Ruler. He is 75% of the team's gold advantage.
1200, tady toho draka contestit úplně irrelevantní PSG, nemůžou nějak crossmapnout, nemůžou. Je lepší hrát v rankedu Champions Worlds nebo prostě hrát spíše nějaké jiné? Záleží. Někteří jsou dobří do solo queue, někteří nejsou dobří do solo queue.
That's the name of the game here for PSG.
Guys, jak 100 Thieves porazili BLG, jsou prostě goated. Jsou prostě goated.
Is going to absolutely demolish the scales, not just tip them. He is going to destroy.
Ale byli TLDR byli strašně podcenili 100 Thieves a forsovali, disrespektili, to je to správné slovo. Disrespektili 100 Thieves a fightili na power spikách, které byly useless. Oni proti Tank Cyanovi si postavili Collector Rapid Fire na Caitlyn a Seraph's Embrace a Rylaiku na Talie. Oba ty itemy jsou úplně odhoven. Bo oba ty item path buildy jsou úplně odhoven.
But I think they're not spending their money right.
It buys it.
Genji taky disrespect. Ne, Genji ne, zatím ne. Zatím ne. Kurva, já mám normálně. Bude Flame Horizon, nemyslím si. Jakmile bude mít Rapid Fire Lucian, tak bude Sivir hodně brečet na tom midu. Hlavně na Prajo, jako nebude jí zabíjet, ale na Prajo. OK, Kin je mrtvej, asi je mrtvej. Škoda, že to nevzala Swain, škoda, že to nevzala Swain.
Try lies Swain, baby. Yeah, can't get away from those slows. Canyon trying to wrap around, and Betty, I think, is actually going to be okay, kind of watching, but turret plate money will be mined by Ruler and
Ty to máš velký bordel. Borci streamu, vstal jsem v 6 ráno, streamu 8 hodin. Mám tady top do 100 korun. Odpuste mi, že tady si pletu holčičí a klučičí prostě jména. Budu spát? No, ne, dám si mega bong na chill a bude dobré. A pak půjdu do gymu. Šichta od 6 ráno za 100 korun. GG. Nejde nic. Mi. Tak, už tam je ten Rapid Fire? Není tam Rapid Fire.
Is up to his Essence Reaver at the moment, but Ruler is still so far ahead.
Ty musíš pracovat 8 hodin denně, no ty chudáčku, no nemusím. Nemusím.
Okay, once again, they're just full sending the same play over and over.
Keen je zase dead, ale Swainovi. Karco, ty debile, dej to Swainovi. Technicky měl jsem nárok na hodinovou pauzu. Jako mě tady fascinuje, že se mi tady snaží ragebaitit můj chat s tím, že streamu 8 hodin, když celý můj chat od 6 ráno do 3 odpoledne v pracovní době kouká na můj stream. Jakoby vy chodíte na 8 hodinovou šichtu, koukat na 8 hodinový stream. Ježišmarja. Pepo, díky za 9, děkuju. Děkuju. Takže ten ragebait jako nefunguje, jo. Nefunguje to prostě. A ještě jste měli hodinovou pauzu na oběd. Já jsem hodinovou pauzu na oběd neměl. Už má Rapid Fire? Už má Rapid Fire, ok. Ult za ult. Teďka bude permadešovat na cooldown na to. A máme za to víc než 100 klučů. A dost. A dost. 30 minut je pauza na oběd, no. Já jsem myslel, že je hodina. Aha. Ale máte to placený, ne? 30 minut, nebo není to placený? Vybufe děkuji za 4 měsíce Prima a je to tady. 2 subíky jsem vyžebral, let's go, let's go. Není to placený, aha. Jako hele, Lucian tu má 2 itemy. Tak on má nadvory, ne Rapid. Vancho tu tady, Swain. Ruler. Swain zatím nemá, potřebuje mít víc itemů, no. A Vancho dej tam tu real, protože real je level 7. Kajděte tu Swain ult, pořád tam je ta Swain ult.
Oj, Canyon to pojebal trošičku. Main. 400!
Máš 12 KOKY7 donate 400 korun českých. Tak ať nemakáš za kilo Aleši, to máš za ten prohraný tiket na G2.
Nice, díky Kokix. Děkuju, Kokix 7. Vyžebral jsem. Hej, let's go. Shotgun, děkuji za 6 měsíců tu jedničky. Normálně já prostě nemusím žebrat, abych ty peníze dostal. Počkej. Swain nemá ult, takže je odhoven. Utíkejte, PSG utíkejte, Swain nemá ult. Nice, to je 60 korun za hodinu. Dobré. Hej, můžete toho prosím přestat. Nedávejte mi ten reality check. Já se tady raduju ze 400 korun a vy mě hned řeknete a vypočítáte mi to kolik je to za hodinu. Jaká hodinovka? Prostě mi to hned zkazíte. Ty parchante, Kokix ještě dal ty rejničku, chlape, děkuju. Děkuju. No, Ruler 2 itemy, zpátky k League of Legends, 2 itemy bude mít teďka Svejnos. Ruler má 2 itemy, šíleně strong, ale jakoby na to, že má 2000 goldů, tak není o tolik silnější než ta Sivir. Bude mít permaprávě na midu, protože vždycky může zaultit na cooldown. Ale dokud nebude mít třetí item, tak není silnější než ta Sivir. Čabí kutík za Prime. Oni možná zase chytnou Chouvyho? Nechytnou? Ne, Phase Rush.
U CIA teď brousíš tu.
I feel like Maple is the big element here for PSG. If they win a team fight, it's going to be because
no, ne taková, tak
ty pičo, něco tam leze, hoši.
Kurva je! Kurva je!
No jo, dobré, tak teď mám hodinovku nějakou, chat. Jak mám hodinovku? Můžete
kurva je!
Počkej, já mu dám ze subu tak 50k měsíčně, takže lidi, co tu píšete, že máte víc, tak nejspíš ne. Já mám ze subu 60 korun a mám 708 subů, tak to vypočítej. To není těžká matematika. 50 000 to není, fakt že ne, hej. A z gifted subu mám 50 korun, takže to je o něco méně, no. Protože ty mám tak půl na půl subgifty a ty jedničky. Upřímně nevím, proč se subgiftuje o 10 korun méně, ale je to tak. Ale já to zkusím nedokurvit. Soteček, děkuju za 500 korun. Příspěvek na nezaměstnaný lidi, ať máš to jíst. Já jsem OSVČ. Se zaměstnávám sám. No ale pohoda. Vyžebral jsem, takzvaně. Ale o čem jsem to mluvil? O čem jsem to mluvil?
Farm away and hope for the dream team fight that they can try and pull off.
Ještě tomu... Vy jste mi normálně vypočítali moje peníze z tier 1 subů. I po zdanění. Neuvěřitelné. Kolik máš za Prime suba? Prime sub je nějak 20 korun, no. Ty pičo, no vlastně jo, no. Prime sub je komplet odhoven. A Prime subu je dost teďka. Tak to jsi spíš OSNČ, osoba samostatně nevýdělečná. Hej, ticho už, kurva. Já se přestávám dívat na chat, vy mě tady jen ragebaitíte a jdu si užít tuto gamesku. Ticho. Nebylo kdysi z Prime subů víc? Bylo, ale zrušili to. Tak, start atakana, počkej. Swain má TP, má ult, má.
Budou to fightit, měli by to fightit, oni to jenom baitli, ale Swain zaultí. Musí se zruší ultimátka, ne Swainovi, oni vyčekají. Krása, krásný bait TP a Swain ultimátky, teď oficiálně to můžou finishnout. Ježíš, Genji jsou tak smart, ty kokos. Prostě oni nabejtí, OK, a on se jde in a... Vaj to steala. Ale jako upřímně mega smart to bylo, že oni prostě nabejtí Swaina, aby týpnul, v ten moment disengagenou Atakana. V ten moment jdou na Swaina, aby musel flashnout in a zaultit. Týpek flashne zaultí. A v ten moment disengagenou, aby ta Swain ult skončila a v momentě, kdy skončí Swain ult, bang, force Atakan. Vidíš to? Bum, 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 bum. Krása. Díky jak ho nabejtí tady, teď disengagenou, a protože Swain bez ultimátky je useless, že krásně ho disengagenou. Teď jediný co, a teď tady ještě Ambessa skočí in do 4 lidí s Galio ultimátkou a fightí se na 2 frontách. Dívej, teď tam jde Ambessa, boom, kde oni vyhrávají 2v4, boom, boom, tady, a teďka jako blbý je, že tady Vi stealne toho Atakana.
PSG! Let's go!
Jako mohli jenom finishnout Atakana a bylo by to turbo clean a nic by se nestalo, ale zase nevyhráli by ten fight, chápeš? Máš ještě komar alert za Dono? To měl by tam být, já nevím, teďka se měnili Juru donates alerty, ale měli by tam být furt.
The Dragon now has just gone over to Genji. So Genji is on Soul Point. Genji also, because they get the massive team fight win after, because they get the ace, they are 4,500 gold ahead. But the Otacon was stolen by Karsa. I don't care how long these guys have been playing the game. They are always so fun to watch, man.
Ale jako Genji, to vidíš prostě, oni jsou úplně jinde. Ale není to tak velký stomp, jak jste čekali, nebo? Teďka engageou Brauma, Braum level 9 nesmrtelný, čus. A neřeší ani ty vole, že má ult, čus. Bude Lucian dobrý na Streamer Clash? Jako je to playmaking AD, ale jako one-shotne tě všechno in-game. To máš 500 range.
Stacks up those concussive blows there on Woody, and Betty's got to be careful because Ruler's auto attacks are ready to go. He dashes forward, a little bit more damage there. As now
play safe AD, play safe AD, play safe AD.
They're going to take out both of the enemy bot lane duo, but it does cost Canyon's life as Aja can get one in return.
Můj Lucian ne, viděli jste Streamer Clash z mýho Luciana, já jsem hrál mega dobře Luciana. Lucian je jeden z mých nejlepších čampů.
Maple respawns, but equivalent exchange. They tagged him in. A life for a life. Goodbye to Aja.
Lil bro včera viděl Gumu Ash, hned hrál Ash a byl 0-5. Vidí ruler Luciana. Ticho. No ale už je 30. A co jako? Víš, jak cool to bude, když se budu chlubit, že jsem gapnul všechny malý kidjáky, co jim je 15 let, ve 30 v League of Legends? Aleš je na čas si to přiznat, ven co je. Je legit. Ale z nějakého důvodu Streamer Clash to nechce přiznat, že jsem odhoven useless kokot, který nedokáže nic zahrát, je staknutý v Master Tier 0 LP solo queue, není vůbec dobrý a hraje na hovno roli a budu stát stejně nejvíc bodu zas. Já už to zase vidím, kámo. Ven co, dělej něco, prosím. Zařiď to nějak, je mi to jedno jak. Nedostal si ADCG proti kapesníkovi. Ty jo, nemyslím si, pokud si to pamatuju správně, tak jsem jako hodně stompoval, ale problém byl někde jinde. Mám pocit, že jich top jungle mid by měli 5-0.
A v téhle metě, nebo teď je rok a půl meta, kdy pokud jakákoliv solo linka nebo jungler je 5-0, tak ty si musíš zdvojnásobit killy. Aby AD Carry bylo stejně silný jako jedna role z top jungle mid, tak musíš mít dvojnásob killů. Takže pokud enemy top jungle mid jsou všichni 3-0, to je 9 killů, ty musíš mít 18 killů jako AD Carry. Jako no cap. Okay. Tady je to gold gap, 10 000 a neumírají vůbec. Já tak strašně rád vidím Ambesu, ten champ je strašně zábavný. Ale je to broken, nebudu lhát. Kdo si myslíte, že bude 10. kapitán na streamu Clash? Schválně. Já to vím, neřeknu vám to. Tak, tady jsme viděli momentálně nejlepší tým na Worlds hrát proti PSG. Stomp to byl, ale za mě lidi čekali, že to bude větší Stomp, za mě. Ale Stomp to byl. No, byl to kurva Stomp, hej. A teďka bude draw, teďka bude Swiss draw.
Gen G here in the end as dominant as expected. PSG though showing a couple of good moves, stealing away the Otacon. A couple of good picks there onto Keen. They really focused on the side lane, but Gen G just too good overall.
Gen G, we knew that they were going to be strong. I think for a lot of people, they got to be tournament favorites, right? The #1 seed from the #1 region, back-to-back MSI winners. They've done everything except winning Worlds, so you know they've got their
Máro, nedívej se na tu, teda Ondas, nedívej se na tu hru, OK? Nedívej se na tu G2 hru. Nedívej. Prostě se na to nedívej, Ondas. Zachráním tě, nedívej se na to.
I don't think it goes much further than that.
To byla nejhorší hra dnešního dne. Teď se budeme modlit, před všichni, jakmile budou, já vás něco naučím, jo? Máme Prey emote, nemáme Prey emote? My nemáme Prey emote? What the fuck?
I can tell you guys are sleepy, that's what I think. Managing sounded like a tough word when you were coming out. The M's and the N's are starting to mix together, and I feel you, brother.
Jakmile se bude jak se bude vytahovat, kdo bude hrát proti komu, tak my se musíme modlit, aby G2, Koi a Fnatic dostali dobrý protihráče, protože teď už to začne být důležitý. Je to, týmy jsou 0-1 evropský. Jestli si vytáhnou dobrýho, těžkýho oponenta, tak jsou 0-2 v ten moment vypadnou. Z 0-2 budou hrát jednu BO3 o to, že vypadnou nebo nevypadnou. A když seš 0-2, tak musíš vyhrát 3 BO3, aby si se dostal do top 8. Když jsi 2-0, stačí ti vyhrát jedna BO3 z 3 BO3.
Yeah, because initially it starts out with the double TP coming in from PSG.
Takže my se musíme modlit, aby G2 buď dostalo další evropský tým a zežralo evropský tým, ale upřímně, jako Koi vypadají nejlíp z těch evropských týmů na Worlds. Takže možná, aby Koi dostalo evropský tým a vyhráli.
And the thing is, after this fight, the goalie, you can see the top was about 4,600, and then you saw how much it ballooned so quickly.
But look, there's a little bit. There's a little bit that's for
just a tiny bit, but that was
for the
honestly, Carso's feeling hyped this game. Went topside, just bullied the hell out of Keen. That first blood that went topside, he was just fist pumping up in the air, feeling himself.
Takže my buď potřebujeme, aby evropský tým hráli proti dalším evropským týmům a byli 1-1, aby se požrali navzájem takzvaně, a nebo ideálně, aby evropský týmy hráli proti americkým týmům.
Za Velkánovi.
2 minuty. Víš něco o tomhle? To je na 2 minuty, to je na dlouho.
They feel like the best team in the world, and it feels like no matter where you are in the game, if you're not 10,000 gold ahead, you haven't won yet. Until Genji's Nexus falls, it feels like there's always a path back in. You're probably never as far ahead as you think you are, and that's really just the position that PSG found themselves in.
Yeah, and I think PSG did a great job of being able to be active like that. We talked about bullying topside. They looked for a dive mid. They were like, they were doing what you should do in there's a massive mismatch, right? But it always felt like, to your point, Genji's like, okay, they made this action. They don't have members on the opposite side of the map. We're going to make something happen. And they were getting more and more.
A co Teček psal, jako četl jsem tvoje jméno správně. Mi to přijde polský nick.
Look up. Goal deficit. Damn.
Ondas, já jsem říkal, aby ses na tu hru nedíval. Čemu nerozumíš, aby ses nedíval na tu hru? A ty se podíváš, jak to dopadlo. Ale za mě, podle vás nejlepší evropský tým. Bum, okamžitě, teď to tam dropněte do chatu, kdo je nejlepší evropský tým. Z těch Fnatic, G2 a Koi. G2. Pro ty z vás, co spamou G2, viděli jste dnešní G2 hru? Jenom jako minoritní dotaz.
Just reminded me of like
jo, viděl, rozehrajou se.
Yesterday, where it's like, okay, the Otacon play happened. They cleaned you up. Okay, let's see if there's any way in which PSG can kind of. No, actually, they're getting dove underneath their second turret.
Jak se teď losuje? Teď se losuje. Týmy, co jsou 1-0, tak se losujou, kdo bude hrát proti komu a můžou hrát týmy z 1-0 jenom proti sobě, proti dalším týmům, co jsou 1-0. Týmy, co jsou 0-1, tak můžou hrát jenom proti týmům, co jsou 0-1. Takže teoreticky výherci hrajou s těma, ty lepší týmy by měly hrát s těma lepšíma týmama a ty horší s těma horšíma. Není to vždycky ten case. Není to vždycky ten case. EU versus EU už může být. Já to potřebuji potvrdit od někoho z vás, kdo se v tom vyzná, protože první kolo, první den nemohlo být stejný region proti stejnému. Druhý den furt nemůže, nebo může už? Už může? Už může, že? Asi. Teď už může. Kurva. No i když možná good pro nás. Tak správně, we sucked.
You can punch down if you want to, I'll respect it. But I'm hoping to impart some knowledge onto the viewers other than haha LEC bad.
I want to talk about 100 Thieves.
Haha LEC bad.
Mr. Positivity.
Haha LEC bad.
I'd love to hear that.
I mean, especially given the context where, there was some issues with River coming over, I feel like expectations were really low for this team. And there was big concerns they wouldn't perform to the level that we saw from them domestically.
G2 versus Fnatic.
It wasn't even that they just performed the level we saw domestically. This was a big reach up and a big win for them.
Yeah, especially everyone when they heard about like how practice has gone, like the visa situation, the question mark was who is going to play today. As doomer as you possibly can be. I thought there was no chance. I didn't. It's like whoever they faced.
Kdy se hrajou kdy se hrajou další? Zítra?
No. I thought they were going to lose. So it was nice to be able to see that. So yeah, good stuff.
Zítra se hrajou znova zase v 7 ráno a zase stejný schedule. Jakmile se vylosuje, kdo bude hrát proti komu, tak oni podle toho, jaký týmy hrajou proti sobě, tak podle toho řeknou, kdo hraje první, kdo hraje poslední, aby to mělo co největší diváky.
They made the upset happen against BLG. We need to know what Dokla had to say in the Verizon postgame interview.
I'm here joined by Dokla on the side of 100 Thieves. Congratulations, what a great start to Worlds.
Thank you. It went, unexpected way for us to just beat the first seed of LPL, but we'll take it.
I mean, do you consider this as an upset, or were you kind of expecting having a good matchup against them?
I mean, realistically, on paper, it is an upset to most, people, but internally, I didn't think we were going to get like completely gapped. I think it was going to be a hard game for sure, but I think people just looked at
our můžeme na Discord potom. Jakmile se vylosuje,
and they're judging it off of that, but I think we were far better than what we showed.
Tak budu hrát Megabong.
And it showed today, so hopefully
a můžeme na Discord.
Momentum going into the rest of Swiss.
Yeah, it did show today. So what do you think was the key factor to bring 100 Thieves to the victory up against BLG? What worked so well?
I think our Koreans played really well. I think everyone on the team played really well.
Aurora smurfila,
maybe not me, because I was kind of getting gapped in lane, but yeah, I think everyone just on point. River was really active.
Hele, pro mě je Voring, že ten týpek ani neví, proč vyhráli.
when we're on point, we can beat anyone.
Prostě ten hlavní důvod, proč oni vyhráli, je, protože BLG disrespektili, druhý fightili včas, kdy měli špatný power spiky a prohráli si tím hru a Quid hrál dobře. To jsou 3 věci, proč jakoby... A ten typek to neví.
Yeah, I survived. I'm playing Sion. It's chill.
Tady prostě vidíš ten gap těch jakoby těch hráčů v Koreji proti prostě zbytku. Že Korejec ti tady řekne, vole, no, tak týpci vole měli Caitlyn Collector, Rapid Fire a forsovali fight proti Sionovi.
Chill game on Sion, perfect. So with this victory, can we keep our hopes up? What more can we expect from 100 Thieves?
Well, we should get better now that we're able to get scrims with teams. Hopefully, you know, they see this and like, hey, let's scrim 100 Thieves.
Jo, oni neměli scrimmy vůbec. Víc, co se říkalo? Víc, co největší, když jsem koučal Ameriku, tak já jsem měl Reaper jako head coache a ten týpek říkal, že když jsi americký tým na Worlds, neskrimuj. Že prostě pokud skrimuješ, tak je to horší. Že on byl toho názoru, že prostě neskrimuj. Hrej solo queue. Protože v momentě, kdy začneš skrimovat a dostaneš 5-0 od každého týmu, tak mentality FF a už si prohrál. Má nějaký divný make-up ten týpek, jakože to jde vidět ten make-up.
We're not going to have any rematches quite yet, and they can play regional opponents.
Tak, můžou hrát proti regional opponents, takže můžou hrát, může být EU versus EU.
That's true. I'm looking at the Fnatic versus G2 in the 0-1, so that's the one team kill.
How do you guys feel about that?
Přichystejte se.
You know, for example, Fnatic against MKOI, at least one of them is guaranteed to win Dracos. Would that feel better, or would that feel weird?
I mean, with the success of 100 Thieves, I could have coped if both EU and NA were losing. I could have prayed for the really fraudulent run where we get really lucky draws and NA just beats EU to somehow make it into top 8.
Come on, JJ!
Nejde mu to.
JJ! We gotta get going to the gym, brother. I can't be told.
It's hard to grip his hands.
Moje gamer ruce to nemůžou otevřít!
Palms are sweaty.
Oh my God,
Hej, potřebuji pomoc!
They did not struggle with this.
Twist technique. You have to twist it. Oh, he's calling for help. That's when the aura is being lost. Came in with maximum aura. That blazer was...
All right. For respect for this man, we're all gonna let it go.
It's not his fault.
It was glued together. It was glued together.
Right.
Herculean strength.
Test, OK, test.
Tak,
hlavně na evropský tým, prej. Hlavně na evropský tým.
All right, here we go. Round 2, brother.
Where are they facing?
Bring it back. Yes, that's right. Now he's got the strength of Hercules.
He's learned.
Top esports versus 100 Thieves.
Yay!
Could they be the LPL?
Yay!
All I'm saying is,
Yay!
it's not Genji versus the tournament. It's 100 Thieves versus the LPL.
Dobré. Ale 100 Thieves Američani porazili Číňany, tak je to v pohodě.
Okay, round 3. We're 1-1. We're 1-1. Okay. There you go. You got it. You nailed it.
Anyone's Legend?
Next matchup.
Komu ty vypadali nejlíp?
Okay.
Ty vypadali nejlíp. Ale bylo to taky tím tou Cassioppeou.
CFO would slap. There's really only bangers left.
Oh
no!
What are you doing?
This is a winnable best of 1.
Zatím to vychází,
you can't rematch them in best of 3. So if you just find a win here against Genji, this is actually super good. All right.
KT, počkej.
KT
versus
KT.
Winnable or losable for anyone.
Tam nejsou, jo, to jsou 1-0. Ježíši Maria, já jsem herec. Pardon, já se omlouvám. Omlouvám se. Já jsem unavený. Jsem unavený. To byly 1-0 týmy, takže tam nejsou EU týmy, protože EU tým jsou komplet odhoven a nevyhráli ani jednu hru. Kurva, jste mi to museli připomenout. Já jsem mohl být zase delusional do piči.
This is my favorite part of the draw. Okay, he just grabbed it. Sometimes they mix it around, and that's my favorite part of the draw.
Oh, missing out.
Mixing around the final ball. CFO. Alright. These are some insanely hype matches.
Kamo, T1 CFO? Ty pičo, tak to je dobré. Tak to bude banger. Test proti 100 Thieves, Anyone's Legends proti Genji, ty kokot. KT, jako Team Secret Ways hráli dobře. KT, to bude asi horší a T1 CFO bude banger jak kokot, ti říkám. Ty pičo, tak to bude banger.
Okay, we're now moving on to drawing the 0-1 teams. Reminder, this is the 0-1 pool, LTA2, LEC, every LEC team.
Tak, teď prejge, ok, teď prejge. My chceme VKS proti evropskému týmu. GG. Dobré, zvládl to už.
Really got to make sure we did have one pop open once and we had to reset, right?
BLG. Okay, guys. This is
BLG. Who do we want? Who?
Oh no!
PSG, sacrifice Maple.
Gotta sacrifice somebody.
Sacrifice Maple for the good of the LEC.
Oh God, the audience is going crazy.
BLG versus.
Dobrý, hele, byli prohráli proti 100 Thieves, tak to vyhrajeme, ne? To vyhrajeme, máme šanci to vyhrát, guys. Je to v pohodě. 100 Thieves porazili. Počkej, Koi. Typek to speedrunuje, halo, pomalej trochu.
Surely it's something easier, guys.
Je to špatný? Je to špatný? Je to špatný? Aj, team kill, ale aspoň G2 má šanci. Počkej, ale Koi vyhraje proti G2. Dobrý, no nic. PSG, dobré. Kanibalismus, ale musí být. Prostě nejde nic.
Can we get a fly quest here?
PSG versus fly quest. That's what you want. You want the
I would want that. Let's give it to
That's not fair. That's disrespectful to Carson.
That's not. Yeah, it's completely disrespectful. It's completely.
They played a great game.
Ano, okay.
Oh my God.
Safe. Wait a second. Are we looking at the LTA Finals rematch? Oh!
Kámo, ale co to je?
VKS versus FlyQuest?
Co to je, ježišmarja. Tam jsou dva evropský týmy proti sobě, dva americký týmy proti sobě. No tak FlyQuest má free win. Kámo, to je na piču, ale... My jsme potřebovali, aby VKS byli prostě proti evropskému týmu a FlyQuest taky proti evropskému týmu. A teď jsou dva evropský týmy proti sobě a dva americký týmy proti sobě. Na piču.
I love the draw. Yeah, I love the draw so much.
Oh, you never know what to expect.
How you guys feeling? Good?
I'm rejuvenated. I was exhausted and we saw this draw and I'm
Welcome to
feeling alive.
China.
So shout out Candace and the team on the stage. The balls, they were a struggle to open, but we got there.
Yeah, we need to do something about gluing the balls. I don't know. I trust JJ's strength. He was sabotaged.
I'm going to say the ref who came over and just one and done. Impressive.
Yeah.
Impressive. We got to chalk them up, you know, like they're bouldering. Quick reminder though, you're looking
FlyQuest
at the
tak FlyQuest vyhraje určitě. PSG, Hanwha vyhraje. G2 proti Koi, ty vole, abych řekl, že Koi vyhraje proti G2. Hrajou líp prostě. Ale zase G2 se možná nebudou brát tak, jak hráli zatím Koi a G2, tak Koi je lepší tým, ale G2 prostě hráli úplně jako čoukovali, takže a podle mě proti Koi zase budou hrát dobře. Takže můžou vyhrát. Byli Fnatic, no tak hej, byli prohráli proti 100 Thieves, ne? Tak samozřejmě dají disrespect i Fnaticů a Fnatic vyhraje. Že jo, že jo.
Lose to VKS, beat BLG, beat TES.
It's never gonna end. I'm gonna go to sleep tonight and I'm just gonna be dreaming of a win and then the reality is probably gonna hit.
No a test 100 Thieves, Anyone Legends Genji, KT Team Secret Wales a Team T1, tyhle, tohle bude banger. Tohle bude zajímavý. Anyone Legends Genji taky, tam jsou bangery. Test 100 Thieves, no tak hej. Jako je dost možný. 100 Thieves udělali to, co měli udělat prostě G2, že vyhráli proti Číňanům a jsou 1-0 a teď můžou vyhrát znova a být 2-0 a mít 3 BO3 na to, že postoupí. Že v momentě, když jsi 2-0, tak tobě stačí vyhrát 1 BO3 ze 3. Takže v podstatě jakoby zaručeně postoupíš.
It's a good answer actually for what it's worth. I also agree. Someone will win an MKOI versus G2. But I really wanted that team kill to happen at a later point in the tournament. You know, if I could have picked, it would not have been this round.
Yeah.
I also kind of think that the T1 CFO could be pretty good.
That's a banger.
CFO,
tak jo, League Frogánci. Já si jdu teďka na půl hoďku zahrát Mega Bong. League of Legends tady končí a soloky už asi hrát nebudu. Možná bych dal jednu hru, max jednu hru. Takže se uvidíme zítra v 7 ráno. Pokud přemýšlíte o tom, že mě nějak chcete podpořit, tak můžete tier 1 subíčkem, kdy teďka získáte Worlds ikonky na Twitch. A nebo když dáte vykřičník Actin a koupíte si něco na Actinu, tak z toho mám taky nějaký procenta. A můžete si udělat radost na Actinu, koupit nějaký kvalitní potraviny. A mě tím podpoříte. Takže pokud se se mnou loučíte, Frogánci, tak papa. Pokud tady zůstáváte dál na pokračování streamečku, tak děkuju.
Suddenly it's like do or die very quickly. So you
Proč
have
by
to get
skončil